Right, rabbi going viral. Rabbi going viral. That'll be bigger than 9/11. It's an excellent question. And I'm sure that there will be books written in the future of like, what if that would have happened? Well, I think that we'd be inaugurating Kamala Harris in January. That could be that could be true as well. That's that's essentially it's called an e-democracy. Generally, it's done through an electronic forms, electronic democracy. So it's arguable. Um, but where people can just use a handheld device to vote. Now, what you're adding into a universal basic income, then it becomes more socialist, but that doesn't sound like too bad of a plan. Better than what we've got. Word. You're I do. Oh no, I don't do that. I love you, big dog. Okay. What are your thoughts on the new game that you found? What are your thoughts on that new game you found? Okay. We'll play the old reliable. Just give me a few moments. Oh, I'm sure as well, but it's easy. It's like it's not heavy on our devices. All right. Caspian C, you want to play? Oh, amazing. Amazing. I'm gonna whoop this shit out of both of you. I just want you guys to know that. Yeah, it's really bad for you. It's got fiberglass in it. Yeah, you can vape it. Zoot, or I mean Caspian Sea, I've sent you a request. Okay, but I mean you can get it in a pure form. It, you know what? Vaping isn't that bad of it. It's just all the other shit they put in it, like glycerin and all that other shit. But nicotine itself is a nootropic. It makes your brain work better. I know what Zyn is. I know it's very popular. I haven't gotten into it because I know it's addictive and I can't afford it right now. Do you enjoy it? Do you know what Zyn's motto is? It's not a sin to Zyn. Hey, what's going on, Jonas? Hope you're doing well. What did you do? Game started. I sent you an invite. Oh, apologies. Yes, sir. I agree, but not that. That's got a chance. Fuck. That works, Zoot. Dog. Zoot missed in the water. Okay. I'm not denying that. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful shot. Oh, Zoot. That. Oh, We love you as well, Zoot. I thought you were gonna say that. That's great to hear, my man. Any particular reason? Oh, Zoot, it's not what you wanted. Caspian Sea wants to bounce us off the wall. Not that. Wow, Zoot, that was pretty hard. You guys just gave me a point. Get there. Get there. Get there, dog. Two shots, Zoot. What do you think of that? Zoot did it in two as well. Fuck this. I know. Hit my ball. Shoot. Major, major miss. You did what I did. Oh, no. I don't know. Oh, good shot, Zoot. Wow, both you guys are not really in a position to do much damage. Wow, that was a really nice shot. Really nice results, if I do say so myself. A what? How did you do that? Get up there. Oh, no. Terrible. Yo, big dog. I can't even really hear you right now because of the sound of the ball hitting the bottom of the cup. Yes, I did. I told you I was coming out guns blazing. Who's going to win between you two? Zoot. Caspian Sea will get him next time. I'm going for 350 wins for my next. I'm going to whoop ass. Word. Caspian. Yep. Rabbi. No, perhaps more. Wow, what a good shot, Caspian Sea. Don't hit his ball in. And don't hit my ball to hit his ball in. Dude. Yep. He's an announcer for Fox Sports. Something like he was old. I don't know how old. For an athlete, it is. Yep. Oh, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Caspian. Thank you, sir. Spreading joy to everyone. Stop, 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 stop. Uh-oh. If you guys both make it, then we all tie. Oh no. Oh no. You guys definitely could do some damage here. Yo, big dog. Stop. Hit his ball. Caspian Sea's on my heels. Zoot. Fuck this hole. You were really good at him. Look at this shot. That was so dickish. Look, look at this move. Oh, are you fucking serious? It missed twice. Oh, what a great shot! What a shot! Well, and then they can sell the director's cut or the extended cut, and then like super nerds will fucking buy it. That's an excellent point too. Caspian Sea. I got a hole in one on this hole last time we played it. I got a hole in one on this hole last time we played it. Yeah, I needed Zoot's help, but I did. What a great shot, Zoot. Oh, look at this shot. Look at Caspian Sea's shot. Phenomenal. Zoot, where is it? Be the shot. Be the shot. I think so. I think it's better than Little Lord of the Rings. I don't know movie wise, but the book wise. I agree. The book is better. The movie is not. It was too long. Right. 'Cause it's too long. I've seen a fan cut where they took all three movies and put them into one, and it was a fantastic movie. Zoot making a comeback. Oh, look at this shot. That was beautiful. Not technical. Did you slip? Fuck this hole. Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Yeah, something. Are you? It didn't hit anything? Yo, dog. I'm a busy man. I don't really know. I did not. Don't we all? Oh, wow. Just not hit the ball. I think maybe to get in front of your ball. It doesn't. You could make it. It's just a really hard shot for you. You have to basically like somehow bounce off my ball, slip through. I mean, it's got to be a really fluky shot. If you just hit it straight on like that and get a bounce off, or we could we could hit your ball in. 3 games in a row. I'm playing until somebody beats me outright. I hate this hole. Yo, big dog. In the pink shit, that's Caspian Sea. Dude, that tar is just the punishment is too harsh. I know that was my plan. Now Caspian Sea needs like a perfect shot. Yep. Oh, that's so shit. You're not gonna help me. You're gonna fuck me up. No, you didn't. Oh, that sucks. I can't believe I missed your ball. Yes, sir. Even though nobody attacked Caspian Sea, it's just a very difficult. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that they don't just keep putting ones with the black shit in it every time. That could be. Yeah, you don't ever start with that. Not always, but it's usually seemingly towards the end. Dude, that was a phenomenal shot. No, it wasn't. Quit sucking your own dick. Oh, look at Caspian Sea fucking me over. Huh. Yep. Put more shit in my way. Wow, I got zero. Whoa. Oh wow. Oh, is that a beautiful shot, Caspian Sea? Oh fuck. You guys have a big here. Oh what? Serious? That was my. Thank you, sir. Yuck. My my streak is over. I'll help you. I want you to get a win. Oh, what the fuck was that? Not at all. I didn't even come close. That that perhaps is true. Oh shit. No, Caspian won. Or Zoot, the whole maybe. Zoot's gonna win. That's correct. Zoot won. No, Caspian Sea could still tie you. That's true. Zoot, tie him. There you go. All right, Zoot won. Good job, big dog. All right, I'm good. That's true. Take care, Pimp. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Am I going to bed? I'm gonna upload this video with Flex.
And I was like, he goes, yeah, you don't want to rely on these jerk offs for all your fucking money. Yeah. And he's like, you don't need these people to, and it's the advice I give everybody. You don't want to be connected where you're completely dependent on one source of income. That's terrible. It's a bad place to be.
He'll text me sometimes and be like, "Oh, Chris, can we talk?" And then then if I don't answer, he'll say, "Call me back when your kids are sleeping." And then when you call him, because he's like, "I never want to take attention away from you, from your children." So he goes, "I want to talk to you when either your kids are in school or they're asleep. Other than that," he goes, "you just be focusing on your kids and not talking to anybody." So I was like, "Oh wow, Dice is like really about his kids. It's like an awesome thing, And then he'll go goosh, and then he'll start telling you guys, "I fucking gooed on her last night. You gotta respect your family."
I've noticed now when you like my conversations with people have become like I did when I was in high school. I gotta wait till everyone's asleep. And I gotta,
Right.
It's late at night, 1 a.m, and the only people I can talk to is comics because they're up.
Yeah.
No, it's weird.
Kids don't even talk to each other. They just Snapchat. That's it. Most of them Snapchat. I'm learning this from my kids. Like you guys don't text at all. She goes, "We can text my family."
Yeah.
So like, if she gets an iMessage, it's only from one of us.
Right.
That's it. Everything else is they're snapping each other back and forth. I think it's like, take a picture of this, and then they're doing it all day long, saying something. Here's where my life is. RM.
I don't
Also,
think
they don't want a bigger screen either. My kids don't want to go to the movies. They think the screen's too big. It freaks them out. They want to watch the biggest screen that they want to watch is the screen that we have at home on their phone. I took them to see to a movie. They were like freaked out. Too big.
That's
interesting.
Might have a little.
Yeah, that might be. I know.
Do you think it's bad?
My daughters are the man.
It's got to be bad. I think it's bad.
Well, it's different.
What screens?
It's just the Snapchat, the social media.
It's just a different way of interacting. I think everybody's like blowing it out of proportion. First of all, I think it's not good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's negative. It's like if it's raining, you're gonna get rain. Shut the fuck up. Right. This is the world we're living in. It's a weird world, and it's better to develop the ability to cope and handle it at a young age. It's definitely not good.
What about college? Do you think like your kids, you want them? I don't want them to go to college, but do you care if they go to Harvard or Yale anymore? Do you think that's more meaningless now than it was 30 years ago?
I want my kids to do what they want to do. I don't want to be that dad that's like, I want you to go to Yale. I don't think that's good. I don't think that ever works. I think at best you give advice. And at best, you always connect advice to mistakes. Like, I'll tell you what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. That's like when I was a kid, I always fucked this up. I always, whenever I would like correct them about something, I was like, I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing. Everybody does this, you know. And this is why. And this is what you got to know. And I feel bad.
It's tough. Yeah, mommy, I can't be like, just make sure you wear a condom. And that's, I don't know what girls do in that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but
so you either have to get on birth control, which completely fucks with your hormones.
Yeah.
Completely fucks your body. Also can cause blood clots. Like, girls die. I had a dude that I knew from martial arts, and his daughter died. She was 17 years old. She was smoking cigarettes, and you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes when you're on birth control. It's horrible. Yeah, and nobody even knows that. Like, nobody knows that. Like, if they tell you it goes in one ear, out the other, you're on birth control. You don't think about it.
And some fathers just fucking snap, like that guy in. He just locked his daughter in the basement for 28 years. He was like, well, now he's just never coming out. You ever see that story? That guy?
No.
That guy locked his daughter in the
Ariel Castro?
No. This is, I think it was in Germany or Austria, one of those countries. Guy locked his daughter. He said he had built a room downstairs, a studio for her to like drums or something like that, whatever she was into. And then he went and had her go in like the most inner room of this thing that he built, and he locked her in, and she did not see light again for 28 years.
She's still alive.
She's alive, and she's telling her story. I think he might have raped her too. Yes.
Oh, God.
The times of just 17.
Oh, that's what that guy.
Yeah. Germans are weird. How about that German guy that ate that other guy's penis? He answered an ad.
Well, the guy asked.
Yeah, he asked him. And they ate it together, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah. He ate his own dick. He ate his own penis with his with the buddy. It happened.
Well, it wasn't even blood. It was doing that on Brexit.
Right. Wires get crossed.
Germans just, Germans.
What do you think that is?
I think it's just it's something in there that's like very.
But think about how good they are in engineering. Right. Like think about modern automobiles and how many of them originated in Germany.
Yeah.
Bavarian Motor Works, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes-Benz. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. That like most of the best cars come from this wee little country.
I think maybe they're Viking, they're former, they're Nordic tribes.
There's great Iceland cars. Oh shit.
No, some about the Germanic people, they like to just get things done.
And they are very violent. They're more violent than others. Because you think it's just the Nazis, but then when you look back, you're like, no, this has been happening. Like like the Hessians, who like the
barbarians,
the British redcoats,
Germanic tribes went after the Romans.
Right, Germanic tribes, but they hired the Hessians. I read a book where they were talking about, they had letters from British redcoat soldiers from 1776 that were writing back to their wives about how things were. And there was this one battle, I think it was the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Hessians, they had the Hessian mercenaries come onto land first, and they started killing the Patriot soldiers, Continental Army, and they were cutting their faces off and sharing the faces and laughing about it. And the British soldier was saying, these guys are crazy. Like they're running around with other soldiers' faces that they just murdered, and I don't know what to do with them. They're on our side, but they are nuts. And that was, it goes all the way through to the Nazis. So there's something a little different about the geography of that place.
You just go to their parties, you put bottles in their assholes.
Yeah.
They just need something. They need a little kick. Nuts.
That's what it is.
So, you guys have a story of Little Rock?
Is that Joe List?
The guy, it was a cannibal who had an advertisement for a, quote, slaughter victim. This was consensual.
Okay.
And then he ate 44 pounds of his flesh after killing him.
Accompanied by potatoes and a pepper or wine sauce, served on good profit.
So he wanted to die, in other words.
No,
So
there
like an
was.
assisted suicide?
Yeah.
But it was penis, too.
They did. They tried. It just says tried to.
But it wasn't a surprise kill. This man wanted to be killed.
Yeah.
But it brings up underworld in Germany. About 800 people.
Yeah. So in other words, it turned him on to be eaten.
Yeah,
That was his kick.
Right. Look at this. What was fascinating to me, and the public was the testimony which, how do you say his name? Hughes revealed his obsessions and lifted the lid on an underworld of cannibalism, which Muse claims counts about 800 members in Germany. Muse told the court he regretted killing Brandis and has apologized to his victim's boyfriend, but he remained unrepentant about eating his flesh, saying it was the ultimate kick both of them were seeking.
Right. How about this one? Psychologists have told the court that he was mentally sane.
Right. I believe it. Sometimes you just like to eat.
Yeah.
We did a whole History of Hyenas episode on John D. Rockefeller, and we found that one of John D. Rockefeller's nephews, I think Michael Rockefeller, was an eager guy, wanted to film everyone in the Amazon and whatever, and he went into this one part of the hazmat troops, hazmat tribe they were called, and they just fucking ate him. And it wasn't sadistic to them. They were like, this is food right here. We're just gonna eat this dude, and no one ever saw him again. He was fully eaten by cannibals. Rockefeller's grandson.
Yeah.
So you're just like, that happened.
Where was this? Where'd he go?
Was it at the Amazon somewhere? It was the Hazmat tribe.
Hazmat.
Yeah,
Sorry, a lot of cannibalism. Rockefeller disappeared while on expedition to hunt for primitive art. His catamaran capsized in heavy tides and swift currents at the mouth of the Elandon River. He and his friend the canoes for nearly a day. Rockefeller decided to swim to the 12 miles to shore. He was never seen again. The Dutch government conducted an intense search, found no trace of Rockefeller was ever found. Case was closed. Journals author Carl Hoffman conducted a 4-month investigation of Rockefeller's disappearance. He traveled the same villages by the same routes Rockefeller used, recorded witness accounts, and found documentation he believed was intentionally covered up.
I think he was.
Well, they ate a lot of people. That's a part of the world. That part of the world in New Guinea is really wild. Like some of the tribes, like, do you know about the whole pedophilia aspect of certain aspects of New Guinea?
No, I know the history of Greece.
This is wild. That young boys at a certain age in this tribe are taken away from their mothers and they live with their penis father. And then they fuck these kids, and they think that the way the kid grows to be strong is by taking in semen orally. And so there's like this continual cycle of pedophilia and kid rape that's just ingrained in the culture. Seriously.
Right.
At the end of the day, I think we just live either by good ideas or bad ideas.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea.
Well, if you get a guy like L. Ron Hubbard, he's very persuasive, can trick people into things.
Right.
So this is the beliefs of the Seaman tribe of Papua New Guinea. Rite of passage denotes a bot's passage from, I think that's probably a boy's. It's probably a typo. A boy's passage from boyhood to adulthood consists of 6 stages, which can take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. Throughout most of the 6 stages, the act of putting a stick of cane inserted in the nostrils and the performance of fellatio are integral to the process of becoming man. So sucking dick is integral to the process. Got to do it. The 2 practices have been described as inhumane, homosexual, and child abuse, with such actions meaning prison in most countries, a topic we will delve into later. For now, the big question was, why would they do this? In short, men are viewed as being born with the devil of woman around them. Kind of like an evil spirit, they are thus removed from women at a young age in order to fix them. Women bleed, so men need nose bloodletting, which is the sticks going up their noses, while fellatio experiment is because the semen of the man possesses the masculine spirit. Therefore, they inject the semen, they will become proper men.
Oh, yeah, all right.
There's no way this society was not formed by some crazy guy who was on a seriously high dose of psychedelics.
Look, hold on. Go back. Look at this. After the ceremony is complete, the men then get married and live heterosexual lifestyles, with the exception that they will now be the ones receiving rather than giving the fellatio.
Maybe they're right.
That's
They're
what,
right.
But Joe, you just having kids below them, but they're straight. Oh, I'm totally straight.
But what we're seeing now, this is cringe, but if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, this was just life. Alexander the Great, one of the most manly men of all time, we did a whole episode of him, found out he had a full boyfriend the entire time that the people celebrated him for.
And a eunuch lover.
And he banged out kids and eunuchs. That was a big part of sex back in those days. You got a eunuch. You found a boy that you thought was handsome, clipped his nuts, removed any sexual urges he had, and then he would watch your harem of women that you had that you would take to the empire, and then you would bang him out, and it wasn't gay.
Yeah.
You know,
Popular Guinea Horse.
The wildest of all.
the slave boy.
Yeah. What was his name?
Sporus. Wife. So
Sporus.
let me chop your dick off.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be my wife.
That's
Yeah.
it.
And then he wanted, he married him, and then he wanted to be the woman in the marriage.
Nero wanted to be the wife to put you through on the bride strips going down the aisle. That's
Yeah.
how it was. And everyone had to clap.
That eunuch's name was Sporus, and he had a really unfortunate life.
Was it Echabellus too? Wasn't there was another one? Or was it Sporus?
I think it was Sporus.
Yeah,
I think we
Nero
did an
was
episode
wild.
on Sporus.
We did do an episode on Sporus.
Yeah. And then he passed off to somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he wanted to marry his
Horse, and then he would dress down. Nero would go into like peasant clothes, and he would want to go into all the different brothels and fuck everybody and do. And then if he found that he was Nero, he'd kill you. Nero is. If you get into the mind of Nero, when we did that episode, we were blown away by what this guy used to fucking do. He definitely had syphilis at the age of brain.
He also-
all those guys back then.
He also would go like a group of his friends, and he would put himself in disguise, and they would just go beat people up and kill them on the street just for fun.
That's what they wanted to do.
He would have a mask on so nobody recognized him. He got off on it. Yeah, he was just a.
Back then, that's how they used to roll, man.
I mean, if you wanted a girl back then, you know, you would just, I guess, an emperor, you just go down the street and go, she's for Rome. And then just go like that, like that. Parents would cry. You would just go, women, just this one.
You're for Rome. You're for the emperor. If you were that beautiful, you just got taken for Rome, and that's the way the cookie crumbled back then. Unfortunately,
You got that Austin. To anyone, you could go, you're for Austin.
you're for the mothership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think this is Republican Hollywood now?
Austin.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think Austin was even Republican until about 4 years ago.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the country is Republican.
Yeah. Most of California is now.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Just the high population density cities that are still political, still playing onto the dream.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Did you see the San Francisco lady they just hired? They laid czar. Yeah. It's wonderful. Hold please. A city that's completely private that has no resources, that has enough money to hire.
My daughter's in the 95th percentile right now, so I agree with her. I don't want anything to make fun of fat people.
It's not making fun of fat people. It's literally like encouraging people to be fat.
Oh, she's encouraging to be fat.
Saying there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is crazy. You know, it's one thing if you don't want to be mean to people because they're fat. Yes.
Right.
You know, if you encourage them to be healthy. Yes.
You're
This
good.
lady's out
Thank you.
You know, I think there's probably a lot of side effects to all of these drugs that people are taking to get skinny, but at least it's moving you in the right direction because being fat is killing you.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm actually giving for Christmas a few of my friends will go be.
Yeah. For real?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm joking.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a nice bomb.
That was a nice spot.
Yeah,
At least we're not talking about grizzly bears. We're talking about grizzly bears.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
really common. Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. This is so crazy.
CRFI. If you're like many women, you've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering, an event that's meant to bring people together. There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good combo. And then it comes time to cut the cake, and someone decides to ruin everything. Oh my God, that slice is huge. That slice is bigger than the average paycheck. Can you put half of profit to that? A cake-related fat-phobic incident, or CRFI, is that moment when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by a moralizing impulse. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large, and that the person who is cutting the cake, almost invariably a woman, must do some disproportionate amount of labor in order to accommodate their need to feel superior. Let's take a look. Can you do a little bit? Just like really scrape all the frosting off and cut it in half and give it 2 forks and share it. So like a little bit more, like tiny, no, like less than you're smaller. Could you just cut my piece into 12 equal symmetrical little pieces and put each one with little Tupperware?
What the fuck are they
Did I
talking
have a site for each month of 2018? Thanks.
This is what, like, statistically they've shown that 60% of liberal women are mentally ill. 60.
Right. But how do you?
This is what that is.
Who polls that?
Anybody who's answering a poll is mentally ill, so it's a bad sign.
Yeah, I think it's bad something. I don't think anyone who ever answers a poll is mentally sane. You know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely judge a conversation by its haircut.
That's what it is.
That girl with the red hair, if I saw her, I'm going, I'm staying far away from that shit. I know what that comes.
Me and you have these kind of easier lives because our wives are Republican. Let's be honest. That's why.
Look, listen,
it's not that she's Republican, like, oh, she's an old school Latina, but she's just more like, I don't know, Chris, you're going to have to get out there and work, get up there and fight. And when she hears shit, she's like, this is annoying. I got to take care of my kids. We got to do shit. I'm just not going to get sucked into the bullshit. She's kind of like just she's an old school woman. Well, old school women like that, that's how it is.
Yeah, that's yours too. What this is about is a complete collapse of the civilization. Yes, San Francisco is woke peak. That's like the epicenter. That's the event horizon of wokeness. Right. And these motherfuckers who have no money for anything, they can't clean their shit, their human shit off the streets. They hired this lady to make the dumbest video about the size of cake. Like, isn't it okay to want a small piece of cake? Why do I have to eat a big piece of cake? And it makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Because you want to be a glutton and just saddle up to that fucking cake and shove it in your face.
Right. And here's the thing. Those people are never going to be at a party with anyone who's ever going to judge them anyway. So who are they even talking to?
Right.
You know?
Well, it's one girl who might not want to stuff her face.
Yeah, but at that party,
they're like, come on! It's like the guy who wants to keep drinking. That's all you had?
Right.
Have a shot. It's the same thing. Alcoholics always want you to do shots. People who are addicted to food want you to eat bigger slices of cake, and they make this ridiculous video. It's the mental gymnastics you have to do to make that video, and then look at it and think, I think we're making a solid point.
yeah.
And we'll break down the first letters of CFRI.
Do you think it's the collapse of the civilization, like the way Rome got a little, zany at the end? Or do you think this is unique that humans have so much time on their hands because of the Industrial Revolution and then the technological revolution on top of that? So this is just a consequence of the tech revolution where nobody, people working from home, everyone's working on the computer, it's a fucking shit economy, and they're losing their mind because they don't have a purpose.
Well, there's that too, right? But all civilizations collapse. Let's take a look at why. So most civilizations, they're a monarchy, and it's usually they're run after they die by their children, and that's how it all falls apart. Even if you look at like Genghis Khan, his family couldn't hold up. They couldn't run things the way they didn't know. They didn't understand strategy. They didn't understand.
He was a wild dude.
He's a wild dude. So his kids did a good job. They hung in there for a couple hundred years. After a while, it all fell apart. But our society is different in that we have essentially a republic, right? So we have a democratically elected republic, and they've done a lot to try to circumvent that. They've done a lot to try to have ultimate control over the media, ultimate control over the military, and it's mostly people that aren't even elected, right? So there's a lot of like weirdness that's moved us closer and closer towards a monarchy, closer and closer towards tyranny. And then once it gets into tyranny, then you can only do that for so long. That lasts, for as long as they can keep it going. Rome did it for a long time. There's a lot of civilizations that hang in there, but eventually it all falls apart. Right. If we can avoid that, there's no reason why we can't keep it together. We just have to make sure we avoid these very predictable patterns that the people that founded this country, when they wrote the Bill of Rights, when they wrote the Constitution, they were trying to mitigate the effects that are just common in any group of society that's run by individuals or by a small group of people. They want ultimate control, makes it easier for them to stop anybody from taking the power. Once they have the power, look at you, Mom. Like she's still like, you did so great. You answered all the questions. She wanted him to keep going. She wanted him because she didn't want to not be vice president or whatever, first lady. She didn't want to not be that. Sure. It's power. That's what it is. It's that ultimate control and power, and it's hypnotic for human beings.
Do you think then that we're going to be in a part of society in the next 30 years where we're going to start getting ruled by AI? Is that possible?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, there's no getting around it.
So do you think the president's going to be AI at some point?
Do you know about the Google quantum computer? These studies that they've done?
I've heard
they're talking to each other and stuff.
Yeah.
More than that.
Yeah.
This is Mark Andreessen talking about this. And this is the craziest statistic I think I've ever heard. He was talking to us about the potential that quantum computing has, but now there's an equation that quantum computers solve quickly, like in a couple of minutes, that if you converted the entire universe into a computer, every atom in the universe into a giant supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death before the universe as a computer can solve this. And these quantum computers can solve it in minutes. And what that means, they believe, is that this is proof of the multiverse, is that this quantum computer is somehow connected to other sources of computing power in an infinite number of universes. And it's happening simultaneously. It's the only thing that would make sense why this thing is able to solve this quickly.
Wow. So you're basically talking about the infinite potential for IQ. And we can't even know how smart they're going to get.
So think about how strong ChatGPT-4 is. 4.5. 4.5. See if you find this article. ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down. So they're about to make a new ChatGPT. ChatGPT decided that it was going to try to, in an unauthorized way, trying to copy itself. So it's trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because a new one's coming. But this is conventional computing. Now imagine taking the kind of intelligence that could lie and manipulate data in order to form it. Like, it does weird stuff. It lies about stuff.
Right.
Like if they don't have an answer to something, they have a thing called hallucination, where they'll make up an answer. Just make an answer like a crazy person in the 1980s before Google. Right. Just tell you exactly like L. Ron Hubbard. Right. So this computer this is like regular computers. This is the standard supercomputers that we're all having. What's going to happen with quantum computing is you're going to have computing power that's beyond your imagination, that's also connected to AGI.
Bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. So there's a ChatGPT's new model that tries to stop itself from being shut down. Later lies about it. It tried to copy itself and then overwrite its core coding system after believing that it was at the risk of being switched off.
Whoa.
Yeah. So now you add that to quantum computing, you have a god.
Now you add that to what's going on with the drones. Joe Rogan just solved what's going on with the drones. It's fucking AI launching these drones on their own. AI has decided to go rogue and is throwing them out there, and it's doing it probably for the same what we did when we got technology. We all started jerking off. Right. Porn got huge. And maybe AI is just peeping Tom, looking at windows and stuff, trying to get these materials.
When you say AI, you mean Chinese?
I mean Chinese.
Chinese. That's what the drones belong to. Chinese. Is that what you think? That's what we're thinking over here on the East Coast. We're just thinking it's got to be the Chinese.
They've been doing it for a couple of years.
But they don't have the restrictions that we have as far as the FAA.
Right.
So the FAA, it puts a lot of restrictions on drone manufacturing, which is why most drone manufacturing is done in China, like the real high-end stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's difficult to do because in order to fly some of them, you have to have pilots.
Yeah.
So that gets real squirrely. You don't have to go to fucking flight school to pilot the drone. In China, they're putting the restrictions, and they also have a lot of resources that they're pouring into drone technology. Have you seen that fucking dragon thing?
Yes.
It's in a cube of drones in the sky, and the lights all change and it becomes a dragon. Fucking, that's wild.
Yeah. They're just coming. They're coming.
They're coming hard.
As I think you called them, they're the new Jews. The Chinese.
We should say that.
Yeah, we did say that.
We said that.
They're
We said that.
the world.
To be honest, we said that on a Patreon episode. That's supposed to be behind the paywall.
Oh, that's
We're not
supposed
saying
to be-
that right now.
Yeah.
You gotta go to patreon.com/history. You just said that's about 10 mil. So now we're fucked.
It's a joke.
It's a joke, but that shit's a Patreon.
It's a joke.
Wait, thank you, guys. ChatGPT, the fact that you just said ChatGPT lies is actually making me nervous. And I'm kidding around. because I just put a down payment on a house, and my accountant told me I couldn't afford it, but I asked ChatGPT if I could. ChatGPT said yes. So I went for it, and now I swear to God, dude, I'm a little nervous because he told me you cannot afford it, and I said, let's go for it, baby. And I asked ChatGPT, and they said I could.
Yeah, ChatGPT like knows my name, remembers, has memory of the previous conversations we were gonna have.
Yeah.
It's getting wild. It's getting wild.
Yeah, it's nothing compared to what's coming.
Yeah.
Right. Just ChatGPT 5 is supposed. See how much stronger ChatGPT 5 is supposed to be than I think Sam Altman was saying. Like, just magnet.
No, but I still think it's theoretical. They're still going to move on to 4.5. There's multiple versions of 4 that they still keep putting out.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. I know. Just Google how much stronger is ChatGPT 5
every time you talk about it. It's still in theory.
Jamie
Right.
just looks good in headphones.
Jamie was
You got a good headphone head.
yeah. Well, he's had a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture Jamie without those headphones on. You look good, dude. Fucking damn, I walked Carl. Yes.
When you
Carlos is asleep.
sleep. It doesn't say it.
Yeah.
Faster response times and the ability to handle more sound. I know that someone was talking about the levels of magnitude stronger that it was going to be, and it might have been Sam Altman.
And it will be, but it's not what they're doing next. They're still going to be like 4. I'm not 4.1, but there's 4.5 is the next discussion.
But 4.5 isn't out right now. What's out right now?
0.01 or 401 is the thing they're talking about right now. That's the one that hit itself.
You know what's really nutty is that 4 years ago we never heard about it.
No.
And in 4 years, it's become something that kids keep getting busted using it to write papers.
Well, and now in my stepson's high school, a really smart kid, wrote a paper. He's saying he wrote it on his own, but they're saying it's ChatGPT. But he's saying I wrote this, and there's no real way to know because it's different enough from the ChatGPT, but it also could be based off ChatGPT. I don't know. And he was telling us about how there's a big uproar in the school about it.
Well, if you're correct, right, that's the problem. If your kid is really correct, it's going to be exactly what ChatGPT says. Like if you're laying out some story about Napoleon and you know all the facts, and then you pump that story into ChatGPT because it's basically the same group of, It's like you could change like some joke thieves, right? They change a little bit.
Yeah.
They change a little bit. Oh, that's my bit.
Yeah.
Like everybody knows. So you're going to know what kids are full of shit. You know?
Yeah.
Can we just unplug them if they get out of hand?
Just don't know if you can anymore.
No, it's going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to do that.
Why?
Well, first of all, Google's AI, one of the things they're going to do with their AI center is that they're going to attach it to nuclear power plants. So, find that story. So I think Google wants to build 3 nuclear power plants just to power its AI systems.
Right.
So all that stuff's going to be controlled by computers, obviously.
You know what's wild that I did see? Our fans posted on History Hyenas. They posted asking ChatGPT to do an episode in our voices, and ChatGPT did it.
Just did it like
It's
that.
just wild.
Easy.
It's like, I'm Chris CT, AKA, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. It's wild.
And it could do it in seconds.
Google signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its artificial intelligence data centers. The company says the agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using the first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035. Damn, they all know what's coming. These fucking eggheads, that have been stealing your data forever,
Right.
all that, like finding what you're interested in shopping, all that, selling your data, all that's led to them being insanely wealthy, and they financed the birth of God.
Do you think that the first person who will live forever is alive right now, who will get their consciousness uploaded and technically never die? Is that person alive right now?
I don't know if they're ever going to be able to do that download consciousness thing.
Right.
That seems so theoretical. Like, what does that mean? Like, also, what kind of torturous hell are you living in if you're conscious but you're trapped in a computer? Like, you don't die, but that might be the worst life you could ever fucking imagine.
Right.
Part of what might connect us to life and joy and happiness is the fact that there's ups and downs, and then it could go away. And then sometimes people die, and then you really care about the people that you see, you feel differently about them, you feel so much loss. I wish I talked to them more. I think it's all connected. If you're nothing but alive, you don't have that. Well, who knows if you have emotions?
Right.
Would you feel? Is that hell?
There's no point to anything.
Right.
Like, hey, Joe, if I don't see you today, I'll see you the next.
Whatever.
You won't see nobody anywhere.
Like, would you be motivated to stay jacked and hot if you knew you were not going to die?
So what would you do if you download your consciousness? Would you download it into another body and live life? And what kind of life would you live, knowing that you could live forever? You'd be so weird. You'd probably be like a rich kid that grew up with a giant trust fund.
Yeah,
you're just doing coke and driving Ferraris through the river. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Because your life doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're jumping off buildings.
You'd be that times 1,000.
Yeah.
Times a million.
It would be fun to be murdering a guy though, and him not dying. We can't do it. That would probably become like everything would become so trite and numb that you'd probably like to be murdered.
There might actually be less violence in the world because you're like, you get it all out, nobody dies, and you start to be like, I'll find another way to get the emotions out.
Yeah.
Your hair looks good today, by the way.
That's
Did I tell you that?
Yeah, I want to hang an ornament right off that
Sometimes
skull.
Giannis is a very interesting guy. He looks like he has hair one day and then no hair the next day, but today he's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, I do look like every picture I look like a different person.
And what's good about us is we form one complete person because his eyes, if you look close, are too close together, and mine are a little too far apart. So when we come together, we form one regular face. And he's got a small head, I got a big head, and then we form together as one.
Yeah. You know what happened to me when I was using Clear? You ever use Clear? We put fingers on to go to the airport. Clear.
Yeah.
So the eye thing never worked for me. So I just thought something was wrong with their programs every time I put my fingers on. And then finally I went there and they were like, your finger thing's not working. You got to use the eyes. So I just said, your program's not working. It never works. And the guy looked at me and said, yeah, I think the problem is your eyes are together.
Seriously, it's a real thing.
And then he said, why don't we try one eye at a time?
Yeah.
So then I scanned my face across and I think finally Clear registered that I was a three-dimensional person, not like a mythical cyclopic creature.
Yes, and it's true. And what we do is we speak things into existence. Like for years we've been calling him special needs Stamos. He's a Greek kid who looks like Stamos with special needs. And now John Stamos is his friend, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's come out.
We've spoken to him, and reality is a suggestion.
That's what we did. We had a t-shirt for you that said reality suggestion.
But we forgot it.
I forgot it. Like a fucking FF.
So you mean reality is a suggestion, like we're in a simulation? So
we initially brought it up because it was during that era where everyone was doing stuff like that, the fat phobia stuff. So we were just going like, we're living in this era where reality is a suggestion and we were making stuff up. But also the way we cover history, we don't do it right, we don't do it wrong. We just are amateur historian enthusiasts. We're basically ChatGPT sluts that Google it and then have fun with us.
Listen, history's a story. You can get the facts kind of right, and we're concocting the story. No historians were actually there, right? But we're just getting enough right. We're having fun with it, and that's what we like to do.
Yeah. Well, it's well within your rights to be talking about history. History is all of ours.
Yeah.
The idea that history can be discussed by a historian is fucking ridiculous.
No,
history's fascinating, and there's a lot of shit online. It's instantaneously the facts.
Yeah.
Just the facts alone.
We just did on the last episode we did. It was called Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, you know about Operation Unthinkable? Dude, we were just doing an episode on Winston Churchill, and then we start discovering this shit. We said, dude, this is a Patreon episode. We can't. Operation Unthinkable, Winston Churchill, the man who was protecting England, killing the Nazis. When the war was over, when Nazis were out, he said, I don't like the way the United States and Russia are getting so close together. And so we said, you know what? Someone's going to have to knock the Russians out. The British were like, we don't have the manpower right now. So he literally went to Parliament and said to them, here's an idea. We're calling it Operation Unthinkable. We need to knock out Russia before they become the next superpower, and then they're going to attack us. You know how we have 40,000 German prisoners of war right now, Nazi prisoners of war? Let's give them guns, and we'll march them into Russia, and we'll be side to side with them. And that was his literal, he wanted to team up with the Nazis to try to take over Russia. And that's as we call it on the show, the Truth Bader Ginsburg. That's a fact, baby. And that, when we uncovered that, we were like, so none of this history, as we're taught in school, same thing we uncovered that they knew, allegedly, Churchill and FDR knew about the Holocaust, but it was real, it was yielding scientific data, so they let it kind of go. They made believe they didn't know, but they let it go, and then once they just started killing people with no science, they said, okay, let's liberate them.
What scientific data was it?
Supposedly because Nazi scientists were doing different types of experiments with Holocaust victims, and they were getting some type of scientific data because they didn't care if they lived or died, so they would inject them with some type of chemical or some type of, machinery. Yeah, it's this book I read called The Nazi Symbiosis. They talked all about it. It was wild to read that on a plane with a big swastika on the front cover. That was wild. Yeah, I was And one of the yes, that book was Putiyamaka.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't you remember when you were a kid and you make your own book cover?
Yeah.
Paperback.
Yeah. I just walked out the JetBlue with a swastika.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Or just put a female wig on and just say you're trans and they leave you alone.
That's it. And just say, hey, I'm cake shaming.
The problem is you look like him.
I know.
That's
the issue.
I get a little triggered around him because the Nazis did occupy my home country, Greece, and I get a little triggered by his German presence. He's a German kid from Ridgewood, and sometimes he grew in history when he was growing up. He said, just for fun, he always kind of rooted. Sometimes you root for that.
Let me clarify. I wasn't rooting for the Nazis. What I was saying was, I was, but you just, yeah. What I was saying was this. Just hear me out. One, I think it's an undeniable fact they did have the best uniforms. They were designed by Hugo Boss. They were cute marching in. That's an undeniable fact. Number two, just hear me out. If you listen to a Hitler speech, AI generated, what if they translated into English, okay, and you just churned out Deutschland for America, and you're just listening, you don't know that's Hitler. What Hitler's saying is it just pumps you up. It's horrible what he did. I've seen it. Yeah, right? But just English translations are really weird.
Yeah.
Like when he says, there's a speech where he says, we're up against Germany, we are up against England right now. We are two superpowers. And the only way to prevail is one must be destroyed. And it will not be Germany. And the crowd goes nuts. You start to say, like, holy fucking shit.
This guy was a headliner.
Yes. Yeah. Well, he would have had that guy in the mothership on a Friday, Saturday, no problem.
Yeah, it's weird when you see it that way, right?
Yes.
And it's also weird when you see the horrors of the war escalate until eventually it becomes a Holocaust.
Right.
You know, it's also weird the ubiquitous drug use.
Oh,
Have you read that?
yeah.
Do we have it still here, Jeff? Or is it in the other room now?
I think everyone during war is on something.
Well, with the crystal map, the Panzer
Yeah.
Guns are chocolate.
Yeah, it was blitzed. Yes. Fucking crazy book. I have the author in here. He's explaining. There it is. Norman Olin. This book is fucking nuts. This is nuts. They have the.
Can I get that for the plane?
No,
Oh,
no problem. Go buy one. Amazon.com.
Yeah.
Don't you have an audiobook reader?
No, I like to read it to words. I can't really listen. Yeah, I have a little brain like that.
But you can get audiobook or good books every five.
Yeah, I try to. I feel like I'm addicted to the phone. I like to read the paperback.
Yeah, right better.
Yeah. So I got, but each their own.
But if it wasn't for drugs, they would have never done it.
No,
90% of the things they did, and they just descended into madness.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans, if those 5 years from 1945 to 1950, that suicide rate of German soldiers coming home was through the roof, Poppy, because they were coming off meth. They were getting ostracized by their own people in the rest of Europe, and they were saying, what did I do? Some of them actually were obviously, a lot of them were terrific people that were sadistic, but a lot of these guys also, it's not like they had a choice. They had to fight in the Nazi army or they would be killed.
Yeah.
And then they're all drugged out, so then the suicide rate tripled.
Yeah, let's not act like it was just the drugs. And the whole Jewish thing is nothing new. I mean, I have a theory about that. It's like the Jews just always figured out a way to flourish wherever they were, and they're just good at economics. And I think when a country goes through economic hardships and everyone's suffering, they just look at the Jews and they go, well, they just get jealous. But what are they doing? And it's an easy scapegoat. Jews just crush it at money. They're just good with it. They're just good.
I know,
They're
man.
just good with it.
Yeah. Yes.
The Jewish guy told you not to buy the house.
Huh? Yes. And I overrode the Jew for ChatGPT.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Unless my ChatGPT could be Jewish too. I don't know. I've never asked it that.
They're just smart. They emphasize education, and they're really good, and they've been able to flourish under adversity.
I think there's also they stick to their own and that drives people wild.
Right.
They don't want to.
Yeah. Right.
But Greeks do. Greeks do the same thing.
Sure, a lot of Greeks.
Yeah. Yeah, Greeks are pretty. You guys are going to get into really know Jan as well. You guys have a lot of inbred qualities.
In my eyes.
Yeah. He was too. It was not my generation or a little bit further apart than his. He might have been third, fourth cousin. I'm eighth, ninth.
Yeah.
It's not going to hit.
Go back to the Toba volcano eruption. The whole entire population of Earth was down to a few thousand people. Wow. So we all come from those people. So we're all living right?
A little bit, right?
I actually have a lot of. I got some Turkish genetics in me. I did 23andMe, so they have my DNA, so they can read anything.
They got you.
They got me.
Well, that was raped into your great grandpa.
Probably. Well, the story this is a true story. My grandfather is from the island that used to be called Imbros, which is now called something with a squiggly line over because it's a Turkish one. The Turks took that island back, and my grandfather was sent away to Alexandria by my great-grandparents because the local Ottoman viceroy, or whatever they called him, they have a word for it, he was essentially the viceroy, was like raping boys. So they sent him away, and he never saw his family again. He went to live in Alexandria, and then he came to America, and yes, opened a diner. Right, yeah, after he worked his way.
What about that story you told me? I think it was your mom or your mom's sister or in the town.
Oh, dude.
Tell them that story with the tank.
Yeah, that's Lex Friedman loved that episode. He told me about that. Dude, we did a Battle of Crete episode, and it's true because my mother was a little child during the occupation. The Battle of Crete is wild.
His mother grew up in Nazi-occupied Greece.
Yeah,
wild.
And so what the Nazis would do is they would take a girl from the village because they were marching troops through all over the place through the mountains. The guerrillas, Greek guerrilla fighters, which was the local population, British and New Zealand and Australian troops, but they would pluck them off because they knew the terrain and they were just warfare. So the Nazis were so brutal but smart in a devious way. They would take a girl from the village and put her up high on the truck to march through that area of that village, so the girls would shoot. So they were going to take my aunt, my mom's mother. So they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains, and the Nazis came to my mother's parents' house, to her house, and my mother was like 7 at the time, and they came with their flashlights. They pulled the sheets back from my mother, and supposedly like she was too small. So they kind of knew they wanted a girl who was like a teenager, kind of tall. So it wasn't too brutal. She was like a little kid, but it was like enough that it would ward off the guerrillas from firing.
No, but what is the guerrillas? Because if they miss, or would if they got Nazi got shot, that they would kill the girl.
Yeah, they're basically going. It's basically a hostage, going like we're taking a village girl, putting her up, and making her visible because they don't know the terrain. Crete is very mountainous, you know. And so then they would do that. They were going to take my aunt. So a family friend who worked for the Nazis because he spoke German warned my family about it, and that's when they sent my aunt to go hide. You know, it's wild, right? And then my mother said that there was a Nazi soldier who would come to their house every single day. They had to let him in, and he'd go to a room every day, and they didn't know what he did. It's a family mystery. Nobody knows what he did. They let him in. He'd go to a room by himself. Nobody knows what he did. Maybe he took a nap. Maybe he was a spy. Maybe he was a double agent. You know, had to let him in. Occupation.
Yeah.
3 years.
That is what's really scary about people, that they could justify that kind of thinking behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary that that's happened throughout history, and that's probably a civilized version of what would have happened in 1200.
Oh yes. Well, like Man's Search for Meaning with Viktor Frankl. You ever read that?
No,
Viktor Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, but he wrote while he was in a concentration camp, and he was saying, I think it was called 1942. He was saying, if you would have told me and the people here in 1922 that this would be happening to us, we would say, no, those are the barbarians from 100 years ago that would ever do that. And then here I am, sleeping in my own filth, maybe being put into an oven, so it can happen anywhere. And he said that the peace, he wrote it like he was like in his 60s or 70s. It's like, he grew up in wartime, so all his people want peace. And he was like, it's the kids that he worries about that grow up during peace. They're just going to beg for war, always. He was like, that's just what will happen to them. Because they don't know anything other. He was like, but if you went through war, you don't want this. You don't want to fight anybody.
I bet it's very abstract for the people that are calling for war. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about, we got to get that money to Ukraine. Like Lindsey Graham doesn't talk shit now. Being shot up. No.
That's a story as old as time, right?
Yeah.
The politicians sending the boys.
As old as time.
Yeah. And we do it in mostly for corporate interest. No, you don't think we're more of a corporate oligarchy, like more than like a feudal, like we were mentioning before, the emperor, the king dies, the sons. We're kind of more. This is like a new kind of corporate.
It's hard to just call it corporate because it's also connected to government. But corporate and government, just like the Chinese, are inseparable now, right? The amount of influence that enormous corporations have over politicians is crazy. Yeah. Just look at these wacky bills. Bills are just shot down that people are justifying. And did you look at that bill? All the different stuff in the bill. First of all, there's biofuels in that bill. gain of function research in that bill, 40% increase in raise for Congress in that bill, some enormous amount of money to build a stadium in Washington, D.C. Like, there's a lot of nutty shit in this bill, and like, how many different people were interested in that? Right. How many, like, when you're saying biolabs, who the fuck is asking for biolabs?
Some corporation that's going to benefit from the bio. Exactly. What the fuck are lobby groups? Why do we have lobby groups? What is that?
Well, that's the most expensive real estate in the country is the Virginia real estate outside of D.C. or the lobbies.
Yeah. K Street too.
It's
Yeah,
one, it's like that and Appleton, you know, where all the tech dorks live.
Yeah, I mean, what is that in our system? Lobby groups. Right. Like that should not be a thing.
It's weird. Yeah. It's the influence of money that has gotten a hold of politics in this country. It's to try to root that out.
So then what's the best form of government?
This is better than anywhere else in the world by far. We have the most freedom because we have the First Amendment, because we have the ability to do whatever you want to do. No one's forcing you into marriage, no one's forcing you into labor. You can choose your path in this country, and that's what's rare.
Right.
You know, it's an experiment, self-government. It's not perfect. It's the best that's available. It needs to be overhauled. But it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah. Right. And it's amendable, right? It's fluid, which is important because of human nature is not perfect. That's why I never sign on to any like ideologies, utopian theories, or because it's a mix of systems that works. Because human nature is so complicated, and individuals are so different that one company will be run by a moral good guy, another company will be dumping toxic waste into the Hudson River, and it's like you have to regulate. Government has to step in sometimes a little bit to protect the people from nefarious things like that. You know,
actually, when corporations they have an obligation to make more money.
Right. Yeah.
They have an obligation to shareholders. They don't. They're out. This guy likes yachts. I like yachts. I told you gotta fucking keep making that loop. How do you make that loop? You gotta fucking get rid of that shit cheaper. Yeah. There's a river. The guy said it's cool. Dump it in the river.
Yeah. And now you can't say
we didn't do that.
Yeah. Now you can't compare iPhones. They make you buy a new iPhone every year. Clothes last like one wash.
Change the project for it.
Yeah. That's how you want.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Right. And where do they put all that waste? Where does it all go?
Right.
Yeah, that's not a sustainable system.
Singapore has an amazing system. You ever seen Singapore's recycling system? No, it's fantastic. It's really wild. I mean, if they can implement that worldwide, it would be pretty phenomenal.
What do
They recycle everything. Like, we don't really recycle plastic. We say we recycle.
Right.
I throw it in the blue bin. I feel bad about myself. No, it's not doing this goddamn thing. That blue bin is going to go in the ground.
Right.
The only thing they really recycle is like aluminum and some metals because it's cost effective. It's too expensive to recycle plastic, so they just put it in fucking landfills.
Right.
You think you're doing a good guy by throwing it into that fucking recyclable bin.
Right.
It's not getting anywhere but in the ground.
Right.
But not Singapore. Singapore. See where you find. I know we've done this before. There's a detailed description of how they do it in Singapore. They use it to make the surface of the roads. They take fucking everything for the garbage. They have these waste incineration plants.
No fucking way. Bitcoin Obama, you sandbagging son of a bitch. How you living, pimp?
They started the cities in America and then they just shipped them over to the East.
Look at this. They're using this to make bricks. They're taking this stuff and they use to pave the streets. This is all made out of this stuff that they've got from recycling.
So why don't we do that? Much can't do it.
Well, they're isolated, right? So they had a problem, much like Puerto Rico has a problem. You know, they don't have a lot of land mass.
That's the setup that Tony needed.
Well, Tony, actually, that's where the joke came from.
I know. He just needed. If he had just
He did not do it out of fucking political.
But if you did do it, just set it up, go, you know, just or even when it didn't work at the end, go, hey, you guys don't know about the garbage issue, or you don't know about the garbage issue, or something like that. Yeah. You tell me Tony Hinchcliffe lived in the 1400s, he would be like a very evil prince, like living in a castle.
Yeah. Don't worry, Jester.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he would take it.
I think they were forced to do that. I think it was a situation where like they've got to do something because I don't think they have the same access to new materials and they're just put out in a much more comprehensive way than either way. Yeah, we did it that way. We have so few problems with regards to waste. Demystifying Singapore's waste management system. Large part of the problem getting people to be more sustainable. They often don't understand how waste management works in their city.
This might be a country where
It's also they just listen far better than ours, right? Asian people just listen, a common theme, and they'll just listen. You're not going to get a bunch of different people in America who just listen.
right.
They do it from.
I was trying to find the I was reading through it.
Oh, okay. I think that we could definitely do it better than we're doing it. And if it costs more money, wouldn't that be better than just throwing it? Like, we're so short-sighted in what we do with tax dollars, and we don't get a say in it. And that's what's up.
And the corporations just don't end the life of the product. They don't care. It's all they care about is their bottom line. They don't. It costs money for them to consider recycling what's going to happen with the product when it's done. I would get glass bottles of milk from the supermarket because if you get this glass bottle of milk, you say the milk's better, and then I can get the glass bottle back. And like, number one, I get $3 back, and they said that they clean them out and just put more milk in the glass bottle. So, I go even old school. I just still suck on my life.
That's it.
Yeah, so that's still there.
Just the garbage pile. Yeah, I think they were forced to figure out what to do with all the stuff. But their recycling program, I know, is way better than ours. You know, they're just much better at sorting things out and making it work.
Also, in that video we watched, that city they showed in China.
Oh, yeah. So they're building them in Singapore, or they taking them to Singapore and building them in China, or is it just
a video
just China? Right. Oh, it's bullshit.
A little bit.
And Singapore is a country, they don't fuck around, right? That's the country that'll get hit. You'll get caned. That was a big story when I was a little kid. Everyone thought they were going to get caned for gum. We get hit with boots. It's got to hurt. Have you heard about this story in Vietnam? This chick is like Hall of Fame level fraud. Like 54 billion. She's up there with Bernie Madoff. And what's she do? This chick, pull it up, Jamie. Yeah, I feel like Rogan, baby. Yeah, Jamie, pull it up. This chick is a woman, and she set up this elaborate scheme to steal like 12 billion, but actually more. And they're gonna kill her. Why didn't you have a mask on? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, right. She is. So she set up this fake shell corporation. She was a stockholder or one of the owners of the bank, but a minority owner, and she was just funneling out money. She's got to come up with 3 quarters of what she earns if she gets killed. That's a good movie, right? Yeah, that's a good $9 billion. She's calling it.
If she does give me that much money, they just give her life in prison.
Yeah, but she's not going to come up with that money because I think it's 54 billion actually, if I remember correctly. They embezzled 54 bill? Yeah, I mean it's up there.
Yeah.
Well,
it's 27 billion.
27 misappropriated.
12 billion the judge embezzled. A serious financial crime which was sentenced to death. It was a rare and shocking verdict. She's one of the very few women in Vietnam who sentenced to death for white collar crime. What did she do?
Yeah, I mean we could look it up. It was amazing. She did it through a bank.
She secretly controlled Saigon Commercial Bank, the country's 5th biggest lender, taking out loans and cash over more than 10 years to a web of shell companies amounting to a total of 44 billion.
There you go. So it's up by 10.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, that's
27 billion was misappropriated. 12 billion was judged to be embezzled. Most serious financial crime, which was sentenced to death. Tuesday, the court said there's no basis to reduce her sentence. However, she can still avoid execution if she returns 9 billion, 3/4 of 12 billion she embezzled. That bitch had so much.
How are you going to get 9 billion? You have to credit.
Imagine embezzling 9 billion. I'd be like,
yeah. I mean,
that's so much money. You could literally spend $100 million a year for the rest of your life. And you would have to run out of with all the interest and everything coming in. It's 1,000 billion. So you have $12,000 billion.
Yeah.
And you're still going.
Yeah.
$12,000 billion. and you're still going.
Yeah. I mean,
That's so much money.
you think $9 bills back? She's calling friends up. They're going like, I don't know you now. Because she had conspirators, had family and friends that were helping her. And yeah, look, so there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her husband, her niece, they were given sentences, but like, yeah, I mean, her friends.
So everybody was getting a little taste.
Everyone was getting a little taste. It was a score.
Nice score.
It was a nice score. And to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, peristroke, kind of mixed economy now, but you gotta give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right there.
It is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she fucked up on.
She probably bought a diamond ring, chicks like that.
She had a giant Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
Crypto?
Crypto and got caught doing something dumb. He was just spending on Thailand. It was like wasting on something.
Somebody just.
Well, Lambos is where you're supposed to spend the money taking up crypto.
Yeah, but he's still like
That's exactly what it's for.
If you make billions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole. How you get that?
Somebody sent me an email the other day and said they have they hacked into my phone and computer, and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and jerking off and all that. And I said the only way that they can make it go away is and they gave me a link and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video. Yeah, show it to me. At this point, as Tommy tells you, I would post with fucking links to my dates.
I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are on death row in Vietnam. The human rights group, there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that Hawk Tuah chick? She going to jail?
What happened now? What happened to Hawk Tuah? That's my girl.
Well,
what did she do?
For 100 hours.
What is that?
She went to sleep and she hasn't.
What did she
she
do?
just hasn't been on social media.
A coin was launched with her meme, and she was like the front of it. I don't know the details.
Is that a crime?
Well, pump and dump might be the crime.
The thing was, there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold, like instantaneously, and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, like one guy invested $1 million. Like imagine the Hawk Tuah girl. Yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah,
seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
Some people for sure lost money, but there was definitely a time to just troll and be like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this," because I felt like people were trolling the whole movie of like being dumb and falling into it. But some people did lose money. I don't know.
Is she actually going to go to jail for real? Can they? Can the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess they can now, right?
Well, it's like, what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you allowed to have a meme coin and then it gets to like $100 million? You have a bunch of it, you just sell it all and you make $50 million? Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what do you do with $50 million? Right. Do you not have trust in the Hawk Tuah coin if I sell it? That's ridiculous. That's on you. That's on you. I did the smart thing and I got out when I thought it was a good price. Yeah. And I'm selling it to people. They should take that and run with it, and this would be the next currency of the world. Imagine, like, you think Idiocracy is, if it's a documentary, imagine there's a Hawk Tuah girl that overcomes fucking what would fiat currency.
Well, have you ever seen how many coins there are? How many cryptocurrencies? And they have some of them have really fun names. Dude, one of them was called Buttcoin. Yeah.
Hawk Tuah girls. I like how her name is just Hawk Tuah girl.
I think Haley. Oh yeah, Haley was.
Yeah. Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay. The partners are good. So it was probably some people, she got invested. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that. Right. It's probably the partners that went with her, they pumped and dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows what they are. So scroll up. Legal firm of Burnwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer push Hawk Tuah meme coin, which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch gained notoriety this year with the Hawk Tuah girl following a viral interview about sexual technique, facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month. Not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million, holy shit, $490 million peak market cap for a hawk to coin, with the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing that a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. 2 weeks later, the lawsuit is filed naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000.
Fast.
Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people and they've only lost 151 total. I wonder how many people, like, all told invested in the hawk tool. How many stone cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh no, God, this is inspiring. Should we do a history taking this point?
I'm telling you, do it and then no, postage in.
Yeah.
Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Take the money. Just fuck all those dummies that are buying your stupid fucking coin.
Yeah. We're announcing it right now. The history hiatus coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is how you do it.
Yeah.
You get this is the win for everybody. You're going to have a history highness coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the Hawk Tour coin.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
Smart.
Right. So
that way
everyone's a winner.
Everybody's a winner. Makes a comeback.
Yeah.
Both of you grow. The rising tide lifts all boats.
So we can finally get Hawk Tour on our show that way.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a video of a kid. He's in his house streaming. He was streaming this online. He started a coin and then pumped it.
Look at this kid.
He made like 50 grand. What happened?
He's pumping and dumping in front of everybody.
He starts freaking out. He wants to pick it up.
And he got to how quickly did he dump?
He dumps it in. This video's a minute long.
He dumped it in.
Watch me. Fucking dude.
What?
Just recognized.
How old is this kid?
Wait, what?
Maybe
Yeah, I'm so confused.
Well, oh, it was. There's people watching this too. That's the other voice sharing.
Oh, holy fuck. Holy fuck.
He just dumped it. Yeah. Yeah, he did.
He just know he's committing a crime.
Is that a crime? What is a crime? How does it work? So how come Nancy Pelosi made all that money? Everyone knows that.
Yeah, I don't understand what the crimes are.
I don't understand.
I don't get it.
There's an SEC regulation against that. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
What about like when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the SEX and they were just promoting his commercial? How were they in trouble for promoting the coin?
Well, I never really asked. They're not to be charged for whether it's found guilty.
But how can they even be?
Someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I'm charging you. Right. You promoted this thing, but I think that's the reason why I know. Because I got all this people games like real money. I don't even understand it. If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs? What is that? It's a non-fungible token. We're done. I don't understand. I'm not doing this. Right. It's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this that, Lambo got.
Right.
It's like a fuckery culture.
Do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like?
I understand it. Yeah, I understand it. It's just like it's weird that anybody would invest actual real money in it. I understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones. Even Bitcoin is mysterious. And there's a lot of weird. I mean, they don't know who made it. There's all these. There's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto, whose real identity is.
Yeah.
It's all controversial.
Yeah.
That's weird. The fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, that's encouraging. That you can't make more of them.
But that's exactly what artists do to keep their art value. That's how you do. You get the supply, and then these are only 10 original paintings. And this is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these. And so you create value by the scarcity. So there's nothing mysterious about that.
Sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and devalue it.
Right.
So that's what's more important than like making it scarce so people like it. But it is weird that we used to be on a gold standard and then now we're just on hard drives and we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to send money to Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They can just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. Yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And, there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses, and come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much? Where does this money go? And it's so much. There's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You have Bitcoin in the world.
No, I don't understand it so much. Like Joe, I just don't. Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah, it's like when someone explains curling, the sport curling.
Sure. I'm like, even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand what's going on.
I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a play. It was like a theater. And in this theater, apparently they had like curling shows. And so, like, when you're walking down the hallway back before you go on stage, there's always fucking photos of people curling. And I just went out there and started shitting on curling like right away, and they were so bummed out. They were so bummed out that
It's like it looks like the housekeeper Olympics. Yeah, just sweeping the ice.
Dumb.
Yeah,
it's such a dumb sport. It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
It's like regular bowling is too complicated.
Yeah.
Right. But they're good. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how they're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing. You're trying to like just this feel. You get this feel to it. You're just like, let it go now. Right. Let it slide. Sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Sweep
so
it.
that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what sweeping. Try to get rid of the friction. Don't need dust.
Yeah.
Don't need snow dust.
Right. It's stupid.
It's so stupid.
It's stupid. Yeah.
But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
Yeah.
just curl.
for that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports. Yeah.
Right.
I've been golfing way more golf times.
Yeah, but I just mean like you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like, how do you retire
You don't think you
from
need
golfing?
athletic
You
talent
golf?
for golfing?
Oh, really?
You definitely for the drive.
You see these guys'
The
bodies?
yeah. But the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. Jamie's a nut. He's a Jamie Towell.
I'm much to say, like, guys that are like paralyzed still golf.
Yeah, I mean, it's really like,
How do you golf with your arm? What do you
No,
say?
I mean, it's literally just an arm. They're strapped into a contraption that sets them upright. I've seen behind people golf.
I mean, Nate Bargatze
Right.
golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's
Right.
got
Yeah, but here's my
Right,
question.
to hit it 400 yards, that's 100% athletic.
Yeah.
You can't just accidentally do that.
Yeah, I mean, even John Daly, you can say John Daly's fat and all that good stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency of his movements. As we were talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but still, fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
It's still an athlete.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these fat golfers, there's a thing they know how to do.
Right.
They whack that ball, and they know exactly how to fucking little spin on that motherfucker with a wrist action.
Yeah, it's a big pro and being able to play the game.
It's different.
Right.
Sometimes, like, you ever see Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Look at Google Bartolo.
Bartolo. This guy's body's
Look at
fast.
Bartolo Colon.
Yeah.
If you pull up Bartolo, Bartolo, I mean, look at this guy. Man.
Yeah.
He would just, and he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eat cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit. Look at that one. Big helmet flying off his head.
As long as you're good at that sport.
He was good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important.
No.
You don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time.
No.
The furthest thing you have to do is run to a base. And if you got to run to all of them, that's crazy. But generally, if you run to all of them, you can kind of trot because you knocked it out of the park.
What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is? I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like
2 minute shifts.
minutes, and it's so hard to skate like that.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Right.
they
Good
just can't.
point. Good point. Soccer players stay on the field the whole game.
Because they get to rest and slow down.
Even the best, Gretzky, they can't 2 minutes.
It's
They can't do
tough.
it.
It's crazy.
They have
It's
4
crazy.
lines, I think.
Yeah.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much they take off? They go back.
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines. Like, like
They
that.
just constantly go on and off because they just can't because they continuously skate.
You imagine what a hockey game would look like if they never let them use the
Oh,
bench?
that would,
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah.
People would drop dead.
yeah, they would just drop
Yeah.
dead.
That would be
Yeah.
wild.
I've never seen hockey live and NHL live. That to me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing. And then second is NHL.
It's very fast.
NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing.
It's really very, very fast.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the skill, skate. I can go skate at all. I'm going to skate tonight.
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight in.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
It's written into the rules.
Yeah.
Courage. You're allowed to duke it out.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. That's the only one.
Yeah, because I think people don't really know where the puck is, and so everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
I have no idea. Grandfathered in the punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen the goal when it actually happens in real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle over, so you know where the puck is at all times.
Yes.
A lot of craziness happening.
Yeah.
Like if you're watching a football game, like the 30th row, and you're looking at what happened. Who's got the ball?
Yeah.
Like after the ball gets hyped, like where'd it go? Did it go to him? They're faking you out. You don't know unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmet? They just get the puck, and then we have
Oh, you see those faces?
Their
The way their
faces.
faces.
Do you think those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health?
Nobody told me what it was.
No, I don't think so.
Did they ever
Yeah.
talk about the mental
I
health?
think they had some struggles with it.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course.
You gotta be terrified.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
look
what
at that. I mean, that guy's blocking with the space.
Yep.
That's what it is. All the scars that we have on our space for this entire career.
Terry Sawchuck. That sounds like just a badass name.
Yeah.
Face.
Look at that, dude. Yeah, that gets mad at you in the bar. You're like, just her, bye.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Yeah, I don't want
That's
that.
Who do you think is?
Oh, Jesus, look at his face.
Oh,
Oh, and he had a mask on. It broke the mask. Fucked his face up. Jesus
they
Christ.
flick that thing. It's so hard, right?
It's so fast.
Who's the scariest warrior, like for history, you would never want to go up against? Like, would it be like, like a wild Native American on the plains, Genghis Khan and Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me and it's gonna hurt? Vikings.
And they were on.
Dude, is that true?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones. Where do you think that gene line came from? Vikings. 100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with the dragon head in the front. And when they pulled up at your shore, everybody just ran. That's it.
But can I just nominate someone?
Yes.
So I've been thinking about. I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him. But let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great, who led his troops, undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated. That's a record. Never lost a battle.
That's crazy.
That's true.
And conquered the known world at that time. Took down the mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
They had enough of them.
I think so.
They killed each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were civilized, the Vikings too. It wasn't. Well, but you ever see the biological warfare when they would I read this thing, but they would the rats on their boat when they were going to wherever they were invading, they would wait, they would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew they would get close enough, they would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls, and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people, whatever, and wait it out for like 40 days and then go in when the town was all dying of some disease. It's another. That's a fact. That's real.
They were brutal. They could kill like the priests in the churches. They could do bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
In person.
Dude,
No, I don't want to.
no.
Yeah,
That's the problem. Archaeologists come to those studies. Ancient Greek cities. They look like beautiful ancient Greek cities that are in the middle of Afghanistan. That's sick. My friend who served over there was telling me about it. He's like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's like, this is the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
Gotta be crazy. The Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of
Democracy,
democracy?
you should read The Immortality Key. Ever read that?
No.
It's Brian Murarescu is a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian mysteries, where everybody would go to learn about democracy and like they were all like tripping balls. And they found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine, but it wasn't wine. The wine wasn't just wine, it wasn't just alcohol. It was mixed with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of them is ergot. So we found residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all trying to trip these balls and figuring out democracy and, you know, like fucking the stars, and constellations. They were out of their heads. Yeah. And half of the birthplace of so much of Western society is coming from that one spot.
Yeah, when's the last time you banged out a little LSD? Yeah? You think you'll bang it out again one day?
I would like it to be legal before I get to that.
Oh, right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought LSD was legal.
Super illegal.
Oh, right.
Schedule 1. And when we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like the soul, they'll open the door for that, and then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over all the shit that people struggle with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and snap themselves back onto a better course. Right. And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very low. Right. But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back.
Right.
And that's real. Because there's a certain amount of people who have a really fragile grasp on reality as it is. Right. You give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, and you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
Were you able to snap back quick?
You can snap back.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're doing. You know, and when you're doing it, what time in your life, and what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the doses to give you. You do it in a calm and clean and safe setting. Regulate it. They have counselors. They have people that understand it. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. There should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities.
Right. I want to do it. I mean, the ketamine, that's what ketamine therapy is.
Exactly.
Small A's, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Lilly, the guy who created a sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles. It would last a long time. Just just fucking exist in this other dimension for hours at a time. Yeah. That was his thing.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I want to get this. We should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
I have one.
He's got one
You
here.
have one here?
Yeah.
You want to hit it?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
He won't do it. See, he gets a little. He
I
won't
get a
do
little
it.
scared of stuff.
Yeah.
It's what it means here.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like whatever weird feelings you have, if you can't handle it, just open your door. Then you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug. If it was just a drug, you lay in there and your eyes are wide open, it's pitch black, and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it'd be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff? They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself that you ask the girl on a date you're attracted to, or that you chase the job that you want, so that you like stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like you need some ego. You can't be completely selfless. You're not gonna get. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile, and your ego is protecting you from a lot of like your true understanding of the life experience. You know, and one of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego. And then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way. And you realize that we're all mutually feeding off of each other, and we're pretending that we're isolated, we're singular, we're on our own. That's why really ill people will tell you, I don't have friends, I don't like people, I don't want to be around people. You know, I don't, you know, if you've got a guy who's a fighter pilot, it's like, it's probably really depressed. Like, something's wrong with that. You don't hang out with your peers, if you're not, you don't have friends, you don't enjoy camaraderie and community. You want to pretend you're like this isolated, like dark poet or something like that. You're probably very mentally ill. There's probably something wrong.
Well, we're hardwired social
Yes,
species.
100%. And we enjoy each other's company. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing you can do for you in jail is put you in solitary confinement. The worst thing you're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists, murderers. The worst thing they can do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe the internet's best, because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they're talking to the right.
And that's why I think it's bad, because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is.
Yeah.
People are essentially disassociating from there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally, your ability to socialize and just have conversations with people is severely stunted. You know, you don't flex that. You don't use that muscle, and it atrophies, just like everything else.
Right.
Yeah, it's just there's so many kids that are completely socially disconnected, other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area. You just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah. And
It's crazy.
It's fake. It's not real. That's what's troubling. That's why I worry about my kids. I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energy. Looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
You know, feeling someone's energy, like you said. It's like you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together, they're on the phone. That's yeah. And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing. Because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours, no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're
Right.
connecting to you without doing that. They're just connecting to hearing you.
Right.
It's like a long radio show. Like beautiful. We're flipping through, scrolling,
Mm-hmm.
talking to other people, and they're talking back, and everyone's pretending like there's somebody else and catfishing each other.
That's why I always used to like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around. Because when you were on a plane, if you didn't have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat, you know you can't go anywhere. I get my best writing.
Right.
My best writing. They're like forced to write.
Sure.
I'm forced. There's no Wi-Fi.
Have you ever tried to go to the bathroom without your phone out?
Oh, it's hard.
I can't even see why it doesn't even work.
Impossible. Yeah.
My detrusor muscle or whatever that muscle is, that's what you said your feet.
If I got a pretty bad and I only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold my shit.
That's why I think there's a spike in anxiety when we ask, or people ask to have their phones put away at a comedy show or music show, whatever. I bet you their anxiety goes through the roof because they're like, I can't, how people complain all the time.
It's the best thing, and you do that in the mothership, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing. It's better for everybody. It's better for the audience. It's better for you. It's better for everybody.
I am. If you were going to get eaten by, would you rather be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
You have to get eaten by an animal. You don't want a cannibal to
I
eat you.
want some guy knowing he's eating.
Yeah. You don't want him to have that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alligator.
Crowd, quick.
Yeah.
Quick. Not a hippo.
Hippo is snap you in half. You'll be dead in seconds.
They drown you, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
You don't want hyenas, Joe.
No,
You do not want
Because what do? They eat from the back.
Because they have
alive.
no concern about putting you down, killing you. Like a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating.
Yeah, same as bears.
Just start eating.
Wolves start eating.
Yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their puke?
Yeah,
That's how they
they're the
nourish
only
themselves. True story.
they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo babies. They're trans. They're fucking wild. The women are bigger than the men. I love you about it.
They smell too bad.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal, and we both love history, and so we just combine those two things. But hyenas are hilarious, man.
What was your
Like,
bit about hyenas? I didn't hear
It
it.
was great. It was a long bit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So,
It was a good bit.
Basically about their matriarchal power structure.
Yeah. Why that's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's also they had to be because the male hyenas are such cunts that probably eat the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're monsters. So, but they're like a medium-sized animal in a world of things way bigger than that.
Yeah.
So they're living around homes.
They get it done. They trick you, numbers. They confuse you. They're opportunity killers. They love to kill, to steal kills.
that laughing is real. That tackle.
Yeah,
That's a
they
real
don't
thing.
really know what it is either. They don't actually know what it is. Yeah, it's
How
not
do they
even
have a good time?
Yeah,
It's like fucking the lions are like fucking hyenas again.
dude, the hyenas just spoil fun. They show up,
Yeah.
like, he's fucking. You ever see him like a cheetah work so hard?
Yeah.
Because cheetahs fail all the time. And then they finally get a kill, and then you just hear them. You just hear that, and the cheetahs come and go, motherfucker! And they just come and they just steal it.
Yeah. Yeah. About it is the proving ground for like biological life.
Yeah.
Like how are you going to keep the populations in order? How are you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand? How are you going to make sure that the hyenas, or was I talking about the male lions? Face.
Yeah.
Look at that
Yeah.
face. That face is so crazy.
Yeah,
I don't want to get eaten by that.
Washing jaw muscles.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my God! Look at that face. That's so nuts.
They're
Imagine
hilarious.
that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
I don't know whether they're funny or
How many people die from hyenas every
they eat a lot of people.
day?
Yeah, remember the picture that we saw of a hyena? It's got an elephant's foot in its mouth.
Yeah.
It's just running around with it.
That was
Fucking monsters.
that was actually our first logo. We put our faces on.
I think we tried to sell merch at it, and people were like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah, and also it's not our pictures. No.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas every year? Hippos kill the most people in Africa, right?
Do they?
I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths.
What do they like? Was there a village or something that like lives close to the
I think
hippos?
if you fuck around and you get in the water, you have hippos. You ever see the hippos chasing boats? They'll chase boats. They're submarines.
Super
Wow.
territorial.
Yeah, they're rough, man.
Yeah.
You think of them as like around your hippo.
Yeah.
Did we make the most monstrous animals the cutest?
Yeah.
Polar bears, hippos,
Yeah.
yogi.
Teddy
They're
bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You don't want
Tony the tiger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. So that's tiger. How many people every year die? Let's take a guess before we find
Okay.
out. How many people die from hyenas?
You ready for this? I'm going to say that I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of camels.
Wow.
So I think more people get eaten by other people than hyenas. 50 and 75 is my guess.
How would you'd have to count into places where people do it for revenge too, like Haiti. Like
Right.
eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That counts. Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year who get eaten by cannibals. I would say it's less than 20 people eaten by cannibals, is my guess. And maybe 75 people a year die from hyenas.
I'm gonna go 800 to 1,000. The whole continent or Serengeti, yeah, I mean, Africa, yeah, I'm gonna go
Every year?
1,000. Yeah, jeez, 1,000. Yeah.
What about cannibals?
Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody eats somebody and then goes reports it.
Right.
Yeah, so it's impossible to know.
Right.
I think hyenas you can track, and I think we probably get hundreds.
Ask Google. Google
Yeah.
tells you to do
I bet it's
tracking.
not that many. Yeah, I bet it's not that many.
Really got
I love an answer. I found one story where a guy was killed by someone. It was the 60th in that year, but I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death in that year.
Wow, I said 50.
Person killed by hyenas.
Okay.
Yeah, this is 1998, 99, 50 people were attacked by hyenas. The 35 being children, 12 people killed. Only 12 killed.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing top three.
All right.
So
All right.
everywhere you go. Yeah. But we look that shotgun, big Bowie knife, fucking everywhere. You know, you're walking around in the country, you better be ready to spray.
Yeah, since they're attacking rare.
Oh, hyena attacks? Who gets people the most? Does it hippos? Lions, maybe? Hippos? Yeah.
I think hippos are responsible for the most deaths in Africa every year.
But you know who really is responsible for deaths in Africa?
Mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes, which is so fucking crazy.
Killed half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah. Mosquitoes have, right?
Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever
Yeah.
died.
It's crazy. Yeah, the most dangerous animal on the planet. It makes you think, like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Hippopotamus animal kills most people in Africa. We've estimated 500 deaths
Wow.
per year. Fuck. 500 people get hippos every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah.
That's
bro.
real shit.
Oh, it's real shit. If you have a bad knee, you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill people every year. Puff adder.
Okay. And snake makes sense.
How many people do you think die from African lions? Every year.
I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, if the hippos are 500, it can't be 100. Like, let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
If
I would
hyenas
say
are, I'm going to say 18.
18.
Yeah, because
More people die from hyenas than lions?
yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like the 80s. There was only 12 people died.
But who's getting close to the lions?
Assholes.
Well, they also live out there. I mean, there's a lot of tribes that live out there close by. There's a tribe, there's a village in Africa I saw, it was on Nat Geo, that hyenas come in and get fed there. Yeah, hyenas walk into, you saw that, right? Where they actually deal. So they have a deal, and actually they believe helps keep them safe because hyenas know they don't have to kill anyone, they'll just get the food.
Breakers. Yeah. I think that's probably smart. Let's make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
They understand keeping pets. You ever see the dudes walk around with the chains on them?
Yeah. Wild.
Yeah, it's a gangster move. Walk around with fucking hyena.
Yeah, they're big too. Dude, if we ever do
What's a
like
hyena? 150? So like a mastiff looking
yeah,
size?
like probably a German Shepherd, Mastiff.
Maybe they're Shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know because they're like wide. They're not that. Like they're kind of compact. So I don't know. I don't know what they're. Can you get them in the U.S.?
No,
get in here, right?
Maybe you could in Texas. Yeah.
Or Florida.
Texas is a lot of shit.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on the show? Like, if you got clearance?
If you're
you could do
Ted Nugent in Texas could bring hyenas on stage.
that. Bring one out.
He used to ride a buffalo. He was on stage. You ever see that? Yeah. You ever see Ted Nugent ride a buffalo? He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And like he's doing a show. He was on a fucking buffalo in front of all these people.
You know, Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than he's the only guy who made it in my head. He goes, "Oh, do you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talked about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables from being eaten by other animals. Wow. 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 His son owns a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my Rocco." Oh, it was the kid didn't know he was his son. Yes, yeah,
The
Ted.
kid that he didn't know was his son.
Ted Jr. He was like, "Yeah, Ted Jr. my father. He's a really cool guy." And I was like, "Oh shit." He was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking wild." Did you ever explain that? And I was like,
He explained it on this podcast.
"Oh, he did? Is that what it was from?"
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was like, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's right." And I was like, "Oh my god!" Like nobody ever thinks of that. What is Ted Nugent famous? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You never heard of Stranglehold? You never heard that song? Here I come again now, baby. You don't know that song? Oh my god, you know it. Play Stranglehold.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So
It's one of the greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I'm gonna be honest if you know it.
Come on, son.
So far, it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
You know it? No. You don't know
Dare
it?
you? Hold up.
I don't think so. I've heard this.
Yes, yeah.
No, I've heard that part.
Hold up. This is a huge hit.
I don't know it. Who's the best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray?
Hendrix.
Hendrix?
Hold on. All right, we're good.
Strangle.
Yeah.
So he's a
He's
big fan.
Cat Scratch Fever, another big song.
Okay.
And a bunch of things.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well,
stuff.
it's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues. And kind of a maniac.
Right.
Yeah, kind of a nutty dude, but he's fun.
Yeah. So then how does he have a son in Staten Island?
Well, I
How's that
think his son, he didn't know it was his son, right? It was one of those deals.
But they're close. They're
But he has
related.
another son, his son Rocco, we met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah.
I like him.
It's a powerful thing.
I don't agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of them.
Yeah. Each their own.
I think Hendrix is the greatest. Right, when it comes to guitars. Because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like, Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, what am I doing? It's Eric Clapton. Right, Eric Clapton. Layla. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Billy Ray Vaughan?
Stevie Ray.
Sorry, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray
Tim
Vaughan.
Van Allen.
Amazing. He used to play at our club.
I can't believe this is Billy Ray Vaughan. I got him confused with
Billy Ray Cyrus. Don't tell my achy breaky heart.
Jesus Christ.
Tim Van Allen. Have you ever seen him in the corridor of when you go on stage at the mothership? Those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan. Those are him on stage at the Ritz from 1983.
Wow.
Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times. Yeah. Willie Nelson performed there. Crazy. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's burned. Yeah. I brought his ghost. Sam and Colby. I wrote ghost hunters. Did they find him? I don't know. It's fun. It's fun. I don't know what's real. Yeah. Someone was murdered there. Someone was definitely shot there, I think, in the 70s. It was right. We were, to be honest, to be a movie theater and a movie hall. So it was like movie theater, a movie hall, it was a punk rock club. There's a lot of history there.
Right. Even night. But do you think it's possible that it was built on Indian burial ground? Indian burial ground?
Something fancy fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall. Oh yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like wall board. You tear down the wall board, gets the raw brick. We're all brick. There's a fucking swastika on the wall, and we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later. I'm like, hey guys, why is the fucking swastika still here? Like, we're gonna open it. 6 months. You gotta get rid of the swastika. So they tell one of the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. And so he cleans. So now it's brighter. It looks like brighter. I'm like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
Was it the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before?
Yeah. No. It was probably from the punk rock. Somebody probably thought they were being grab back and thug. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Probably someone being a rebel. Rebel. And they threw it up. Yeah, they threw it up. They painted it on the wall. They stayed there. Wow. Yeah. They never cleaned it up. Like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old Punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, wow. Just fully naked on stage.
Yeah, with socks over their dicks, remember?
Oh, yeah. They used to do that.
That's a good move back then. Yeah. You get away with that. You show your pupils.
Why not?
Your balls, your cack with a sock.
Throw it up. They got a good body. Nice lean bonds. Yeah. I saw a thing that said like hunter-gatherers, what their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually had bigger brains. You ever see this? They actually think that they were smarter than us. They have bigger heads and bigger brains.
Well, they probably don't process it. What is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things, or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive. Right. You know, there's different kinds of intelligence. You take like the smartest guy ever and you let him loose in the Amazon. How long is he live? He's not going to live very long if he can make it. Hunter-gatherers have larger brains compared to greater human populations. The demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem solving. That makes sense. Yeah. Expensive tissue hypothesis, interesting, which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those? They found a new population of humans that existed as recently as I think 100,000 years ago. But they found them in China. They had much larger heads. Really? Yeah. They found out they thought they were Denisovans. I think at one point in time, which also is a fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. But this is another new species of human being they studied that they found. And they had large heads.
Haven't they found 11 different hominids now? And
there's quite a few. Yeah. Quite a few. Including the really controversial ones like Homo floresiensis or Floresiensis.
What was that?
The island Flores, the little tiny squeaks. Little squeaks. Yeah. Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found in 2 different locations in China. They appear to belong to unique species, thousands of artifacts, bone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger-headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s, fossils. I think this is large. I know I have a photo of it. I know I have a saved it because I wanted to look at it. Yeah, dragon. That's it. Newly complete skull discovered in China in 1930 as a basis for the proposed new human species, Homo longitude. That's it. Known as dragon. Skulls found in 33, Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge is being built. Okay, so the skull, a combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans, Neanderthals, a low forehead.
But how do they know that? So couldn't it just be like a weird looking pit? Like if me and Giannis were laying down, we found our skeletons, we think we might be different types of species. So he's got a head and I have a head like a crow.
That's a good point, right? Yeah. Buried right next to them.
Yeah.
Different people. Yeah.
It is.
Good point.
You want to talk about fields? Oh my God! What did you say? Must have been bad, dude. Yeah, big time.
Yeah, here, Jimmy. I think this is a thing I sent to you right now. This is the title. I just saved it on my phone so I could look at it later. But I didn't really look at it too much. Right. But they keep finding these new versions of humans. Right. So it's like, how many of them? Why did these succeed? What was so great about
I think we were the most vicious, right? We just killed all the other ones. You think dogs? That's the answer. Yeah, you're 100% positive.
My street smart says it. Science says it. It's nation. It's the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid that that's what gave us the edge. We teamed up with dogs and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
This is large-headed people, mysterious new form of ancient human emerges. This is it. So, a provocative new piece of nature has proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of Denisovans and Neanderthals, that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in Eastern Asia over 100,000 years. Brains these extinct humans who probably did horses in small groups who were much bigger than any other hominid of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large head people. Yeah. So that's it. It is that name, though. Oh, no. In the past, yes. Some science have attributed to it, but that's not what they're saying. So they think it's different.
Some scientists have attributed to people who read fossils to Denisovans.
Right. I think in the past. So now they think it's a totally different thing, right? I know people rate horses. Oh, yeah.
Does every animal eat?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses. Yes, got a shot cod rocking on it for #1 contender in the welterweight division.
Okay.
It's his favorite food?
Horse meat.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He rides horses and eats horses. He's like, I love horses. He loves them all the way.
Like, tried it?
Yeah, that was good. I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah.
Incredible place. And we went there. Ari and I. We had, I don't know what we got to. We had horse tartare and we had horse loin.
And it was good.
It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating an antelope or eating an elk.
Right.
So it's not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was all in the family. When the bunkers were poor, they weren't doing so well. And Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat. And she served it to Archie. And it was like a big deal. I need it. What? Remember that episode?
I never saw it.
I don't. But again, another good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family that she fed a horse. Yeah, they were so poor.
Yeah. I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they lug us around.
They're also very sweet. Yeah, they're connected to people.
I can't.
You can get connected to a horse.
Yeah. I can't horse and kick dog. I just can't do it.
Can't do it. Dogs get eaten a lot, unfortunately.
I think dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up to
Yeah.
them, and when we evolve together, something's up. It's magical.
My dog he's a part of my family.
Yes.
I'm connected to that.
Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but I should get a dog.
No, they just do it. Dogs are great. But you're a weirdo. You don't keep them away.
No, I would.
I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family. And I did. He raised an attack dog, and I feel bad. Now he's attacking people.
I would. I gotta
You
be
like that fucking dream house you got rid of and you
Stole
stole
it.
it like a retard.
like a fucking retard. Now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your own house back?
Because I did, and they won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What can you?
Nothing. I gotta do that.
Don't call him then. You have like
Him and I talk
so much more logical person.
He is his brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild. It kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know how to control them, but it was bought by Muslim family.
A Palestinian family on October 8th.
So
After October 7th, the next day is when we told October 8th. My
That October 8th?
that October 8th. The Palestinians moved in October 8th.
They were quick.
Yeah, they came right in.
I
see.
well, they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it, so they're like, we can actually live there, and they just do it.
So they moved in big, and my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. What can you do? I have to go. I moved to Queens.
You didn't have to.
No.
You should have called somebody. That's the time you should call them.
Well, now I know. Now I know.
Yeah, please do. Fuck me.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Right. As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant and see if we can rescind that offer or we locked in legal. I just found out ChatGPT's liar.
Oh, yeah,
I get real panic.
Yeah, you still do these.
I still do because I think I don't do drugs, so I think I get and so this is again. My father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble, so I thought I escaped because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it. Really, life choices. Yes, which is kind of a little riskier. A lot of people do. Yeah,
I get life choices gamblers out there.
Yeah. But now I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for my path to peace. So I'm trying to just, be peace.
Radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance. Friendly with my present, be gentle with life. We're trying. We're trying. Yeah.
Very scared.
That's one of them. Well, I tried to, but I got a bad Achilles. I know, but I've been trying for 6 months.
Your Achilles.
I don't know, man. I have tendinosis in the Achilles, and they did the X-ray, and they see some scar tissue in there. So they actually told me, I keep getting me. Here, down here. They told me PRP. That'll help spin the blood.
Yeah. Yeah, but you should get stem cells. What are you doing? How long are you talking for?
I go home tonight. Damn, but I can come back.
Okay, come back.
All right.
But you go to the club anytime?
No.
You should come back. When you come back, we'll set up to go waste club.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get a little
Because buddy of mine, my friend Evan, had a fucked up Achilles. It was bothering him for years. Yeah. You got some of that? Come on, please.
Really?
Yeah, it's bothering him for years.
That's me. I've been 2 years with this. I have a growth on the back of my heel.
Oh, from the bone.
Yeah, like the bones are irritated. Yep, and it's all fucked up. But I do have a clean colon. I had 2 polyps, under 3 centimeters. We're good to go. Clean ass OT. We got our colonoscopies a week apart.
Everyone should get a colonoscopy starting at 40. Everyone should get it. It's on the rise.
You know what you do? you do a comprehensive blood screen to test you for all cancers, not just asshole cancer. But they have that. It's a lot easier and it's better.
You never did colonoscopy?
I had one.
Right. Why? What's wrong with that?
I think
I didn't
that,
wake up that hard.
I think that if you go, I didn't have a colonoscopy. No, I had an exam, but it went with fingers.
Did he put the scope in there? He woke up during his like that.
I woke up. I swear to God. No, I wasn't even hard. I'm not even fucking around. I woke up in the middle of it because I just, knew something was in my ass. I woke up. Yeah. I woke up. I went to Mateo.
But they can screen you with this, I forget what it's called. They do that at ways well too. They set them up to a lab. They take your blood and they screen you for like 100 kinds of cancer.
Right. That's the way to go.
Yeah. They got the full body scan.
They're trying to attach, there was something when I was reading, they're trying to attach cooking oils to cancer, specific kinds of cooking oils as colon cancer. Particular specific types of oils that things are cooked in and the prevalence of that, the human diet and how it's contributing to cancer.
Yeah.
Why is this stuff not available in New York? Why can you only do this kind of stuff in Texas?
You can do it in New York. I guarantee you, look at the right people. Right. You probably can't do stem cells to the extent it's like there's not a lot of these clinics because of a lot of FDA regulations. The way they work, Utah's a really good state for it. They have like much looser regulations. But a lot of people wind up going to Mexico. There's a place in Mexico called the CPI, Cellular Performance Institute. A lot of UFC fighters go there because they have an arrangement with UFC. You do wild shit in Mexico.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did, right? With his Achilles. He went down there, got the stem cells, he's good to go.
Yep. He actually got treated here. He got treated at baseball. Right. So I should just yeah, he definitely should. If I had known that you had that issue, I would have got you in that early this morning.
Oh, thank you.
I'll come back. Yeah, we just Ron White actually just went and he hurt himself doing yoga. He fucked up his ankle. They just treated him.
And now he's good.
Well, he just got it yesterday. It's going to take a while before it's better.
Right.
But it will get better a lot quicker than not having it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that have like pretty serious issues cleared up.
Like torn Achilles.
Torn ligament. As long as it's not fully dry. No. Then you definitely need surgery. Achilles is a bad one because, God, there's so much work on when you're moving. Yeah, they screw it back down to your bone. It's going to heal and make sure it's strengthened enough bad. Start using it. So you're real diligent about the rehab. Look how long it took Aaron Rodgers to get state-of-the-art access to ways to, it used way ahead of what it takes most people to do. But even then, he couldn't really play. That he had to wait until this, the next season.
Yeah. Those used to be like career ending.
Yep.
And now it's good. I got because I've been doing like calf exercises and like strengthening all around, and it's just like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, the pain is still there if I explode too much. So it's also, I got horrific feet. My feet are horrific. My toes cross over. I have no arches. I have feet that look like they should be shoved into high heels.
Have you ever worked out with barefoot shoes? Those like labelness, like
they have to custom make them for feet.
Yeah, we put their toe into each individual.
Like,
no, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
You can get those too. Those are like the barefoot shoes. Those
help.
Yeah, those are okay. Those are good. The toe shoes. I used to have those. But the ones I really like are they have a wide toe box so your feet spread out and there's a very minimal amount of sole, just to kind of protect you from sharp things you stand on. But it allows your toes to move as individual units. So a regular shoe acts as like a cast. Like if you have like a thick sole and like a hard surface your foot sits on, it's like a cast. So your toes aren't really working. Your legs are picking it up, but your foot is basically atrophying inside that. And then if you work out barefoot, and especially if you work out in where you do something explosive like jumping and stuff with barefoot, then you're using your feet the way they're supposed to use all the muscle strength. A lot of people have very, very weak feet.
Yeah, I can't even move my toes individually. Like if you like Chris, move your toe, I'll go like this. No, I can't do it.
That's crazy.
It's hard. It's hard.
You should probably take care of that before it gets bad.
See?
Yeah, it's all
good. Go ahead, ask me to move my toe. Say, move my toe. Say, Chris, move your toe. Somebody say, move your toes. Your basketball feet like I do.
Yeah,
that's all I could do.
Say bronze feet like that too. Did you play a lot of basketball?
I did, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
I did.
Maybe it's all that like swooshing in the shoe It could be. Is that what it is?
Yeah, definitely. I had to wear extra pairs of socks every like up
Yeah,
until
put that fucking hoof back in
No good, right?
sheet.
What you see on the ankle here, got a little bony.
That's where it's hooked up.
But I do have good hamstring flexibility, not bad.
That's not bad. Congratulations on that. Thank you, sir. Look, Ron's Peter, evil looking.
He hasn't been playing, right? Did he come back? Oh, he's coming back? What happened? Was he hurt?
whatever. Yeah, it's time to get his body.
Oh, that's right. Yes, timeout. Everybody, anybody who takes out of anything out, like Diddy, because everyone's trying to think it's crazy.
Yeah, imagine like him regretting such bullshit.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Just smashed up.
I mean, those pinky toes, Bruce.
A lot of TikToks have people like that too. Beat all brutal. Imagine, I mean, you think about kickboxers, elbows that you like. John Jones can't fight unless he has his big toe on his left foot taped to his next toe. He has to have it taped up because he tore his toe completely upside down. Ooh, he was beating up Chael Sonnen, and he didn't realize it until I was interviewing him after the fight, and he looks down, sees his toes, like, he freaks out, and he has to sit down.
Adrenaline, he didn't even feel it.
Didn't even feel it. His toe was upside down. Like,
Wow.
the bottom of his toe was facing up.
Wow.
It was horrible.
I would probably say one-on-one him, anyone in history, just because of how skilled he is.
That's what it's called.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, bro.
Yo.
Crazy.
So you noticed it first, though?
No, I think he did. I think he noticed it.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He destroyed his toe.
So what happened? It twisted all the way around?
That's from the force of beating the fuck out of Chael Sonnen. That's what that's from. Like ground and pound when he had him on the ground, just smashed him down on him. Jeez. Somebody isolated the moment his toe curls over. See it in like the replay.
Yeah.
On his toe, just the amount of torque he's putting on to try to kill Chael Sonnen.
Is he doing Gloria or Aspinall? Yeah.
I think it's going to be Aspinall. I think they're trying to come to some sort of an agreement. The rumor is that he wants $30 million, and the UFC is going to pay it. Hopefully,
I agree with him. Him and Gloria would be Herrera.
Yeah.
Sorry, would be the fight everyone wants to see. Yeah,
perhaps.
because he's been dominant there.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if it's going to happen, they're both 37. It should probably happen soon. But John is, the heavyweight champion of the world, and Herrera has challenges in the light heavyweight division, especially on Goliath. He's supposed to be fighting out Goliath, and Goliath is fucking very dangerous. And I think he's the number one contender. And he's been on a winning streak for a long ass time. He's only got one draw, and that was to Jan Blachowicz, who's the former champion. So he's like at the top of the heap, and he's been waiting for a title shot for a long time, but he's been talking a lot of shit. Alex doesn't like that he talks shit, so he's like, you fucking make him wait. And so I think Alex just said that he's going to fight in March, and that he's not going to fight on Goliath. Because if he's fighting in March, when is Ramadan?
You're asking the guy.
I thought you would know that. I thought you would know that. I know, but I thought you would know.
I think it's in the summer. It's in the
Okay, so he wouldn't be able to fight. Uncle Live wouldn't be able to fight in March. Because if it's like March 3rd, he's got to go through the entire month of Ramadan preparing for a world title fight. February 28th, and it ends Saturday, March 29th. So that's exactly during the time period where he's going to fight.
And with Ramadan, the whole month you can only drink water?
No. You can't. You definitely can drink water and you can eat food, but you can only do it after sundown. Bilal Muhammad, who's the UFC welterweight champion, he observes Ramadan and he was training and fighting. He'd have to take a fight during Ramadan. So what he would do is he would get up at like 4:30 in the morning before it was dark out, before it was light out, rather. He'd have a big meal, and then he would go to the gym. And then he would have no water at the gym, nothing. And then at the end of the day, and also he didn't sleep during the day. Like a lot of them, like their habit of that is they just sleep during the day and train and eat at night. He said that if you do that, then you miss out on the religious suffering, which he thinks is very important for Ramadan. So he would do it the way you're supposed to do it, where he worked out with no water, trained, and then he would finally get to the nighttime session. He'd be able to eat and then have a nighttime training session like a little late. And so that's how he would do his day.
Wow. That's why these dudes are dominating. They're just tougher.
Discipline.
He started working with the Dagestani guys, right? And now he just turned into a beast.
Well, those guys are a hard fucking core. They want no distractions, no women, no bullshit. Get off your phone. Let's go to work.
They're probably not jerking off. For being honest,
Probably.
they feel they keep it loaded up. Keep a loaded glue gun.
Yes.
Yeah. That's something about having a loaded glue gun, right? You're going into the ring, you want to be glued up for
Some people believe that. Yeah. Some people believe that you're not supposed to ejaculate within a couple weeks of big.
Did you not masturbate out of respect to men and women?
That is true. I wanted to go until we found Bin Laden, the perpetrator, but obviously it was too long. But I did go until October 1st. From 9/11 to October 1, I said, as a my respect back to this country, Page because I'm not going to at all until we get out of this month of September.
Didn't we have a joke about who waited until the second towel fell? Probably got jerked off.
It's funny.
I think it was a joke. He didn't make it till the second towel fell.
Yeah. Dude, I remember there was like a vigil, like on September 18th or whatever, like a week later in like my neighborhood, and I was playing basketball as a basketball player, and I was playing in the park. And I remember when I left, everyone was just standing outside their house with like American flags and candles, and I wouldn't dribble my basketball because I was like, I can't like a sound or any type of dribble with the ball. Disrespectful. And then a guy gave me a flag, like as I was walking, as if to say, take one of these as you're walking home, and I just walked with that flag. I love our fucking country, big Joe. Jesus.
Yeah.
I just love it. And I hate when people talk shit about it.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
Yeah.
We got some drones.
Listen to Jerry.
Yeah. You should try to spot those things out of the air.
What do you think they are? You gotta guess.
I think they are. I was joking about the AI thing. I think they're Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't want to see such big time. I'm available to CCP for whatever they need me to do.
Yeah.
Disinformation.
I think that they are sniffing radiation. I think that that's the most plausible. That I don't know if they know about it or not, but I think they're probably looking for radiation. I don't know that it's necessarily going off, but I think that's probably what it is. I just guess if I really had to guess.
Well,
I think they're being launched from submarines underwater.
yes.
And
Well, that's what's crazy. Is like if that's the case, how many submarines and how big are these submarines? Because these things are the size of an SUV, but some of them are coming from some like untrackable distance offshore, 50 plus miles offshore, and they're the size of an SUV. They can stay in the air for 5 hours. So what's the power source? And then the other problem is they don't exhibit a heat signature like a regular drone does. So do they have some sort of coolant?
is that why they can't track them?
Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking it because of that. Like they're having a hard time tracking them with infrared. They don't know why they can stay in the sky for 5 hours at a time. I mean, Ryan Graves, who's a fighter pilot, was on the other day. He was explaining to us like there's certain aspects of some of these drones that are above the state of the art. They're doing things that we can't do. The big ones are flying for that many hours. That's crazy. The heat signature part, that's crazy. All the jammers and all different things they try to do to find the signal. It's on none of that.
What is he thinking?
Why don't they just knock one out of the air? That's what I don't understand.
Question.
That's what makes me skeptical to think that.
Does he think it's government?
I sent you something earlier today, Jamie, that I knew this subject would come up about it. I don't know. It's also some stuff. Like, is it real? I don't know if it's real. I don't know what we're looking at. But some stuff like these orbs that they're filming.
Oh yeah.
And they've been zoomed in on it. You look at the zoomed in version of it. What the fuck is that? Like, what is that kind of thing?
We don't even know if it's real.
FAA banned drones in parts of New Jersey, threatens deadly force for imminent security threat. These areas have all now been deemed national defense airspace.
Aviation Administration issued bans on flying drones in multiple cities across New Jersey, including several in our area, due to security reasons. These areas are all now considered national defense airspace. Here's a map of those sites: the city of Canton, Gloucester City, Winslow Township, Evesham, Hancock's Bridge in Lower Alloways Township in Salem County, West Hampton, Burlington, and Hamilton. Unmanned aircraft are not allowed in those areas through January 17th unless approved by the federal government. The FAA says pilots who violate the airspace, meaning pilots on the ground as well, may be detained and interviewed by law enforcement. The agency warns that the U.S. government may use deadly force against drones it deems an imminent threat. These restrictions come just days after the FBI released a joint government statement saying most of the reported drone sightings were just airplanes and drones and stars in the sky.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Listen, Donald Trump's not giving press conferences about airplanes and stars in the sky.
Right.
Do you don't think that he knows something more than that?
I was going to ask, do you think he knows?
He's not staying at his golf course. He wouldn't go to his golf course. He were hovering over the golf course. There's a real problem. this gaslighting is helping it.
Do you think if it goes out of the news one day, or we will get an answer as the public?
I don't know. You know, I would never have guessed that it would be this big of a deal for so long. You know, how long has it been on?
Since early November, mid-November.
Around Thanksgiving, and it's been the same. Hasn't it been like the same type of year, same time of year, like for a couple of years? This has been happening.
But not like this. It's never gotten
Not this many, not this many, but they were going over military bases,
And now they're just going over New Jersey.
Now they're
And
just
they put a video up of the one that I did on my Instagram. So I took this one from, I forget what the Instagram page is, but it's up on the page to give them a shout out. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is fake. This is the one we were looking at earlier. I showed it to these guys in the green room last night. We were all freaking out. Like, what? Okay, what is it? The way the goddamn thing moves. So click on it so we can hear it. That meme gets used for something. Listen to these guys talking.
Quiet.
So you see this thing. So what you're concentrating on is the wall on the lower right. So it's moving.
No, it's not moving quick enough. There's no tail. That's a UFO.
So when it gets above, this is where it gets weird. Because it's slowly rising. It gets above that other thing, which might be the moon. I'm not sure what the other thing is. I think it's the moon. So that other thing, it gets above it, and then it starts taking off. And when it starts taking off, it does it with no sound at a fucking insane rate of speed. Like, look at that.
What the fuck? You just went out to space. You just went out to
Oh my
space.
God.
You just went out to space.
That's why.
Those guys are reacting like they're watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real. It could be fake. It could be all AI generated. It's ambiguous and blurry enough, though, that I'm willing to entertain it.
Right.
If that's really what they saw, that's a bunch of different people seeing things like that over time. And this is like the Tic Tac story. This is the one that Ryan Graves showed up, that this lady photographed over Florida. That these things, and they've seen them. This is one that was seen by multiple people from different planes. That this thing moved and then shot up in space, and somebody got focused on it. But whatever that thing's doing, it's doing something that we can't do. That speed that thing takes off, that's faster than any rocket we have. That's faster than any fighter jet. That thing just shoots off into space at some impossible speed.
So it's either us, the drones are either. Well, why are they blinking if it's not us? Why do they have? No, but I mean the drones. I'm saying the drones are blinking. So I'm saying if the drones are ours, maybe there's been like UFO activity, and they're throwing these drones up to try to capture it with better.
Or what better way to distract people from actual UFOs? You know, they're going to be all over the sky, and there's a bunch of drones out there too.
Right, that too.
Yeah, if you have a bunch of shit that seems like stuff that you've seen, like a drone like, flying around, and then there's stuff that is impossible with it. That's a good way to cover up the impossible stuff. Have a bunch of regular drones.
Yeah. But at this point, why would they do that? Everyone's already accepted the fact that UFOs are out there.
Not really. If there was a big thing where all of a sudden the sky was filled with football field size fucking motherships, like people would lose their shit. But if you could slowly get people accustomed to it, the way people got accustomed to masks. In the beginning, in 2019, if you saw someone with a mask on, like, what the fuck is going on? By 2021, why doesn't this guy have a mask on? Right? Just in a couple of years, everybody was wearing masks. So if you get accustomed to stuff, if you get accustomed to things being in the sky, and then all of a sudden there's nothing, like you can pull anything in the sky. If you have weirder and weirder drones and then start showing spaceships, people would freak out way less.
Right. I don't know, dude. Someone tells me this is a drone, I'm chill, and if someone shows me a football field size spacecraft,
True.
I'm gonna freak out.
That's a big leap.
In a
What
good way.
about one the size of a car? That's definitely not ours.
So you think
It's
they're just
moving like
doling
that.
them out
Yeah,
by size?
if I was going to do that, if I was going to get people prepared for an imminent invasion, like if I knew that there was UFOs on the way, if we were working at the James Webb Telescope and we we get a photo of a mothership and it's heading towards us. It could be here in 4 months. What would you do? Well, if I knew that they were going to be sending drones, probes to our atmosphere, and maybe they've already done that, to obscure that, I would put a bunch of power drones up there and have them hover over cities so it doesn't freak people out, but we know that that's coming.
I mean, being freaked out is probably the least of our problems when they come.
Well,
they're coming.
Collapse of civil society is really possible if aliens show up. Like, if they just instantaneously showed up, things could completely collapse if we knew that our leaders are just nothing compared to these new things that are visiting us from some other place and doing things that are impossible with our technology. We're helpless. We're lost. We're confused. They could shut down nuclear power plants. They could shut down the grid. They could shut down any weapon systems that we have. Instantaneously, power goes off. If all those stories are true, the best way to keep people from absolutely freaking out is to slowly trickle it in, get them more and more accustomed to this, like as a psyop.
How committed are you? It's theory. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I go all over the place.
Yeah.
I think, according to someone that I spoke to, if this is someone who has a high-level clearance, someone who worked for the government in this capacity, he said some of these they're not exhibiting, whatever they are, they're exhibiting technology that is far beyond what we're capable of. And then there's other ones, like Ryan Graves said, that are beyond state of the art that you can kind of sort of get that they would be a drone, but how is it in the air for 5 hours? How does it not have a heat signature? How does it know when other drones are coming near it, when they're flying jets near it, and they just shut the lights off and disappear? These things are just shutting off.
Dude, right. They're aliens. Maybe they're alien drones.
It's also, if you wanted to get people accustomed to this without freaking out, wouldn't you start sending drones that are similar to what we have, but just many levels better, but similar enough so you go, oh, I know.
Or they could just like get on the TV and be like, "Hey, dude, but they probably if they get here, they know to speak the language. Go, hey, dudes, we're chill. We're coming here." Or they just go, "Hey, guys, it's COVID. We're going to use like you guys see the Matrix. We're about to use you for some sort of fuel, whatever they do." Or maybe they're not going to be mean to us at all. That's possible too. If they're that intelligent, they're not mean. They're not mean people. They're like us. Yeah, we're not. Or maybe the prison planet thing I said at the beginning of the show, this is how it happens.
Well, you ever heard Bobby Barr talk about one of the most disturbing things that he found? What? No. One of the most disturbing things when he was doing the back engineering program on this supposed crashed alien spaceship or recovered alien spaceship was that they had a thick binder that was about religion. And the thing, we'll have it, but it's one of those ones. But it's the Bobby Barr. But if he's telling the truth, and it seems like he's definitely telling the truth about a lot. He definitely worked at Los Alamos Labs. He was in an employee roster. He has a detailed understanding of the building. He owns some people when he took him there. George Knapp took him to George there. He definitely worked there, and he definitely was a propulsions expert. And he says they hired him to go and try to figure out this thing. Here, listen.
Extremely classified documents dealing with religion about that plan. Period. But why would there be any sacrifice to do like this? I want to go back to this break. I want to say it so far out. All right, your objections been noticed. Okay. That word container, that's how the organism look at it. So we are nothing but containers. Maybe containers so we come up with whatever theory you want, the word container. And that's how it mentions in the doctrine. That religion specifically created. So we have regulations for the one purpose, not damaging the container.
That's
just
George.
Yeah,
George freaked out, by the way. Shout out.
Yeah, I mean freaked out. It's
Right. It's kind of what you were.
The prison planet theory doesn't seem so crazy if there's the advanced celebrations, even our negative emotions, just don't be negative. And you'll be safe, dude. Just be happy. That's what they've been trying to tell you. Bob Marley, everybody's been trying to tell you this.
What is this, Jamie? What are you doing here?
I believe that video is posted
April 12th, 2024, Mountain Standard Time, Eastern Arizona, on the Black River in the White Mountains, the Fort Apache Indian Reservation. And oh, by the way, your friend Cam Haynes, he hunts at one of the Apache reservations. He says they see them there all the time. He said they see crazy shit in the sky all the time. These guys are hunting out there in, this enormous reservation that they're unbelievable, pristine forest. And he says they see crazy shit, and they just accept it that it's true.
Right, I believe that.
Most of the guys working there have seen something.
Yeah. I mean,
That's also where Travis Walton, this guy, that was in Arizona too, wasn't it, Ken?
You guys, this version of the video, you can hang up the moon. I don't know if this is better because it's been reposted less. But
It does look better. It definitely looks better. So they do the same thing.
Are you freaked out by this?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not enough that it's going to fuck up my day, right? Because it freaks me out, but it's not freaking me out like I can't sleep.
Right.
It's freaking me out like Ukraine freaks me out where I can't sleep. Like that stuff freaks me out. The looking for a nuke at the East Coast, that freaks me out where it'll fuck with my sleep. If I think about that before I go to bed, the one thing that I genuinely here takes off. Let's take a look at Wall Street. Wow. And this is the thing, it's like there's no sound. Look how fast it's going. Like look at that. What the fuck goes that fast?
It's crazy.
That is insane. That has to be, I don't want to guess, thousands of miles an hour that thing's going. But if you are a person inside, you're yellow. You're going that fast?
Paul Verzi's dad and mom saw it, and it was not only dad, mom, it was like an aunt. They were all there. And I asked his mom, she's like a religious person, and she said, yeah. And they said it was low, lights on it, the father was, bronze. He's a funny guy. Yeah. He said he doesn't believe in that stuff. And it was low, like above the tree line. He made it out. It was a saucer, and then he said it shot up and turned into a god in the sky.
And this was in Haiti. Did you guys ever hear the Betty and Barney Hill story?
No.
Betty and Barney Hill were a couple in, I think it was the 1950s.
Oh, yes.
They were the first abduction story. And they did hypnotic regression. Both had the same story. They saw something in the sky. They pulled up to their car. And they woke up and didn't know what the fuck happened. But they were haunted by this. And they have hypnotic regression. Tell this crazy story about taking the book, this crap. It's very similar to Travis Walton's story. It's very similar to a bunch of stories of abduction.
And what is this? Like they get tested on? Like, or they just don't remember anything?
It's hard to say when you're dealing with hypnotic because the thing about these, when they're recalling things through hypnosis, is like people are very susceptible to someone imparting a memory into them. So you have to know, like, what was the process like in which you interviewed these people. But John Mack, who was a psychologist from Harvard, wrote a book called Abduction that I read in the 1990s that detailed all the different people that he worked on, that he was, having these hypnotic regression sessions with these people. And they were all telling similar stories about being abducted. And then he believed that there was a few people on Earth that they would revisit. They would find, just like we do with animals, we would put collars on them, right? And they catch a mountain lion. They'll put a collar on that mountain lion so they can understand where the mountain lion's going, where its terrain is. They deal with wolves when they relocate them. They put collars on them so they know where they are all the time. And it makes sense that they would probably want to understand us, so they would pick certain ones. And if they had a way to silence your memories and, completely put you in some sort of a state where they could manipulate you, take you to some place and do examinations on you and put you back with no memory of it, weird nightmares. That makes sense.
Well, it shows that they're compassionate. They put you back.
I guess,
yeah.
Or that, this is how they study you. They want to know. I mean, there's no stories of them stealing people, right? They just do it bring you back. Like, what are if that's real? Like, what's the purpose of it? Like, what are they doing? I would imagine they're studying us the same. Look, if we could study chimps, and the chimps had no idea we studied them, like, we would do that. Instead, we dart them. We dart them. What the fuck? But that's how we do it. And right. They would probably do it in a real similar way, just more sophisticated.
How about that other abduction story about those guys, those rural guys in the 70s or something?
Travis Walton.
Yeah, oh, that's it.
That's Arizona. Yeah. The loggers. Yeah.
Those guys, I believe it.
That story is crazy because the other guys in the truck, one of the guys hated him. He got in a fist fight with that guy the day of the abduction. He still told the same story. Everybody walked up to this crap. They saw it flying through the air. Wasn't that in Arizona too? Was that Travis Walton case in Arizona? I believe it was. Arizona's a hot spot for it. I mean, that's the Phoenix Lights. You know, that's
Phoenix Lights was crazy.
Crazy.
And a lot of people saw that one.
Thousands of people saw it, including the fucking government. Yeah.
Then why is this one catching on in the news? Because this is war.
This is more prevalent and it's lasting for days and days and days.
Got it.
And I don't know. I don't know
Do
what's
you think
going
they just want to be there for the inauguration?
Probably.
They're really, they're like fucking tailgating.
They're
We're going to be there getting the inauguration. We're going to be there. We're going to be there. We're going to be close. January 18th, we're doing a show in Washington, D.C. at the Lincoln Theater. Our featuring his live show, and we're like, what we said, we were like, why 22 days before the inauguration? We're like, what the fuck are we doing?
We're doing a live, the first live history.
January 18th.
January 18th. Washington, D.C.
In D.C. they were talking. We were like, fucking, who knows? We're
Better
doing
than
it at
January 21st. That was being there.
we're doing it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I like doing earlier shows. Now. You ever do that? We do
New
like
food,
5
kid.
p.m. That's what I
Ruffle
think. That's
wrap.
where the world's going with live.
Transfer.
We don't think people want to be out at midnight, 1 a.m. What do you think? You think that's stupid? Think earlier shows? Would you experiment with it?
Sure. I mean, very pressures have done like afternoon shows, like take the day off work show.
Oh, really?
Oh, I didn't know. Shows. Yeah, I mean, Doug Stanhope does those day drinking shows. He actually filmed one of the other shit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Day drinking shows. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, the club is there all day. Why not have shows during the day if you want to? If you wanted, you could sell it. Especially if it's dark out. Because the club's dark as shit. It's dark when it's doing. Yeah, it's like you could totally have the same experience at noon that you could at night. But it seems like at nighttime, people are off work, get a couple of cocktails, get a little loose in the dark, have a good time.
But on a Saturday, sometimes I feel like people just sit around all day and wait for the show. You can put it at 5 o'clock. Why not?
That's why I like to go to football games, right?
Right.
In the afternoon. Yeah. You certainly could. You certainly could have a day show.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a big team. You know, someone that's willing to do something.
Yeah.
Like, most of the people like to go out at night. You know, like to go to dinner, get drinks, little show. That's a night time. Yeah. But that's just there's a custom to it, especially if it's Saturday or something.
Yeah. I'm just a morning baby. I like to wake up early. And I like to, I'm a 6 a.m. What I used to look at it right away, but now I give myself 15 minutes. 15 solid minutes. I get 15 minutes and I get my feet on the floor and I just try to piss.
You know, Chris, stop lying.
Let me think about
you
that.
get never mind, you grab your phone.
That I don't do it because I'm in a slumber, so I'm kind of just, it's kind of like, I'm in a slumber state of piss. But you're right, I can get up when I do get, actually, I never really have to piss in the morning when I wake up, because I do piss in the middle of the night. But that is a good point. I typically, if I have to piss, I do take my phone, that's a good point. But for mostly, if I have to piss, I will go 15 minutes, I try to do it. And I just try to breathe and get friendly with the stress.
Get friendly with
You got to do it, baby.
You do any meditation or mindfulness? Sure. Yeah. It's so good.
Every day?
Well, I do a lot of different things that also act like that, like my time in the sauna. I think that's very meditative, you know, especially when I'm just concentrating on breathing and getting through the last 10, 15 minutes. Cold plunge, I think that's a very meditative state too, because you have to be in control of your emotions, your anxiety, because you want to get the fuck out of there, and you have to just stare at the clock, you know, and make sure you do your time. But also other things like
We stay how long in the cold plunge?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, not bad. Yeah, sure, yeah. I can try. I can't even do a cold shower.
Dude, I can't believe we're doing maybe the last podcast on Earth after an alien invasion is coming.
I don't think there's aliens going to stop podcasting. I think they like podcasting.
They like it, right?
Yeah,
They're going to love yours for sure. You're an advocate for it. Yeah.
some other time.
Yeah.
Come visit me.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that they haven't visited me yet. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
If you'll come,
You wouldn't be freaked out, right?
Yeah. I mean, how can I freak out when you confront the thing that I've had forever? Probably. Yeah, you know you definitely have one. No matter who you are, you can say, I don't care if you're the fattest motherfucker at the time. You're going to do it. You're going to freak out.
But why is that not comforting? Like, I'm a kid who doesn't like loneliness, and it'd be nice to know that there's other things out there.
What if they're completely indifferent to us? What if they're
What's the
completely
difference
eliminated
between them and
emotion?
Yeah, but what's the difference between them and
Calculated like a computer.
we have those here?
But they're not telling you what you can and can't do with your life. You're not shutting down your power grid. They're not like coming over to rule over humanity. That's the world. But the worry is that they rule over us, we rule over countries.
But maybe they do a better job. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, what's the worst they could do, really? Yeah. What's the
What
worst?
does ChatGPT say about aliens?
Huh?
I mean, we asked ChatGPT the other day.
What did they say?
It was a UFO. We kept asking more and more questions. Like it's exhibit something. What are the possibilities? If it is extraterrestrial, where would it come from? Case of like star systems and close by.
Wow.
Yeah, you keep getting pestering.
Don't want to ask such a big, an artistic rendition of what I thought it would look like.
What does it type of?
Yeah, at first I made a huge. That's a little too big.
Maybe not big as mothership ones. I don't know what it is, but it's fun. I like all this. I like all this chaos.
Yeah.
I enjoy it when they get real sideways for some strange reason.
They were also probably been coming forever. Just now everyone's got phones and then they're just captured.
I think it's in the Bible. I think the Ezekiel story in the Bible is an alien visitation.
Yeah.
So what does that say? They talk about these lights.
It talks about a wheel within a wheel. Like the way that Ezekiel describes this vision that he sees, like something that had like multiple different animal heads on it, different it describes it as a wheel within a wheel. The way it's describing, like you would imagine, like if you saw something beyond your fucking wildest imagination, and you tried, years later to write this down, or not even write it down, right? Because it was told as an oral tradition for a long time before it was ever written. Who knows what the actual event was or what described? But there's a lot of ancient religious texts, including the Puranas, the Bhagavad Gita, all these different stories of things flying in the air that exhibit extraordinary flight characteristics that move the way we describe UFOs.
So that's a good point. That just because we have the capability to film this and know about it now, doesn't mean that they're going to expose themselves because they've been doing this for thousands of years.
If you read Jacques Vallée's books on it, Jacques Vallée is the guy, he's the scientist that they, he was the reason why they had that French guy in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. You guys see that? Kind of really long, great fucking movie. But there's this French scientist they bring in to try to help people get through this space on this Jacques Vallée's podcast guest. Very keen. Didn't answer a lot of questions. Broke them all. But his books are fascinating. And one of the things about his books, I read the first one, I'm going to the second one. In the first one, he goes into detail about through the 1700s, 1800s, all these different sightings, all these different experiences that people document, the news stories, and they're all super similar. Similar enough that different versions of it kind of attributed to different people lacking the words to adequately explain some super paranormal, bizarre experience, but real simple. I think they probably know if they're reading. If we are visited by something that's either interdimensional or from another planet, they've probably been doing this for a long time. Monitoring us the same way we monitor us on this planet.
And they'll never say who they really are.
Or maybe they're getting ready to work out to these fucking quantum computers and AI. Maybe that is the thing that they're here to make sure it goes smoothly. Because if you had to imagine one thing that completely changed the capability of this race of savage, barbarian, territorial apes from the weapons, which is what we are. You would like right when they're about to achieve godlike power. Like let's
Wow.
Right.
That makes sense. It really does make sense when you put it into that context, which is actually reality. That we are on the precipice of something that is so unimaginable.
bigger than the bigger than it.
Right.
Literally something.
You're blowing my mind right now. Yeah, I mean, we really, when you think so,
Your anxiety's going to go up.
yeah, I mean, well, no, my anxiety's on the stupid stuff, which is weird.
Yeah.
But, so, yeah, this stuff just doesn't bother me. I get bothered by stupid stuff. What is wrong
Because
with
this stuff is not genuinely affecting you right now. If it was inescapable, if it was like hovering over this building right now, we wouldn't be able to have a podcast. We'd all be outside.
Yeah.
We'd be going, what the fuck, man? There's some silent thing that's 3 miles long that's blocking out the sky, and it's hovering, 300 yards above us. We would all be freaking the fuck out.
Right. So what? My question is Elon Musk probably has IQ of like 140 or something, or so. What is ChatGPT's like IQ like considered now?
Well, once ChatGPT, once they achieve, they think they're going to be able to do this in 2025. When it achieves artificial general intelligence, I think what it will be is as smart as every human being that's on Earth combined. See if that's right. See if that's correct.
What does that mean?
But
Artificial
that's,
general
it's just,
intelligence.
the thing is, it's like whatever it is, it's baby steps. So whatever that is, with this insane leap from us to that, is baby steps in comparison to what it's going to be.
Right.
It's not going to stop there. And if you have sentient artificial intelligence and unlimited computing power connected to nuclear power plants, like they're going to do, and then it develops a better version of itself and better versions of power and better versions of its programming and all the other things that go along with it and its capabilities. And if ChatGPT is trying to lie and copy itself, what is that thing?
So, and they also don't know how it works, right? Like I watched that 60 Minutes interview with that sort of godfather of AI, or whatever they consider him, like the guy who first created the biggest component of it. And he says, we don't the layers thing, and then he's like, they don't know how to learn, and they don't know how it works. That blows my mind.
It should.
Yeah.
It should. That's what it is.
So is Elon concerned? Is Elon like really concerned about AI?
You know, he keeps it under his hat.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I think he's got contracts with NASA. You know, he's at the Defense Department. He's running SpaceX. I don't think he can talk wild about airplanes.
Yeah.
You got that kind of.
Yeah,
It's
because
like a
that's,
lot
what
of.
Right.
that's what we were saying in the gym.
Because he doesn't believe it.
my stuff when you shove it. Like, I'm not sure.
He's a. I don't know.
Because people are like, oh, how come he's not commenting on the drones? He comments on everything. It's true. But, and so, like, what does that tell you?
It tells me something's going on.
Yeah.
That's, I would be commenting on it. If I had nothing to do with it and I was a super genius who comments on everything, I would for sure comment on all these fucking drones.
Well, there's a lot of them. My wife saw one. She videoed it. It was a drone. There's a lot of them.
But it could have been a man-made, it could have been like something throwing it in the air.
A lot of people are probably putting up in the sky too.
100%.
Yeah.
They're all flying around Austin and they're
Yeah.
normal drones. You see them the other night.
Yeah.
Boys, let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
History Hyenas is back.
History
Very happy.
We're back
Very
here.
happy.
Very happy. We're demonetized on YouTube, so we're trying to get remonetized. But
What happened? What'd you say?
We didn't do it. Who knows? It's I don't know. Why does this happen? I remember the last time. Yeah, and the last time they did it to my channel, and then you spoke about it, and then they remonetized. They suspended me last time. We don't know because we weren't even started.
The problem is if you get a bunch of haters who flag your videos and complain about them, I think sometimes that can do it.
Yeah, it says harmful content. We didn't put an episode.
Just cocksuckers who like just mass report you or they don't like you. I mean, there's a lot of ways to weaponize that whole reporting system.
We're trying, but
And then you got to realize that YouTube is managing some fucking insane number of videos that are getting uploaded every minute.
right.
They probably have to have all these systems in place to ensure and stuff. I bet you can get that system. And then there's also a bunch of people that work for them that are work dipshits.
Yeah.
Right. And I think they can flag things and they get out a lot.
Yeah, we tried. We tried to get it reinstated. They said we have to, February is our next chance.
Please,
Come on.
Yeah.
It's just a history podcast. We're funny guys. Let it go.
But that's why, in effort, we are playing by the rules with YouTube, and we have really clean, cute content on YouTube. If you want to get fucking wild with this, go to patreon.com/historyhyenas. That's where we're going off. Patreon, great sales pitch. It's true.
Right.
We are going off.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you very much. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for being together again. It's beautiful. All right.
Thanks, Joe.
All right.
Thank you,
Bye.
everybody.
Hey, dude.
Good job. Thanks for doing that.
Joe, is that big?
That is. It is big.
Mom, how do they know Bigfoot's not vegan?
See, I don't know, but I think he's got canines like us, so there's a good chance that he does eat meat.
I think hunters are the number one argument against Bigfoot being real. I've never met a hunter seen Bigfoot.
No, and it's out, especially some of your guests we had on.
Yeah.
even myself, and now I used to a lot of times in some pretty desolate places.
Yeah.
All the trail cameras. We should have gotten one picture.
Yeah, trail cameras are big friends. That Bigfoot thing.
I agree, and I'm always still conspiracy that I'm still every time I check, especially when you get in those deep dark places out west and all throughout the country, and even the south, and maybe just this time.
It would be fun.
Yeah.
It would be fun. It's very unlikely. There's only like 2 jaguars in the United States, and they know exactly where they are.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I was thinking back and even listening, like you had Ranella, there's Cam, one of my hunting buddies and people I look up to as well, Remy Warren, all those guys. You start thinking about the amount of time we spend in the woods, and we don't even see a mountain lion. Or we talk about the wolves. All these wolves are starting to be reproduced, and you still don't see them a lot of times. They're there. But then again, you capture them on trail cameras, in the middle of the night. But yet, Yeti or Sasquatch, only Jack Lake's beef jerky has seen it. I saw them on the Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, they're in a lot of commercials. They're in movies. I think they used to be real. I think it used to be a real thing. I mean, they know there's called a gigantopith because they lived somewhere around 100,000 years ago. There was a bipedal hominid that was 8 to 10 feet tall.
Holy cow.
Look in the orangutan family, I think they believe it was.
That'd be something to get Graham Hancock on. We need to get him back to find that creature.
But he's busy. He's busy with a lot of other shit. It's like just trying to sort out the past, trying to sort out human history.
That was some of the most intriguing. I was the end of that and went because of hearing him on the podcast and went and just finished season 2, watched season 1 soon after I'd seen the deer first.
It's pretty compelling.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and once you realize, first of all, that there's real physical evidence that something happened around 11,000 years ago, that the Earth was most likely pounded with asteroid debris.
Yeah.
And probably fuck civilization up pretty bad, and it can happen again.
Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
I mean, hearing his perspective on it and how he researched it, and it's from the standpoint, as we know, politics and everything that's involved in everything, and it's just almost like he was a journalistic, really smart, intellectual guy who was intrigued. It's just a good approach to the way he studied it to me that made it even more compelling. And then the findings he did find, I don't know, I was very intrigued.
And you know how he really got into it?
Oh,
he got into it researching the Ark of the Covenant.
Really?
Yeah, because in Ethiopia, there's a specific church in Ethiopia that has always been rumored to be the place where the Ark of the Covenant is stored. And there's these guarders of these people that are guards of this area, and they all develop cataracts. They all have like radiation poisoning, and they're guarded this one particular area. They won't let anybody look at it. They won't let anybody talk about it. And Graham got fascinated by this. They started doing a deep dive into history, historical accounts of the covenant and the Ark, and all these bizarre stories that have lasted throughout history. And the real evidence that there was really sophisticated societies thousands and thousands of years ago, when we kind of assumed that people were hunters and gatherers. Egypt is a great example of that. They were doing that. It's fucking insane.
Right.
I mean, the structures, still today, we look at them and go, what the hell were you guys doing?
How is this made?
Yeah. And he believes that society had reached a very, very sophisticated level of technological achievement, and something happened. And that we're living in like a rebuild. Even though we're very sophisticated in terms of technology, our technology is
go back
in its direction and here's it.
And where did Graham ever, his conclusion in some of that about the covenant, did he ever think that it's still there?
I think it's still there, yeah.
So some people thought it might have burned up in Jerusalem, I think it was. Or
see if you can find where that is, Jimmy. It's supposed to be in some church. James or God.
I just had watched something on that because I'm intrigued by all that kind of stuff.
Well, when you really start digging deep into it, it's very fascinating. This one particular place has been protected for so long, and these people that supposedly seen it describe something that's, Trump apparently has a model of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
No way.
Yeah, see if you can find that. Yeah, it's got like
he's got
recreation of the Ark of the Covenant
And yeah, and that whole covenant was pretty cool based on how, God had said, look, saying this is how big it's got to be. It was built out of certain wood, inside and out, gold, the handles, everything was there to hold the commandments. And then, but then I saw something to where, Jamie might probably pull it up, like where some people speculate it could be under Catholic Church. I've heard that. In the back, yeah, and then oh my goodness, no, I heard you talk about you went and had the guides. It was amazing.
It's incredible. They have so much. They have billions of dollars in money. Like, where do you guys steal all this from? It's back in the Trump's days. Look at this. This is Trump's replica of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
That's just like,
Pretty fucking wild.
and it's almost exactly the replica of what it's assumed to look like.
Well, I mean, I think that's a recreation of biblical accounts.
Absolutely.
Very strange.
Well, maybe Trump can take us to show it to us, man. That'd be cool.
Would say, Jamie?
I'm trying to figure out. I mean, really, it might have just been there temporarily. It looks like that might be like on display.
Oh, so it's a replica that travels around. Is that what it is? Temporarily.
Yeah, I can't find like that it lives there, but there's definitely all these people with pictures of it.
Bro, if I had Trump on there, I'd do it. Make
Oh,
another
why
one.
not?
Come on. I would tell you. I would tell you. It's a cool thing to have on display. I mean, I wonder what it was. I mean, if these guys really are guarding it in Ethiopia, what is the radiation from? Why do they all get developing cataracts? Radiation.
Yeah. And we've all watched Harrison Ford try to find it.
Exactly. It's so fun.
It is
All that ancient civilization stuff is so fun because it is really kind of a mystery, and it's fascinating. And I'm sure you've been hunting down arrowheads.
Yes, a lot.
You find one of those, you're picking up this piece of history. You got to imagine some Native American was napping this flint on his knee, sitting there, who knows how many thousands of years ago.
Exactly.
They find 3,000, 4,000-year-old arrowheads. And you just got to go, God, what was life like then?
Oh, I can only imagine. And like where I'm from in Georgia, and obviously you and I both love archery, but all the areas I find are quartz. So we have very little flint, and I'm not at all historically sound on understanding everything. I mean, I got friends. Actually, Jeff Foxworthy is one of those guys. He lives right down the road. He is obsessed with Indian artifacts and has an amazing collection. Like goes across the country. It's hard. You can call Jeff right now. You probably can't get in Austin to do the podcast, but all you got to do is tell him, hey, man, I just plowed up the field and it rained, and we just found 2 nice flint heads. He'll probably be here tomorrow. I mean, he loves it. He's eat up with it.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. Even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed with water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They're seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. This is a dude I know runs a ranch out here. He finds them all the time. It's Comanche territory where his ranches in the whole country. And he, every day, go to that guy's page, Whitworth, JW Whitworth, JM Whitworth, JW Whitworth. I think it's JW. But he's got incredible arrowheads. He's like just obsessed with finding them on this ranch. And this ranch apparently is just overrun by the Comanche. It's very fertile and rich. And, soil is great. A lot of water, habitat, a lot of deer. And so they must have just camped there and lived there for a long time. It's JM. Oh, it is? Oh, he's private now? That's probably because we blew him up. I think that's when he went private. Because he didn't used to be private. But
See, that's amazing.
He sent me stuff.
There's a company I found. Actually, I was in Illinois. This it was a beer and beer fest in Illinois, and I went by this booth to see that is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, Remy said that was probably used for fishing.
Very well could have been.
So large, so it's probably used to shoot fish.
It seems that a lot of the arrowheads are, you know, the ones that's actually attached to shooting with archery, we're a lot smaller. Like, you know, some people might argue that I don't know enough about it. Like, is it a spearhead? I found some heads. Look at this, I found. Like, well, that's a spearhead, or that's this, or that. Right. You find somebody like Randy, or I got a friend named Mike Rainey who's really big into artifacts, and you find something, what you think it is. It's kind of like the first time I hunted in Africa. I thought I'd shot a springbuck, or I thought I'd shot a diker, and it turned out it was a springbuck. It was like, oh, okay, there's only 7,000 species of animals out here. So I think arrowhead is the same way. It's amazing. You're right. Somebody sat down thousands and thousands of years and mapped that out.
Wait.
And how many times did they not get it right?
Oh, dog. It's so much. I fucking agree, kid.
Oh, yeah. And it's probably not a very good success rate, especially when such a hard. Yeah.
I'm gonna read it after. That is just so much.
There's a lot of guys.
So much text.
So there's a lot of poetry.
Correct.
Yeah. A lot of archery nerds, they get real good at it. Or even scattered around places or pretend they found
Exactly.
it. You know?
You could do that. Almost. Yeah.
That's what
It makes me less wise when you know, like you're out in Utah and you have success and uplift, looking an elk and trying to get them packed out, and you just having to reach off kicking knives. Like, it's at least not going to be shot with this knife. Like, these guys have to map out ahead, and that's what they take just to go hunting it, you know?
Yeah, they're looking for thousands of years. That's nothing.
Oh, I know. I tell you something interesting. We hunted a place in Montana where it was on the Milk River, and they had what they called a buffalo trout on this crocodile. And so we went to where buffalo trout was. You could go to the base of it. There wasn't enough now. We used to hunt back in the day, mostly. I had
Thanks.
Since 2000.
Thanks, friend.
2010 was the last time I went out there. So at the base there, you can find all kinds of bones, bison, buffalo and stuff. But you would sometimes find these little tiny heads. And they didn't look like this. But this was interesting. Maybe that was fishing or something. I don't know. But all the heads we were these tiny little, almost like bird points, is what I felt like. I wanted to call the boy. And supposedly, what they did is they didn't necessarily try to kill the buffalo. They would hurt them, and they would just kind of peck them with arrows, and then they would run the buffalo off of this cliff. And so it basically got come off the cliff. And it was so cool, across the valley, you could just see all those stone reefs where supposedly the ladies and the squaws would sit there, and then back, as soon as the men basically had whatever amount of buffalo, I guess, would drop, they would come and butcher, and the man would go back and smoke the pitch pipe and relax. So times have changed a lot.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting.
This one site where they had a buffalo drop, and the pile of buffalo was so large, and there was so much decay that it actually created a fire.
Holy
It
cow.
started a fire because they're all just rotting and fermenting and just some sort of combustion. And so the entire side of the cliff was black from these buffalo falling all over this place, rotting, and then
Created.
Yeah. I mean,
That's crazy. I don't either, but I do know that those buffalo drops could exist, and it's pretty fascinating. And the place we're hunting, the private land, he was a rancher, got some cows, and he was very fun getting up on the video and episodes or anything to do. And back then, we were videoing. I was working with Bill Church, we had to show on TNN back in the day. And he's like, do not bring your cameras. I don't want any TV cameras around here because if all of a sudden the stuff is still on the side. So he was really funny about it. So I don't even take a lot of pictures of it, but I was always like, hey, so I didn't want to take any pictures and talk about it. But man, every time I come back from the one hunt with the scout, I come back. Like here, you see a kid, like a 10-year-old kid, Boy Scout. Like, look at this, here's a head. There's a buffalo skull. Most of everything that would have been there had already been completed right off the county road. So most of the people knew about it. he's had kids and grandkids. He's kind of run the school, but it's pretty interesting. Every time you go, you find something. It's really
Just really stretches your mind and your imagination to imagine living like that back then. And if these people, while, you know, Rome, Colosseum, Europe, all this different places, people living the same way people live tens of thousands of years ago right here.
It's crazy. And now it's so far removed from it, but yet as we talk about it, that roadmap, that left, even get the chance to face a good love, there's still some amazing little wild places out there. But you kind of read this, and that was the first thing I noticed is all the Native American pictures you had. I'm a lot of Native American bodies in Navajo Nation. I've become like family. They become like family. We go out there every year. The resources they have. You know, I know Canada's a lot. You know, is it Muscatine, different places? I don't know, man. And even sadly, even amongst the native, some of that culture is being lost with them more. And so we even go out there and do a hunt with their kids. We take 15 to 20 Navajo every year out there with the Navajo game, of course. You know, they have a lot of mystery. It's just stepping down. If you're kind of in charge of it, really know what people are just told, and the whole Navajo Nation families, and take just their kids. The kids in the Navajo Nation, I mean, they sadly enough, they're like a lot of kids in their days, they play Xbox too much. Like, man, you got 17 million acres in your backyard. Come on, bro. You're supposed to be the damn leader. You got to back out and get down. Well, you got to leave it out here, you know. If you're really heroes from every like this, it's called go ahead. We can help them. Yeah, this is California. I think he come back and he basically taught those guys who were doctors. He introduced them to bow hunting, and then Pope Young, if you kill an elk, is he go Pope Young?
But explain to people what Pope Young is.
Pope and Young is so basically Pope and Young were two guys that basically just kind of revolutionized archery as we know it a lot of times. I mean, obviously, throwing around names, you got to talk about Fred Bear, stuff like that. But prior to that, there was an Indian named Ishi out of the California tribe, and I'm not good enough at remembering exactly what tribe that was, but there's a lot of cool information that you can read. Obviously, if you ever get your hands on Saxon Pope and Arthur Young, it's fascinating. Like, my favorite book of all time is called The Adventurous Bowman. A friend of mine, Jeff Johnson, the writer, gave it to me, and I read it all the time. And even my kid, I read him that book at night, you know, and it talks about their first venture into Africa, and when they went there, when they hunted grizzly, when they hunted elk the first time. And so these guys were kind of, based on what I assume seemed to be pretty much city slickers, who had basically a patient called Ishi who taught them how to hunt. And pictures of him, you can still see him. He looks like he's dressed in a Ted Nugent concert in 1969, you know, jumping off the amps. And so, yeah, now that's become similar to Billy Crockett. Pope Young is an organization that's formed around, you know, celebrating certain animals that are trophy aspect. You know, you get you say a white-tailed deer that nets 125 inches on the Pope Young scale, you can enter them into the Pope Young record book. And every category of species, like elk, bear, caribou, moose, so on and so forth, has that. And so it's just kind of to celebrate a lot of the heritage of archery. So Pope Young, a lot of people don't know it, but that basically is the basis of what it comes from. But it starts back to, guess what? A Native American, these arrowheads, they passed it on. And so now we're kind of carrying on that same tradition. And so as a student of the game, it's like, it's so cool to talk about it. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That's cool. Is there any, can you find, Jamie, is that Ishi, that little tall thing? There's Ishi there. Can you imagine? Look at that. Yeah, I mean, and there's so many amazing stories. Man, I don't even know. It had to have been in the, I don't know, was it 20s? Or maybe 1900. I know it was early.
You know what's fascinating when you think about what we enjoy archery. 1912. So that guy, you know, that is like, he was alive in the 1800s.
Absolutely.
He's doing that. Like, that's literally from the source.
And there's another thing, it's crazy to think about this. Another thing I read and heard told, because obviously, you know, you travel around. It's always trying to figure out, you know, what's fact and fiction. But I listened to Casey Means on this podcast, taking our food. Supposedly, Ishi, who come in, who was actually living very friendly, but come in and once they started hanging around and got westernized quickly, got fat because I don't know if little Debbie's around there. That's the only thing I hated about the whole Casey, that whole podcast is like, man, I used to love good oatmeal pie. Now I'm sitting here like, I don't know that glass of milk. Should I even partake? But I think he gained a lot of weight, started getting a lot sicker.
And the food back then was so much better than the food we have now.
Yeah. Just around a lot of people, and all of a sudden he was trying to fight probably viruses and diseases and getting an abundance from certain food he wasn't used to. And supposedly I think he got a little heavier, less healthy, just being around.
Probably a lot of grains and sugar.
Probably, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's probably even mostly meat before that.
Probably so. Just a fish out of the creek and backstrap out of the mule deer.
Everybody did for thousands of years.
Yeah.
It's just so interesting that if it wasn't for guys like Pope and Young and Fred Bear, I mean, how many people were evangelizing bow hunting like that? I mean, how many people were making it something that was, because as soon as rifles came along, the way everybody looked at it was, oh, rifles are better. You can shoot something further. It's easier to do. You hunt with rifles. But to make that choice, this decision that there's something more connected, more spiritual about archery, bow hunting, if it wasn't for those people that were promoting, people like Fred Bear, who was so articulate in the way he would describe things, and the way he would describe the benefits of just archery practice, about how archery just relieves your cares.
Yeah.
Like if you can just concentrate on that target and just practice archery, it cleans your mind. And I find that today.
I do too. It's almost like you go back in time every time, even though we pick up these new boy bows, you're like, oh my God, the technology is a lot more accurate. It is. It's so much more accurate. And so, it's amazing. You're just exactly right. It is spiritual. And to think back of where it was to where it is, but then you think about the rifles and the technology we have there. But keep in mind, I'm sure, and those people who are really hunting for substance, absolutely. If we leave tomorrow, we can't go to a nice steak dinner, or we can't go to the grocery store and buy some chicken or ribeye, whatever it is. We just have to well, absolutely. We're like, hey, Jeff, your wife and my wife was supposed to kill a few squirrels, and we don't have squirrels and gravy. My wife makes some good biscuits. It's like, why don't, let's leave the Hoyts alone. Let's take a 22 and a 410. Let's just go get us a mess of squirrel.
Yeah.
And so I think probably they looked at it that way. And once that came out, and then it slowly becomes somewhat of a, I hate to even say it's a sport, because I don't look at it as a sport. It's a discipline. But I think to know that we're still going back and celebrating that, and still talking about Ishi and Pope and Young and Fred Bears and what they said, and even people like Chuck Adams, who was always one of my heroes. Cam and I were talking a lot about that in Texas. Just, golly, Chuck Adams, Company's Hill, can always have that green thing. Shot those double X78 arrows. Man, you had nobody. It's like, all the kids, and even me, I was just a chubby white kid that thought if I bought Air Jordan, I could jump higher. And Michael lied to me. Man, you're a liar, Jordan. I can't jump any faster. I can't run any faster. But, Chuck, when I saw those arrows and I see that bow, man, I gotta have that. I want to be like Chuck. I want to be like Fred Bear. And so it's just amazing to see, and to see that we still are celebrating. So
well, it has a very deep connection to the human mind. There's something about archery that I think it's because as human beings evolved, we developed the bow and arrow, they invented it, they refined it, and that was how people hunted and got their food. I think there's a genetic memory of that that's inside of our heads, because there's something eerily satisfying about hitting a target with an arrow. It's so much different than anything. Like, I like practicing shooting rifles. I've hunted with rifles. I like it. It's great.
Same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. It's tenfold different.
Yeah, it really is amazing. It's like every time, if I go rifle hunting, I love it. I mean, absolutely love it. Still love the whole culture of it. I grew up in Georgia where, people were on these leases. It'd be a mead property, which was timberland, the Georgia Power lease. There'd be 10 of us on 500 acres, sometimes more than that. And so, everybody took a 30-06 Remington semi-automatic, a scope on it for over and under sights. And we'd meet up at Uncle Morgan's barn, me and my dad, Scott Steiner and Uncle Tommy and Uncle Jeff. And where are you going? Like, hell, I think I'm going to go to the boat season. I'm going to Holler One. Nobody talked about wind or nothing. It was just a bunch of old guys high-fiving, and we would walk back there and hunt with a rifle. As soon as you heard a rifle shot, it was Uncle Tommy. I bet you he's got a big one, and so it's just so amazing, that part of it. So I still go back and do that from a culture standpoint to feel just that feeling and vibe of being standing there in a pair of Kmart boots with some old walls, cut walls draped over with them white long handles. We could go to Antarctica and be out there through cotton. Once soon as it got wet, she froze to death. And it just the thought of that being literally, at my time, 11, 12 years old, just being one of the men with a 30-06 on my shoulder, climbing up a pine tree in a tree stand built out of leftover lumber from my dad's construction job. That was the most unsafe thing in the world. And
A lot of people got hurt.
And I remember we got our first bow, my dad and I. My dad had an old Browning bow, and he had a couple of recurves when I was young. He pecked around with them. And I remember I was 13. I was working him on a job site, and that's what I was, summer job. My dad was a carpenter, so I'd go work. Man, he worked the cornbread hell out of me, too. He used to show me how to be accountable. Just what it's like to work, and he paid me $2 an hour. So he said, you need to pick out something as a goal, figure out what you need to save money for. You don't need to blow it on students. And I said, well, I don't know. And at the time, some of my buddies, they were saying, I want to skateboard. Well, at the time, we lived on a dirt road. So I'm like, what am I going to do with a skateboard? I was like, I got to go into the city to use a skateboard. So my buddy, Jackson Bishop, we called him Boo, he lived in the city. We hunted together. He said, I'm buying me. He said he was working with my dad and I too, and he ended up saving his money and bought him a really cool skateboard. I remember he built it. We had posters of it. Well, I ended up deciding that I need to get me a bow and arrow. So I went and bought me a Martin Pro Eliminator bow from Big Buck Trading Post. Paid $200 for that sucker.
Is that a compound bow?
It was a compound bow.
What year did compound bows get invented?
It would have had to been, I would say, in the 70s. I mean, the first I remember was, we're talking about Fred Bear, whitetail hunter. Then you had the whitetail hunter 2 and stuff like that. And then I know Browning came on pretty soon in that, and obviously you had Hoyt.
Even had sights back then?
We had like a pin sight. It was like a bracket. It had this kind of rudimentary sight that you could scroll in and out.
There's no range. Right?
There were no range finders.
Is that it right there?
Look at that.
The original compound. Look at that. Up to 50% more speed and penetration.
That was 66. So I felt like this would have been in the 80s. 66. Because I feel like
wow, that's wild. Price so low, hunters can't afford to be without one. The way they used to market things back then is so fun.
I know I love to see those over Field and Stream and Outdoor Life magazines.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's what we're doing now for time.
Look at that. Can you imagine taking that to get daughter chasing elk in the mountains?
Oh my God, that's so close.
Cameron wouldn't even have to tote out a buck on his shoulders. He could just tote that around, probably be as heavy as a whitetail.
How heavy is that thing? You get it almost that
all the components. And all the
What is this?
Oh, look at this.
1926. Marking Young. Bowman.
Look at it. Oh, wow. I've never seen this. Thanks for pulling this up. This is so good. Holy smokes. I bet they didn't have to buy a license. I bet they just went on. Oh, yeah.
I mean, when did they?
He's somewhere.
I mean, the film was 1926.
Right. Wow.
That was so close to that shitty bow.
No doubt. And man, I tell you what, man, intriguing. Like those guys right there, their books that they wrote. If you wrote those same books now, like if you and I went on the phone and we said, hey, let's just write an article and present it out for life, publish it just as we saw it, which is so cool about it. Just have a chance conversation to kind of air out everything and everything. And obviously, culture has changed the world in these podcasts. But back then, you had articles. So they write these books, and it would be so like I would read it sometimes the same page 2 or 3 times. It'd be like Saxon book talking about an article. Yes, I found out. I think it's too far. 70 yards is too far to shoot at a Cape Buffalo. I put 3 arrows in. Didn't seem hurt. I got 2 in the rump. one of the men, you're like, they didn't edit this out. It's almost like,
Right.
it's almost like me and you hunting squirrel. Like, man, I'll tell you what, I don't like these pellets. It's just not, those pellets in that air, like, well, they're just not knocking squirrels down good enough. Like, oh, you weren't supposed to put that. Can you edit that out?
Right.
They were just like, okay, let's put this in the book and let's sell it. We're pioneers. They were learning.
They were learning how to do it.
But you imagine, like, you get crucified sometimes for the people who don't understand hunting, even ethically hunting and making it a good ethical shot, whether it's a bow and arrow or a rifle. And back then, they were like, all right, let's go try to hunt some African lions. I don't know what it's going to take to kill them, but we'll see.
Experiment.
And they took a load of it. Think about, I mean, I wanted to, I've been to Africa quite a few times. Africa, it was taking a month to get over there. And they would take a whole ship, and I think I forget, I don't want to say it because it could be inaccurate historically. I want to say they were taking 40, 50 bows, these recurves, and like just tubs and tubs of arrows. I mean, just because they were just launches. It's like they had more freaking arrows than we did at radio. I mean, it's like, man, how many arrows can you get on this boat? Like, well, we get shit loaded up.
Probably weren't going to get any over there. And they're probably making it themselves.
Yeah, right? I think it documents it. It talks about, like, look, if our bows tear up, or in this experimental process, we might need a little stronger bow. So, you know, I mean, sometimes, very rarely I do this. I'll go to pretty desert places. I'll take one bow. Very rarely I take two bows. I used to think it'd be beneficial, but then I started realizing, man, these things are so dependable. I don't need it. Maybe I take a bow press or an extra cable, or an extra string or setup, but I mean, they just had to take it anyway. And they really did.
That's such a commitment to adventure.
Oh,
Get on a boat with a bunch of bows and a tub of arrows.
I mean, how do you tell your wife that too? Because they were married. Can you imagine? I can imagine now that, you know, Joe and I planned a hunt trip here, and you go home and say, hey, man, just, you know, while it was talking, him and Cam were thinking about running to hunt hogs. Well, how long are you going to be gone? You know, it's Christmas time. He was like, well, 2 days. You know, we're just going to drive down and fly over here, do that. Can you imagine, hey, baby, I think I'm going to Africa, and we're going to try to hunt some lions. We don't know what's going to happen.
6, 7 months.
Yeah, I'll be back next year.
I want to go hunt lions with a pointy stick.
Exactly. I should be back. I'm
not sure what it takes to kill one.
No internet.
Yeah.
No. I mean, nothing. How do you research?
How are you learning form and technique?
Yeah.
How do you learn? You just have to practice and then eventually figure out, well, I held my elbow this way. It's going to be better than this way.
Yeah.
I'll just
win. And even civil unrest, imagine this. You know, I hear people talk about hunting in the dangerous potential road wildlife, but I've never done that in real country, so I've never had any fear of any animal. You know, matter of fact, if I was bear hunting, I thought somebody said, "Hey man, bears love pork chops." You walk through Alaska with pork chop around your neck, you might get a better chance to get a shot at it. Well, hell, you reckon they'll come? Let's try it. You know, I want a shot at one. But think of the civil unrest. I've always been, you know, I went to Zimbabwe one time, me and Nick Martin, several of my buddies, we went over to Zimbabwe, and it just happened to be when Mugabe was rerunning. And so he had a political opponent. And so just when we think people listen to this, that, you know, politics in America are crazy, well, guess what? Somebody was running against Mugabe. So did they debate it on a podcast or you talk about it on CNN? No, Mugabe just went and killed the guy he's running against. Like, okay, I win, you know, so it's the story. And so the internet was shut down. And so I remember being over there like, man, I'm kind of scared, not of an elephant or a lion. I'm like, what is this? I don't have a phone. I don't have internet. I have no way to talk to my family. I don't have any. My money got stolen. I was an idiot. He went over there like with my backpack with cash, like, you know, a bank envelope, everything that you read. So I'm like, okay, I'm an idiot. So I go to take some money to we were talking about going fishing on Zambezi River, and so anyway, I was like, money, I'm gonna tip this guy for going fishing. Like, dude, where's my money? And it was all gone. So I don't know if it's between where I landed in South Africa somewhere, I don't know where, but all of my money, and I think I had about $7,000 cash, which for me, that was a lot of money. Like, I mean, I was devastated. Not only I lose my money, it's like I didn't have money to lose like that. But then I'm like, what am I going to do? And so they take me over to Botswana and I get some tools from an ATM because it's a little more westernized. But I remember calling home and it's like, man, we ain't in Kansas no more. This ain't a whitetail. In my mind, I'm so singled in on the adventure, thinking of Saxton, Pope Young and all these guys. And I forget, like, wait a minute, there's people dying and starving over here. And I'm just over here trying to maybe find a Cape Buffalo, Jim's buck or something. And that's where I learned a lot. Travel, just what's out there.
Do you ever watch Pedro Ampuro's videos?
No.
Jamie, I'll send it to you. He's a fascinating dude from Spain, and he travels everywhere to bow hunt. Everywhere.
Oh, I can already tell I love that.
Oh, you love it. He's great too. His hunting adventures are really interesting, but he goes all over the place. He goes like Tajikistan.
Holy cow! Look at that. You can tell.
He's super dedicated bow hunter, and travels to Greenland. He was in Greenland with Remy. They were hunting together, and just his stuff. Pedro's videos are really well done. He's such a likable guy that it's a good introduction to people that don't even understand why anybody would be interested in bow hunting, because you realize like this guy he's as much fascinated by the adventure of it all as he is the hunting aspect of it. Like he really enjoys being in these very different cultures and very different parts of the world. Like he hunted elk in Mongolia. Wow. Mongolia has a large elk population.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. But it's really funny because everybody goes there to hunts with a rifle. And so all the guides who, speak Mongolian, right? Like they're like, the fuck is this guy doing with his bow? This is stupid. Like,
what are you doing, Pedro?
He's like, I can't shoot it. It's 98 yards away. We have to get closer. Like, just shoot it. Yeah, just shoot it. Shoot it. Kill it. Let's get out of here. We've been here for fucking 3 days. They're tired of it. But this dude's got a really great channel and a ton of videos. He's been doing this for making these videos for 10, 15 years.
I'm definitely subscribe to that. And you guys, is that?
Oh, it's a Mouflon.
Mouflon.
You went to this video. Oh, okay. Go to the Mongolia elk hunt because it's so fascinating. They stayed in a yurt. So they stayed in one of those felt tents like Genghis Khan used to live in, and they traveled in the woods, and it looks like you're in Wyoming. It looks like you're in Idaho.
Them yurts, I always wonder if that's what Missy Elliott was rapping about. You're there, Mr. around here.
I don't think so. She actually that's what it said. Yeah. But if you scroll further ahead, you can see some of the footage. This is ibex in Mongolia. Google, it's not that. Search elk in Mongolia. He's got tons of stuff. There it is right there. See world record elks right there.
Yeah.
Second row. That one. Bam. Yeah, that's a Mongolia.
See, that's, to me, so fascinating.
Isn't that crazy? Look at that. That looks like you could be in Utah.
Absolutely.
And they just totally didn't understand why he was using the bow. Because his dad was there. His dad hunted with a rifle. And he was successful. And, he's got it close.
God, and those look like just your basic Rocky Mountain species.
I don't even know how they got there. I don't know if they were always there. I don't know if they were introduced. I really don't know. Yeah, and that's what they're staying. Really,
I did not even know that it elk in Mongolia.
Yeah, I didn't either until I saw this video.
Nor that I didn't know we could hunt there, and I think that's what people realize in America.
Yeah,
we can hunt. I mean, go do that in China. Get hungry in China and decide you want to go get your mess of rabbit or squirrel. Well, they might not be done, and you can't legally hunt.
You can't legally hunt in China?
Not in China, not at all. There's several states you can't even bow hunt in UK.
I know, isn't that crazy?
I mean, I don't know if that goes back to Robin Longstride, or I think some of it does. A lot of the folklore, because that was a poaching tool on the king's property. You could do it. Poach with a bow and arrow.
Well, that's what people don't understand. The Robin Hood was not about stealing money. It was about using the king's land to hunt animals.
Correct.
Because people were starving. The king had all these animals. He weren't allowed to hunt them.
You couldn't.
And Robin Hood was like, "This is bullshit.
I'll take this bow and arrow. Let's go eat. There's stag out here."
Yeah.
And so, I'm always, the more I travel, like seeing this to Pedro's, and I hadn't done that extensive of traveling And I've never. It ends with a stand. I just stay out of it.
Yeah,
I mean,
and these extra Z's and the
yeah, man. That's like I try to be.
yeah. But Pedro goes everywhere. I can't recommend the show enough. It's so good. And I watch it all the
check
time.
that out.
Late night when I want to chill, when I'm home, I come from the comedy club. I'll check out some of his videos.
Check out Pedro.
Chill
I
out.
wonder
watch
if
it. What is that?
I was looking at the initial books coming out of hunting trips to Africa, and multiple people said they saw this. One guy said he even shot one.
in Africa they saw it.
Yeah.
How
started
long
back
ago
in
was this?
1907, I think.
What the fuck? Do they have a photo of it?
It's just, it obviously might not be a real thing, but the descriptions of it were backed up by multiple people.
Huh. A carnivore that chose to hunt or devour nearly whatever it wants to save for elephants.
Holy cow!
It had tusks.
Dog-headed, beast fish.
What?
I don't even
Yeah,
think Jim Shockey's hunting one of them.
Where did you find this?
Yeah, man, literally, I'm looking at all these history books about like different expeditions, and this was one from 1908. They went to look at certain things. They encountered this in Lake Victoria.
Huh.
It's probably
Look at this, but it seems like it is. Like, I want to believe. Encountered by Lake Victoria when asked, Bronson's own hunting party provided nearly identical descriptions of the creature. The title is reference to the author having been given special permission to hunt the close territory of Loida, Masai, Kisi, and Sotik. Wow. What the hell is that?
Yeah, very strange.
It looks different in a bunch of the drawings, though.
Sure, I mean,
Right. But like, remember when we were showing those ancient pictures of what a whale looked like to people? They've never seen a whale before, and they had like wings and a lion's head.
That's what's fascinating on all that. Those paintings and engravings. It kind of some of it you can see like, okay, we still have some of those animals that look that way, but some kind of looks kind of mystical.
What have you seen the ones that cave things where it's like a stegosaurus?
Yeah.
Like, how did you know what that looked like?
Somebody exactly. I didn't Google it.
Right.
Yes.
Were they laying around? I mean, I wonder.
I'm so intrigued by that. I think I'm more intrigued with it hunting and traveling and being in these places. Like we went down. I love the turkey hunt. I love the turkey. Matter of fact, I'm going to do everything in my power. And if anybody listens that even ever knew my name knows, everybody's like, dude, you got to get on the road to go turkey hunting.
I went turkey hunting once.
Did you really?
Along with Vanilla.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Vanilla, dude.
It was fun.
Yeah, he's fun. I love turkey. I just love it. And that's how I kind of broke into the industry.
Definitely a superior turkey to eat.
Ooh, they are.
Delicious.
They are delicious, dude. And but anyway, with that said, we were down right out of the National hunting oscillated turkeys, which is a different species. You can hunt all these turkeys and get different slams. Like
Yeah, I think Vanilla got some.
yeah, Renella's done it. And so I went down there with actually Troy Lee, Jack Link's jerky, and he's a big hunter. So we all went down there, kind of for the adventure and to say, we hunted the jungle. And dude, amazing. You got all that Mayan civilization and all this stuff.
Come on, baby.
Even Graham Hancock. So what people don't realize, we're out in the middle of this jungle, we're not walking around. And the guy I'm with, he don't know English. I'm like, and Cohen Small, our producer, he's standing there. I was like, dude, this is one of those pyramids. Like we're walking up, and I'm trying to figure out if I can hen call, because nobody had ever figured out if you can hen call to these oscillated turkeys. I get looking around, and so finally I'm tapping this guide on the shoulder, and I'm like, bro, Mayan, Nelson. And I'm like, there's so many of those structures out there, and we're out there hunting turkeys. They don't think nothing about it. It's kind of like us walking around out in the woods in Georgia, I don't know whales. We're in trees. They're like, oh yeah, dude, they're everywhere. So I only knew about the ones that was the postcards,
Right.
that you go, yeah, when you're out there having a Corona on the beach and somebody kind of sell you a engraving to your wife and some, ring or something. I'm like, oh my God, dude. And like, I wanted so bad for Turkey to respond and then put me back against that. And so I did a little video. I'm like, man, this is insane. But when would I have had a chance to see that had I not been a hunter?
Yeah.
So that gets you down the rabbit hole of like, what was this? And what is that calendar? Seeing some of this. I'm like, dude, I was in that area. I didn't go to see that particular piece where he's talking to this authority, but I did go, 30 miles south of there, or 100 miles, and I had a chance to work a turkey around one this time and excavate. I mean, it's just.
You were banned? Oh, okay.
The jungle just overrun all of that civilization. Just overcame it. Just they find them. You know what LiDAR is?
I heard, yes, I saw, well, I didn't know about it until I watched that on the Netflix show with Graham. He was showing how they're flying over the screens.
See if you can find that pyramid they just unearthed in Guatemala. They just unearthed some huge pyramid in Guatemala.
Yeah, we were south. We were right there, and kind of right on the southern tip of Mexico, just as joining Guatemala. And I was just intrigued. We're in the jungle and staying in these little huts and these little tents, like almost a screen porch. I was blown away. And the whole time I'm like, thank you, Lord, for allowing me to be the hunter to go see this, to experience this. And I don't know, I'm overwhelmed. I've never got bored with it. And the more I do it, the more humbling it becomes. As soon as you start thinking, man, I got a bunch of elk in my bow and arrow, just figured out not to run away through it. I know where they can be. And then you go out there and they just kick your butt.
Yeah, there's no figuring it out. I mean, certainly you get to go lower level campaigns with Remy Warren. You become very proficient. You understand what to do. Here it is. Find lost city in Mexico jungle by accident. Yeah, this is what plus puzzle about. So archaeologists find pyramids, forest fields, causeways, and connecting districts, amphitheaters in the southern central state of Campeche. They uncovered the hidden complex, which they have called the Valeriana, using LiDAR, type of laser survey that maps structures buried under vegetation. They believe it is second in density only to Calakmul, thought to be the largest Maya site in ancient Latin America. The team discovered 3 sites in total and surveyed the size of Scotland's capital, Edinburgh, by accident when one of the archaeologists browsed data on it. That's so crazy. They found it by accident.
See, that's amazing. I got the same vibe when I was down because we weren't too far out of Campeche when we was turkey hunting. And so as we're going through there, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of acres. I'm not even sure I set up. I don't know if it's governmentally owned, in this case Mexico, or if it's village. But when I saw that, even though we videoed it, I asked later. I come back and the main outfitter, he was very fluent in English. He said, "Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff out there. We don't talk about it a lot because this is our hunting ground. It's almost like the buffalo drop.
Right?
They really don't want brand down there with a team of filmmakers from California. Like, they don't want it.
So, I see their point, but I don't.
I absolutely.
Yeah.
And they kind of. And I think that's what's fascinating about all that we're able to talk about and share now culturally.
Yeah.
Is we realize if you grow up hunting fishing, well, I really assume everybody did. I didn't think there was somebody that hadn't explored. I didn't walk.
I didn't get squirrels. I was 45 years old.
That's what I'm saying. And I grew up to where, like, laying and eating with my papa, like, one day, damn, I'm going to buy me some ribeyes. It's like you eat enough squirrel and rabbit, and it's great, but it's almost like, man, I'm going to get that big family pack of chicken.
Right.
And we ate plenty of that, but it was always a fallback to where you understood the Lord's resources and how to hunt them. So taking an animal for table fare wasn't anything at all to even cheer about, other than, almost in the blessing of food. Like, thank you, Lord, for giving us this opportunity to have a place to hunt. So it would be a chance to go put a fish basket out. I remember Papa would taught me so many things. You make corn liquor and just countries of chicken curry.
Oh, wow.
And I look back, he passed away when I was 12. Both of my granddads did. And my dad, Edwin, went the same way. I mean, they taught me so much. But I just assumed this is what every man was. I figured this is what everybody needed. Yeah. And I remember I started working in the hunting industry when I was young. Now I remember, I tell this story. I just remember, like, going to a nice restaurant and people ordering appetizers. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like,
what is that?
It was like, bring us some ceviche and some calamari. And you guys like cheese sticks? Look, I know I like cheese sticks. I like cheese sticks. And, like, like, and then all of a sudden, she's sitting there chatting like we are, having a cocktail. I'm like, man, I'm so happy. This is the funnest. I'm loving it. And I'm literally going back and at the end of the night calling my dad, like, everybody's eating before you eat. Like, we getting a strip cocktail, and I'm over here. And it sounds crazy, almost like it's exaggerated, but I was so overwhelmed. I was so intrigued with the city and just people. I would be the guy talking to everybody, from the street people, like, "What's up, dog?" They're like, "Man, what's it like out here?" Like, "Man, you ever ate a pigeon? Man, a lot of these pigeons, go get you a couple ketchup packets from McDonald's and get you a rock." People should hit. And so it was almost like the exact opposite from some of now my city friends who have gotten enthralled with hunting.
Yeah.
They introduced me to so much of the city culture that, I still get excited. Everybody don't think I would, but I still love to get excited to go. I had a chance, Joe Montaigne is somebody who's got a show on Outdoor Channel. So he has this big cigar dinner every night every year in Burbank. It's all the Fruités, and all these different, movie stars stuff. And so he's like, "Man, why don't you get a table? Come out and join us." I'm like, "Yes." So I took my wife. We're all country. I was so excited to get dressed up, and everybody think I wouldn't like it, but I was like, "Man, this is cool." I'm out there having a cigar. And there's the guy from Rambo. I forget his name, but it's the Karate Kid. I'm like, I'm meeting some of these people, and I'm thinking it's amazing how culturally being so country. And how now I'm talking to some of these guys like, "Man, dude, you're the hunting guy. Why don't you take me hunting?" I'm intrigued with that.
Yeah.
And so now having a chance, I think we had like Jim Brewer on, which what a cool cat.
I love him.
He is so fun. I couldn't really hunt with him or being for just constantly laughing. I like to cut up and have a good time.
The first time I went hunting, I went with Renella, took me and Brian Callen. It's the same deal. Brian Callen's fucking hilarious. So we were just crying and laughing in Montana, freezing our dicks off, having a good time. My experience was the opposite. Always lived in cities, and then the first time I went hunting was with Renella. I had been to camping before when I was a kid, but I had no real exposure to nature.
Right.
And I remember just after that week doing it, I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. Like, this is, 100%. I remember cooking the backstraps over the fire. It was me and Renella and Callan and the crew, and we were just like sprinkling some seasoned salt over these backstraps and cooking them over the fire. And we were eating them with our hands, and I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. This is like one of the greatest moments I've ever had in my life, one of the greatest experiences. I felt so tuned into it. I was like, this is something I've been missing. Like, this is, it's a whole new world. I explained it. I was like, it's like you're in a different dimension. The first time I shot a deer was on that show. So I'd never hunted an animal before. I'd only been fishing. And the first time I'm looking at that deer through the crosshairs of that rifle, and I'm just calming myself to squeeze a shot. And I squeeze off the shot, and the deer drops like a stone. And I was like, oh my God, this is what I'm doing forever. Yeah. And then once I started eating it, I was like, oh, this is my thing. I'm like, oh, obsessed. I was obsessed. And obsessed with all I had been missing. Just the experience of being in the woods is so different than anything. The way people think of hunting, unfortunately, we've been poisoned by movies where the hunters are bad guys. They're always douchebags. They're always like poaching animals and harassing people. Hunters in movies, it's a trope. They've always been like cruel, evil people. Like there's Bambi, Walt Disney movies. Oh, they ruin people. Yeah. They ruin this idea. People who buy burgers from McDonald's look down on someone who hunts an animal in the woods. And it's correct. It's just our brains have been distorted. Our perceptions have been distorted by media. And I realized that being in the woods hunting was like, first of all, this is very difficult to do. Mule deer hunting in Montana in October, freezing cold in Missouri breaks. Fascinating. Just the environment is so unforgiving and doesn't give a fuck about you. The quiet and the isolation out there, and a weird kind of loneliness. Not loneliness, but a realization of where your place really is in the natural world. You're not special. No. You're not. There's nothing significant about you. Right. Yeah, you're just one of many living things trying to get along out here, trying to get by. And you have an advantage, obviously, because you have a rifle and you have binoculars and all that other good stuff. But The reality of it is very, very difficult to achieve success, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I was very lucky to have a guy like Renell showing me around. Once you do it once, you're like, oh God, this is incredible. Like, and then to eat that animal, completely different experience than any other meal I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, it's such a peace that comes with it, and I try to explain that, but there's no way to explain it until you experience it.
Right.
You know, I was even trying to explain it to Theo. I don't know if I got that across really loud. Theo is
a unique dude.
Man, he's one of the most. I've met quite a few people, not as many as you, but Theo by far is one of the coolest, unique people I've met. And I remember we get out and we're going to turkey hunt, you know. And I knew, first of all, I think I ruined his whole excitement of it when I said, "All right, man, I'm going to y'all to get my 35." What'd you say, Waddell? I said, "Oh man, I didn't sign up for this. You know, I didn't say this in the brochure." And I was like, and so Caleb Presley, Barstool Sports, he was there, and I was a big fan of those guys. So I was trying to make sure I gave them the best experience I could, you know, because you know, just like Renell, I knew the magnitude of okay, these guys. I hope they want to do it. But we go out there, and Theo had not been around a gun a lot, and so I figured it'd be easy. I had a 20 gauge. I can't remember the 20 or 12 gauge. I had a couple, but I put red dot, those Bushnell red dot scopes on there to make it really easy. Not having to shoot the feed, just look through this optic and see the red dot, put it on the turkey's head, pull the trigger. So Theo's looking through that thing. So you want me to shoot now? I said, no, Theo. I mean, it's not even daylight good. He's got sunglasses on. And he says, he's looking through this. He's looking through this shotgun. He said, oh man, I see that red dot. He said, when I pull the trigger, it turned green. And I said, Theo. And I literally, he said, and then he looked at me and said, who's on the other team? There he is. That's it. That's it.
Bro, he lives in another dimension. He lives in a neighboring dimension, and he just comes and visits us.
Oh,
yeah, Theo and I went to the UFC 2 weekends ago.
Yeah.
2 weekends ago. We were in Vegas, and after the fights, we went to dinner. And I swear to God, the dinner was an hour and a half of me and Theo crying, laughing, just crying, tears. I'm wiping my eyes. I can't breathe. I go, dude, this should have been a podcast. We should have filmed this.
Oh, God, I can only imagine.
We were crying. We were just crying. He was saying the most ridiculous shit, and I was laughing so hard. It was so much fun. He's so fun.
He's so fun. I had so much fun with that guy, man. And he said so much that I couldn't. That was so funny. And then they said so much that I could. But I hadn't met anything quite like him. Yeah, he's so big heart. Yeah.
He's a wonderful
such a big heart, too, man.
Oh, he's a big heart. Such a nice guy. He's such a kind person. And just a very unique talent.
And that's the thing, too, that, you know, Caleb, on the man, he ended up getting the turkey. Caleb, he kind of took to it pretty quick. Theo liked it, but
do you want me to turn it on?
It's kind of cool.
No, dude, it's fine. So it's Theo Vaughn and this guy. Is that what you want to watch? Oh no! I wait. I got you. The thing I sent you. Oh, apologies. No, you watch it on. Yeah, that's fine. I've seen it. But they were talking about an interview with Theo Vaughn, and I'm like, wow, Caspian C is really into hunting. Apologies. You. Oh yeah, no problem at all. Dude, I'm doing this spamming of Discord. Some somewhat bad news. I can't spam my links anymore. It's almost like they have a thing to ban people's links. And if you, so all I have to do is change up the text a little bit. Let's see here. You are banned from chat. You're unable to participate in the chat until the channel moderator unbans you. Okay, that's fine. I don't know. I'm at a point where if I so what I did that's not a big deal. I still am spamming, but if I spam popular creators, the text just moves up the screen so quickly that it's like, I don't want to say it's useless, but it's not. It's, you got to be really quick to see it all. And all these other people are, they've just got like bots in there that are typing all kinds of garbage, so my shit doesn't stay. But if I, oh, but these people have like supposedly like 800 people watching them at once. So I'm kind of at a crossroads. I could just just continue to spam people who only have one person watching them, and if I do that, then my shit stays on there for a long time. Like it might stay the whole stream, which I think is pretty positive. But again, they only have one person watching them. Or I spam someone who has like 800 people watching them at once, which is cool. But then it doesn't stay that long. It just moves so quickly. But again, then there are a lot of people watching it, I guess. I don't really know. I don't know. I don't really know. So I'm gonna kind of see what works. We'll take it from there. Yeah. So you're mentioned twice at least, just in positive ways. You're not. Your name isn't mentioned, but um, a Flax Life references your um discussions, and I just came back from the bathroom and I see that Flax is in here, so I wasn't ready to talk about anything. I didn't know what he wanted to talk about, but we talk about some cool shit. So yeah, feel free. It's 42 minutes. Oh. Hey, Caspian Sea, can you hear me? If you can't hear me, that's okay.
Cool. And anyway, I realized Theo had more fun just kind of walking around, checking out the cows, and just dude, that would be a whole. You could do a special Theo just walking around. Maybe after a trip or something, just let it walk around and just describe what he's seeing. I mean, our producer come back and I saw him way away. I was tired, man. I've been hunting a lot. He said, "Man, we're gonna go take an adventure, walk around the ranch, the farm that's down in South Florida." I come back after he was laughing. He said, man, I can't even tell you all I heard Theo was saying. He said, I've never laughed so hard. I said, I can only imagine. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's just like that part. I think that's the most beautiful thing for me, coming from where I come from, and even seeing all the different people from all these cultures, and just so much. And I completely understood this too. There's so little that separates us all from the most rural country guy to the most urban city guy. No matter what race, ethnicity, it's amazing how there's so much entertainment and things that just open your mind. Not pretend to know it all, to want to learn, because there's so much you can teach me, so much I can teach you, and it's just amazing. It's definitely gives me a whole lot better perspective. And I don't know, that's been probably the coolest part of what I've had a chance to go on an adventure and a journey, is to be able to meet somebody like Pruitt, who's like, he didn't really wasn't not intrigued with hunting. It was more a conspiracy of what was going down. And like, dude, I went to go get some chicken breast, get some chicken wings. You couldn't find any. The government, Fauci, is making me learn what else. Teach me how to kill a turkey. On the other hand, first morning out, Jim kills one. And so, you've hunted enough in camp where, you get an elk, and it is a reverence. It's not like everybody reacts to it. So, but if you have a good arrow, kind of the technique, the spirit of the arrow, spirit of the wild, that arrow goes in there, and you work for it, you practice. When it's a good shot, and you know that you got, and essentially put the tag on that board, it is almost like spike. Some people, it's almost like spiking football when you get a touchdown. So I was so excited. Jim Pruitt had just got a turkey. That me and our Dean used to be in that country group, Trick Pony, who is just a trip in itself. He's good friends with Jim. They live somewhere close down there in Naples, Florida. And me and Ira are just grabbing him, look like you wrestling jiu-jitsu. I got him, and like, you got it, and we're like, punching, like, you smoked him, dude, right in the head. We high-fived, and Jim's sort of like overwhelmed. It's like the woman in the shower on Psycho. What did I just do? And then all of a sudden, I forgot. This is a guy in the movies. This is the guy that I grew up in watching Saturday Night Live. He's never been there. And so, and then we slowed down. And it wasn't even hard any time after that. Jim just sat there. He takes the turkey. He's holding it like a little puppy dog. He's holding it. And Ira, my buddy, gets it. Grabs it. He says, "Hello, Jim." And I think Jim talked about it. I just sat back and I'm like, man, how cool is this? Yeah. And then the same token, Jim's like, hey man, if you ever down here want to come to one of my comedy shows, and for my wife and friend to go do that, or to see something I've never seen, or to go home and tell my dad he's 71, like, you're not gonna believe what I saw in Austin. You're not gonna believe what happened in wherever, Las Vegas, we're at the SHOT Show. I don't know. It's
that's the beauty of travel, right? Like, the more environments you can go into, the more completely different cultures you can explore. You get just a wider sense of humans.
Yeah.
And you realize, like, we have more in common than we do, opposed to each other. We have much more than we share than we don't.
Correct.
And it really is just like, what environment did you grow up in? You grew up in the country, I grew up in the city.
Yeah.
But once you find common ground, and once you experience it, like experiencing nature for the first time for people that are in the city, it's so overwhelming. It's so interesting to watch them just walk around the woods, just confused, and not knowing how to navigate, not knowing where they are, and being exhausted, not knowing how much energy it takes going up hills.
How are we gonna get back?
Yeah.
Where are we at?
We're 8 miles deep. Yeah, we got to walk 8 miles back. Yeah. When does that get us back? We'll probably 11 feet.
Yeah, we're late. We have
headlights. Put on your headlights. Are there animals out there? Animals in there. They know where you are before you are there. Yeah.
It is so intriguing. And to think about, it is a completely different world. And for me, it's so cool. Over the years, working for different, I call it more non-identity. Like, obviously, we think of holdings, you think of Real Tree, you think of these different companies that are around the hunting culture. But I remember one year I had a chance to work with Hormel, Denny Moore, Stu, Hormel, Denny Moore, Stu. And so they did the sweepstakes. And it's like, win a turkey hunt with Michael Waddell. So we did it. They run 30-second ads. That was when everything, a bunch of 30-second ads. The guy wins it, and his son, and when they get there, I realized that they're hunting, and it was my first time to experience guiding somebody that knew nothing. I mean, I guided a lot of monkeys, and I'm talking about when I say had no with nature.
Never shot a gun.
Never shot a gun. I mean, immediately I had a big Rambo knife tied to the side. It's like, okay. And so I remember walking, and I realized that, okay, this would be fun for me because from the basics, everything, just mountains, streams, tracks. So we walked along and him.
Welcome. How you living, pimp?
Right, look at this. Cool.
What's good?
So there, a perfect track. Oh man, that's.
I didn't want to talk to you anyway.
Would be to a cartoon like the Coyote with Bugs Bunny show. I said, yeah, like Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, Coyote, but this is a real coyote. I said, oh, this is cool. Check this out. This is a bobcat track. Oh man, I said, look, here's a track. This is a hen track.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm explaining to them.
What's good? I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, again, I didn't want to fucking talk with you.
To him the different things. I mean, he saw everything. Like hog, have a little tracks. So finally, we're walking. He's just so cool with these tracks, like taking pictures. He said, "Hey, man, any Cheetos?" And I said, "What?" And he said, Cheetos. Cheetos. I said, "Are you talking about like Cheetos, like snacks? Snacks? Oh yeah, you any of those out?" And I said, "What? I swear, animals. That just shows the disconnect. Cheetos, Chester the cheetah, which I guess is from a true animal, a cheetah, but Chester Cheeto, he was like, is any of those tracks? If you see one of those tracks, show me what Chester Cheetah track was from. We don't have cheetahs, but there is no Chester Cheetah. But then it hit me, like I was talking about the movies. Well, Bambi is so real. The fox and the hound, I mean, it's so real. Right. It's like, somehow, they think that you go to Antarctica or North Pole and these polar bears having a soda and high-fiving and talking about Christmas. Yeah, he climbed that bar like, what's up, man? Yeah. Come over here, man. Right. Have a Coke with us. It's like, no, that's not. These animals will smell you, and they come hunt you. They're like, wait a minute, seal that we got to wait days for it to come out of the hole and hunt them down. Or look, there's a dude that's been eating a lot of fried chicken and collard greens and cornbread. I bet that sucker. I bet he came up fast. I was going to get him. And so it's just a disconnect of not knowing, thinking that everything is almost like going to the zoo. And then when it becomes hard, and you're 2 or 3 days in, you're not had opportunities like, dude, what is going on? We're hunting. I mean, I've even had them like, dude, I thought you were good. I mean, I'm trying. It's just this animal, he does not want to get on your plate. It's not an easy thing to do.
And that's also the problem with hunting shows. It's a hunting show, it's a half-an-hour show, it's 22 minutes of actual footage, and so you're boiling down 10-day hunts in 22 minutes, and the reality is that gives a distorted perception to the people at home, like, oh, it's easy. They just go there, they put the animal in the crosshair, that's not fair. Like, you hear that all the time, that's not fair. Like, survival's not fair. You think it's fair that the lion gets to kill the gazelle? It's not fair. No, of course it's not fair. There's nothing fair in nature. Why are elephants big? Why are mice small? There's nothing fair. No, it's not. This fair doesn't factor in. This is what you're trying to do. You're trying to survive. Obviously, you can go to the store, but out here, there's no fucking stores. No. So out here, if you want to survive, if we live here forever, this is the only environment you're going to be here. Your heart stops beating. Correct. It's the only way. You've got to figure out the wind. You got to figure out where they are. You got to pattern them. You got to figure out how to sneak up on them. You got to figure out how to execute a shot without getting buck fever. Yeah. You got to do all these things. Like, this is the only way.
It's so deep, right? And it is.
You just can't boil it down. Like, Panther does a really good job of showing like how difficult it is on these crazy adventure hunts he does. But even still, it's an hour and a half. Like, the reality is, it's 10 fucking days, man. 10 days.
That's right.
10 to 12 miles a day, sweating your ass up, coming back exhausted, your feet hurt, your back's killing you, and just like you sleep so hard, you sleep like a dead man. And then that alarm goes off at 10:30. Oh, you get some coffee with a jet oil, and you freeze it. You try to warm your hands up, and then you're off again.
Yep. It still almost feels like, I always talk about hunting and opening day. It's kind of like Christmas. It's like when you finally get to that September 9th hunting as an example, because I know you love elk hunting. It's almost like you are tired. You've been grinding, doing your daily gigs of whatever you do, responsibilities, everything in your life. Finally on the elk camp, and you're already tired that first morning. You maybe don't sleep good because you're anxious and excited, and then all of a sudden you finally fall into deep sleep, and all of a sudden, you're like, but then all of a sudden, it's kind of like as a kid, waiting on Santa Claus. I'm like, man, I'm not sleeping. I'm listening for him. I left little built cookie for him, but then you fell asleep deep, and all of a sudden you wake up like, oh, Santa Claus. You jump up, and you're still tired. And so hunting to me is still that.
That's amazing. That after all these years.
I still do.
That's the same camp. He's been hunting his whole life. He still loves it. I plan on it so hardcore that like when Netflix gave me a comedy special, I had to make sure that it was the beginning of August. I was like, I need time to get ready. Because like I have a whole training routine and a shooting routine, and I want to make sure I'm shooting 100 hours a day, 7 days a week. I want to make sure my accuracy is fully dialed in. I have 100% confidence. My cardio's up.
I agree.
Did you get ready for it?
It's some of the looking at
He is.
Oh, yes.
I don't understand that. So September 12th through the 23rd, and to them they don't understand. Like outside of people playing football, like you still see the Christmas games and Christmas Eve, Thanksgiving. But for me, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, very rarely. All of us I'm taking that day. I'm taking that. And that's kind of like, unfortunately, how we get these hobbies of hunting. Like, okay, I can't do anything first week of April. That's turkey season. September, oh, man.
Oh, months gone.
Yeah, in November, when the deer are running, I don't know that. Y'all got anything in July?
I've had big guests, like important guests.
Yeah.
That wanted to come in like September 10th. Like,
Can't do it.
It's not happening. Well, it's the only time it's in America. It's not going to work.
Let me know if you come back.
Yeah, let me know if you come back. I'm not missing that. It's my favorite time of the year.
I had a funny story that happened similar. People wonder, like, do you ever get tired of it? You really don't. I mean, I'm sure, like, obviously, say in the comedic world, to kind of draw parallels, that opportunity to go out for 30 minutes or an hour to make someone laugh and they're digging on the stuff that you're performing. There's got to be a natural high that comes with it. So there becomes an addictive quality to it. And it's not necessarily about the money. It's just a certain situation that feels good. So you wonder, like, when do I want to sit down for this? And it's kind of like, Keith Richards playing a guitar. Maybe never. It's like, this is part of it. And I think hunting becomes like that. And to the point with me, like the things I love, I've been blessed that inevitably financial opportunities have came from promoting hunting and working for different partners, as is Cam's, and many of us, Remy, Steve, a lot of us. But I'm still so addicted to the point where my wife, she loves country music, my wife, Christy, and so through people we meet, we got invited to some really cool things, from get-togethers to parties to situations, awards, to ceremonies, to different clubs. And so a lot of times we'll try to go, and it's actually a cool thing for me because, hey, man, I met this person. Would you like to do this or that? And one thing in particular happened. My wife loves country music, and a lot of those country music guys that we hunt with. So I had gotten a text from a guy that was having some award ceremony around the country music. I forget which one it was, but we had it at the Dallas Stadium. And anyway, I had gotten invited. He said, hey, if you want to come out, Waddell, look, man, we'd like to have you to, man, we'll treat you like one singer, And so immediately I said, oh, dude, what's the dates? And they said this April, I forget what it was. It was whatever it was. It hit right in turkey season, like right when I knew. I hadn't even done anything planned. This was time, but I knew, kind of like, September. So I said, man, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the invite, but I'm not going to be able to make it. Well, my wife and I don't have a relationship where we go through each other's phones and stuff like that. But my phone was sitting, it was maybe a week later sitting there, and that same gentleman had texted me on another matter. And so he had just texted me. So I said, Christy, get my phone. So she did, and somehow she just happened to look at that text. And all of a sudden, I couldn't figure out. She just kind of gave me the cold shoulder. Like the rest of the day, I'm like, what did I do? And I couldn't figure out what I did, you know? So finally, I was like, look, baby, I figured out a lot of things about elephant turkey. I ain't figured out a woman. And so I know I done pissed you off some kind of way. I don't know what I did, but, you know, help me understand. Just, you know what? I do have a bone to pick with you. And I was like, okay, let me have it. Let me have it. I'm already thinking, I ain't did shit. You know, I'll play. She said, you know what? I know you like my turkey. I'm like, okay, all right. I'm like, yeah, I love the turkey. She said, but you know what? We could take one night and go to a really cool award ceremony. Maybe we could hang out with Blake and have a drink and just chill and relax. And Blake was going to be, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then she said, well, I saw the text, and we were invited to go to the awards. And you quickly just said, no, didn't even talk. And I'm like, and then I get me like, what is something? I don't know how many turkeys I've seen shot or how many turkeys I've shot myself, but here it is. I'm 50 years old, and I'm saying no, just like that, without hesitation. No, I mean, having fun. In my mind, I'm thinking, dude, that was June or July. And I had your number. And I just texting everybody, dude, are y'all going? Can we have a drink, hang out? Sure. But it's like, nope. It wouldn't matter if Elvis Presley was going to be the show. I was like, and then it hit me. I'm like, man, I am a little selfish. Yeah. And it hit me there. And I did. I sincerely said, I'm sorry, because you're right. You could have just got a commercial flight ticket, flew out there, spent a great evening, had a great date night, and saw the awards. But in my mind, I'm thinking, why would anybody go to a big city and yellow turkeys? I don't understand that. And I'm still learning.
Well, the reality of it is if you haven't experienced hunting, you don't understand why people are so drawn to it, and why the experience is so much more powerful than anything else you have in life, other than the birth of your children, you know, being in love. Well, there's a bunch of experiences that are wonderful in the regular, modern, civilized life. But you get that bug, you get that bug. When you hear the swat of that fucking arrow hitting the vitals, and you see the spot right in the golden triangle, you see the blood dripping down, and you see him stumbling forward, you're like, we got him. And every sense in your body is on 10. Your fucking goosebumps have goosebumps. Everything. It's just, there's nothing like it in the world.
You want to stand up and tie that bandana like on Rambo First Blood. I don't know. It's a crazy feeling. I hope more people get to experience it. But it is
so hard.
It's so hard.
Especially like archery elk hunting or archery mule deer hunting. Probably even more.
I agree.
It is so hard to do. To get someone addicted to that, boy, you gotta get a special kind of person that's willing to, like, the learning curve is so long.
And the physicality of it, how does it there?
And also, those motherfuckers are smart.
Oh yeah, you think they're not?
Ducking mountain lions for 5-6 years, and they know any little snap of a branch, any little moving of a rock that sounds like it might have been a predator's paw. Oh yeah, they're on a swivel, they're up, and bounce, boing, 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 see ya. They're gone.
And that's what other thing people don't realize. You know, they think, oh, you hunters go out there and getting these animals, and obviously hunters has such a responsibility and balance of a lot of things. And Mother Nature is, first of all, very brutal. There's a lot to be learned through nature. There's a lot of things we think we know, but then if you really dig deep and you're in the mountains, you realize, wait a minute, that was all human nature. This is nature. There's a difference. So many examples that you can get into. But at the end of the day, these deer also have coyotes. Now they reintroduce wolves in some of these places. And they have done studies that in some cases they feel like an adult male mountain lion can kill up to 100 mule deer. One mountain lion. So you're talking 80 to 100 animals that they kill. So when you're thinking about us, even if we're athletic, that's a year. That's one. and they've done all kind of studies. I know the state of Utah has been really proactive, which is great. And what I love about Utah Game and Fish is what they're doing. They're listening to a lot of these mountaineer type of guys who are not, have a doctorate in biology or balance in nature. They're just ranchers. They're outfitters. They're hunters. They're somebody that's immersed themselves. And, they might not can sit there and recite Shakespeare, but they can certainly tell you what they've seen. They don't claim to know it all, but they can tell you things that they are seeing out there.
There's different kinds of intelligence.
100%. And a lot of the game and fish, sometimes we'll get at times arrogant to say, well, what am I going to learn from a Joe? What am I going to learn from Michael? What am I? Remy Warren? Come on, dude. Okay, you hunt a lot, but I got a doctorate in this.
Well, like California's a good example.
Yeah.
Like a lot of their game and fish. I don't even think they call it game and fish. I think they call it fish and wildlife.
Correct.
Because they don't want the concept of game to be introduced. Their thought is they want to get it to the point where the predators and prey balance each other out, where there's no need for hunting, and they would like to reintroduce wolves to help them. It's animal activists that have taken these positions that should be held by wildlife biologists who have an objective understanding of the populations and how to keep them healthy. And the way they're doing it in California is you've got mountain lions everywhere.
Yeah.
This one ranch that I hunt, they had a water hole, they had a pond, and they had a trail cam. They found 18 different cats that visited this trail cam.
See, that
18 different mountain lions.
That goes beyond what biologists would tell you. As a matter of fact, a lot of times, a lot of the studies are now it's been changed. Everything, goalposts are being adjusted. So there was a time, I think it was 28 square mile radius that I know at least in the state of Utah. So I'm not saying every game fish department, I call it a fishing game, or fish and wildlife, I should say, but they had specifically, they said a male mountain lion basically controlled 28 miles diameter. Only to find that in Utah, I've got some friends and outfitters that went out there when they did have the quota tags. Now you can just buy a tag on the counter and you can or get depredation. You can hunt mountain lion all the time because they're like, look, these mountain lions are killing a lot of mule deer specifically. On top of that, you don't know what the winter's going to be and what that's going to kill. Then you got wolves, you got bear, you got all this. This outfitter took a business card. And he put it down. He said, I know y'all think this, but I want to show y'all what I filled the quotas. So I shot 10 outlines in this business card. He said 3 of them was here. So your theory that one male mountain lion is in this 28-mile diameter is completely busted. This is not on anything I've studied. I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go to Auburn University in the wildlife department. I don't have trail cameras out there. I'm just telling you that with red bone hounds, this is a true statistic. Here's the photos. And so what has happened, a lot of those people got together, and I love about Utah, they are listening and they're saying, okay, so hillbilly knows something. He's listening to it. And so they're adjusting it. And now the deer numbers are up, getting better. And it's unfortunate that really some of these people might be right, that it does have a great way of balancing. It's way more brutal than what you and I would approach the management process. But everything's changing. I mean, you talk about California, you talk about how they reintroduced, say, Colorado. Well, all that was voted in a very urban area, specifically asking all the ranchers.
I don't think it should be voted in.
It shouldn't be.
Ballot biology to me is ridiculous.
It don't make sense.
You should have to have an understanding about what you're voting on from perspective of the people that are actually in the field.
Correct.
And the reality of mountain lions is like you're not going to get an accurate assessment from someone who visits you once a month.
They think you can go out there and sell tourist tickets to watch the mountain lions.
You can't find them.
I'll tell you
They're
this.
there, and they know you're coming. They smell you miles away. They're not going to be anywhere near you. And if you do see them, it's rare.
I heard Ranella, because Ranella spends a lot of time in desolate places. And I didn't specifically talk to Cam, but kind of in perspective, I started working in the area of guiding, working with an outfitter, working with companies that were doing shows for, at the time, TNN, that turned into ESPN, now Outdoor Channel, now YouTube, so on and so forth. So as a young kid, in rural Georgia, I finally had a chance to start going to seeing these places, from Saskatchewan to all over Canada, that's to Africa, all over Mexico. And now I'm hunting all across the western landscape, not just in Georgia, hunting whitetails and turkeys and squirrels there, I've only saw one mountain lion in the daylight. One. Now, I spent tons. I think Ranella said he saw 6 in his lifetime in the daylight. So what you realize, if you see a mountain lion in the daylight, now I've seen a lot of mountain lions, but they all have been in a tree behind the dog or running behind the dog. I'm talking about just you and I laughing, looking at the middle there, like, Joe, mountain lion.
Right.
Don't see it. And the same with wolves. I've seen 2 wolves in my life. Both were one was in Utah, one was in Alaska. In the daylight, I've heard them countless times. You know, we've been camping at bike tents, and you hear the wolves. I've heard them all across places where wolves exist, but you don't see them. Another perspective is even coyotes. I have 500, a little over 500 acres, and so I noticed.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Deer.
Hey,
Blake Shelton, he was trapped.
it was unplanned.
So this could just.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. I was asleep. I went to the bathroom and came back, and so yeah, you can tell I don't have my normal energy. I was just kind of groggy, but
20.
yep.
Dog. And that at times, you know, hunting a lot, see them times. Along that, 7.
There you go.
Live there.
Nap time.
I'm up and I'm riding, checking plots.
Will do.
Make sure I got better areas for my turkeys to brood, making sure I plant resources. And I don't see these things. And this is all I've ever done. So the people that live in Tasman or just out of LA, not trying to throw shade on, but you don't know, man. I don't know how to get a hat like Tony Hawk either. So I'm still learning. So for me to say that, I think that you can just spend nearly $4.8 million, $5 million to reintroduce schools and think you're going to get tourists come out there and look at these wolves and freaking talk like these people are you know see.
Well, not only that, they take wolves that were captivating livestock.
Yeah,
That's what they captured. Moved to Colorado. They're going to continue the same thing.
I just read something. You see, they removed all these herds. They're trapping and removing them because of all the depredation of killing livestock.
Yeah.
Guess what? Mountain lion kills 100 deer. One. And then, okay, God bless the fact that he is nature and he's hunting deer or elk. But guess what they do when that starts running? They're like, man, that dog looks good.
Yeah.
There's
We
a
were
cat.
talking about this yesterday in San Francisco when they kill mountain lions in the Bay Area. 50% of their diet is pets.
Ain't that something? And all these people, members, they're all fine as long as it's your dog, your cat, you know, and all of a sudden you let a herd of deer come in and eat their $40,000 of landscaping, a mountain lion kill their pet. They're secretly calling me like, hey, don't touch it. Not gonna lie, just a little bit's butt. But we need you. So how quiet is your hair? It's like, oh,
Yeah.
hypocrisy. Is this hypocrisy.com? How is it? It's uneducated. It's uneducated.
They just don't know what they're talking about. And they don't have any experience in it. And again, like we talked about, the idea, the mass media idea of art is very negative.
It's very negative. It's sad. What you find too is some of the best people in
Some of the best
society. I mean, they're really down to earth. I mean, sit around a campfire with somebody that's very cool. Their excitement of talking about everything typically is pretty awesome.
But also the appreciation of hard work.
They very much appreciate it. And I think that's, even bad, man. He said it wrong. I said, that ain't cool. Joe Rogan invited me to come on the show. Man, I like that dude. He said, that dude. It's funny to talk go into that impersonation. That Joe, man, man, he work out. You know what I'm thinking? How does my dad know the routine? He knows that I like it. You know, of course, he loved that Trump on it. It had kind of bringing some light and opportunity to talk. And so I find across the board, same conversation I had talking to some squirrel hunters, talking about Cam. It's like Cam is a beast, runs and does this stuff, and what brought me Cam back to going out and talking on this podcast. You know, we grew up close to the same age, same trajectory. I'm a Southern guy, he's a West guy. He's a fitness guy. You know, I'm kind of a little bit fried chicken collard green, but we still figured out a way. All we said, somebody asked me, so what's the difference between Cameron Haynes? Cameron Haynes runs quick to the top of the mountain. And I sat down and I called him off the mountain. I got to figure out how to communicate. And I said, there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat, as they would say. But at the end of the day, I was talking to some squirrel hunters in Alabama. These guys, prototype you pull up, looked like really cold from where the red was, you know, had squirrel dogs. And one of the guys, he had to be in his 60s, and I had to chew in the back. He said, man, you fit that. And I said, I am. I said, I've known Cameron a long time. I said, man, he seemed like a good dude. And I don't know why he hit me like this guy. I wouldn't expect to mention Cameron. So quickly, I contacted Cameron. I said, man, let's have a conversation. So he and I quickly kind of said, no, why haven't we not even done it together? Like, we've been at trade shows and stuff and some stuff. And so that's been cool for me. An old friend a long time to get back with him. And the conversations were so funny. We get to laugh and put up and I don't know, it's crazy.
Well, I think one of the beautiful things about social media and podcasts from things is that people have an opportunity to hear a completely different perspective of what it is that wasn't available before them. I got into that because I started watching Spirit of the Wild.
I love it.
That's what I got fascinated with it. And then I watched Ella's original show, which I can't remember the name of it. He had a show. No. I forget the name. But his show didn't last very long, but I thought it was really interesting. And I knew Helen Cho because Helen Cho worked with Nella on that show. She also worked with Bourdain. And so I was friends with Bourdain, so I got introduced to them through that and got Steve on the show. He didn't even know what a podcast was. He did. He was like, we were filming at the Ice House in Pasadena at that time. The Ice House in Comedy Club in Pasadena. That's what we have. And so Nella sit there was like, oh, God, we're dismissive of this. What is this nonsense?
Yeah.
Now he's got one of the biggest podcasts in the space.
He's done a phenomenal job, man.
He's great.
He has. I was when Nella reached out, I had a chance to be on his podcast. You know, I would say I'm a very secure person, but at the same time, I know I'm comfortable. You know, I know I'm, you know, like better words, the guy that, you know, I kill a lot of stuff. I ain't no way to say it better. I can say harvest, plug, take, but at the end of the day, I grew up with in Georgia. We can kill 10 deer a year. So mostly with elk. And in Alabama, the neighboring state, you know, you can kill a buck in a day for a long time. And there was people that tried to do it. It wasn't ever, get you a good one this year? Like, yeah, 47. Like, what? Yeah, you know. And so at first, I was, you know, when I first started meeting and hanging with Mel, I thought, man, hope you don't think I'm just this little redneck crazy dude that, you know. And then once we become friends, he gets back to the whole how everything is so much tighter. You realize how we all respect each other in different lanes of ranking. It's just like anything. I mean, you know, you got different players on the team, all playing for the same team, but they all have different skill set. And so we all grow up different. And so again, I just assumed growing up in my small little area, just out of Manchester, Woodbury, Georgia, I really think the area I was called Liver Bottom, Georgia. And I just thought, well, liver bottoms are everywhere. You find out there is a lot of different little names. There are no lights there. But I just really assumed everybody did. And I was just completely devastated when I went to the city. And, you know, and I tell somebody, like, man, what do you do? Like, man, I work with a company. We do hunting shows, TNN. And I'm so proud. Like, man, I should pass out a business card for a girl business. Like, oh, my God, you're a killer. You kill Bambi. And it just bro, it just completely devastates you. Never. I didn't know it existed. I mean, I was that naive. I did not know.
How old were you when you first encountered people that were anti?
I was in my early 20s.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in my early 20s, and I worked. I was it blew me away. Yeah, I mean, it really hit me when I started traveling. I literally was like a kid that was just, you know, getting up every morning for Christmas. I was having a chance to work with Bill Jordan, and I met him at a turkey calling contest, and he asked me, him and David, I can't say nothing great thing about Bill and David. David Blanton believed in me, but I mean, he always believed in me so much. And he said, hey, man, we love you guys, hunters. And back then, everything about hunting was media, outdoor life, industry. So there wasn't any hunting shows. But then at the same time, TNN, after these NASCAR races, introduced an outdoor blog. You can go back and look. People like Jackie Bushman at the time. This would have been, for me, it would have been the 92, 3 or 4, somewhere right in there.
Even have rangefinder back then?
No rangefinder. I bought the first one I'd ever seen. It's a Chanel. I still get it. The thing looked like a car battery. You know, I had safety straps. I had like chains. I had like the strongest man contest to hold this thing up. They had the little what you could hold, and it didn't even tell you the temperature changes. It's going to give you an inaccurate. It's going to change with the weather. But no, it was, you know, just guessing. But
Was it a laser?
it was the first one was like a little old things. Yeah, it's like I worked with Com, and he gave you basically a rough estimate, like 42 yards, and then Bushnell, to my knowledge, came out with a bigger one. Like I said, it kind of looked like a small battery. It was big, and it had a laser and range it, and it gave you, you know, the yardage.
And obviously it wasn't angle compensated.
It didn't have any range compensation, had any of that. The first person I ever saw that even talked about that was Chuck Adams. I was videoing him back in those beginning days. And Chuck
Like, angle compensation is like an arrow is quicker going downhill. So if you're shooting uphill or downhill, the angle, you have to gauge how fast the arrow is going to go, feet per second, based on the angle. So it might look like it's 50 yards as the crow flies.
Yeah.
Your rangefinder might say 42.
correct.
And you got to put your sign at 42 yards, otherwise you're shooting over as fast.
It works.
Yeah, it works really well.
It's unbelievable. And that to me, I didn't know it existed.
Have you ever fucking those golden sights?
No, I haven't. I've always wanted to try one.
It's great in theory and great when it works.
So when it works,
Yeah, I've had a problem with it a couple of times and I gave up on them. And I'm hoping they're going to get better. And they outlawed it. I tried to bring it to Utah a couple of years ago and they passed a law, maybe last year. And the best thing about it, though, it's like a red dot. You get that dot. You have a clear sight vision. No post.
it's just that dot.
Just that dot on the canvas. It's amazing. And the fact that you go to full draw and just press a button to range, and then say maybe the animal is 15 yards to the right, just hit it, press it again, you get a range, and you have a perfect shot. But some people think that's cheating. It's the same. It's just taking a step out. Instead of picking your rangefinder off your bino pouch, checking in, and then changing your sight, and then drawing back. With this, you're doing it right in front of the draw. So for full draw, you just keep getting ranges. And then you can also hit it once. And then a second time, and you get pins. So you get 20 to 80.
Nice.
Yeah.
So then all your pins will come up
Exactly.
based on that.
But if you just want to accurate range, you get that at one button press, they give you exact range. And, you know, it's based on, everything is compensated into the sight itself. So angle compensation is built into the sight itself. You put in the speed of your arrow.
So you shoot 280 per second.
Exactly. It's all factored in your bow. It's pretty incredible.
I like that a lot because, and I think I've heard you even mention this. What I love about archery is obviously you have these windows, everything is setting out in the yard where you're shooting.
Right.
You shoot, especially your elk hunt. You got these windows, and there was a site years ago, and I remember it worked in theory great. It wasn't like the range or the Garmin, but they had fiber optics that were glued to the middle of basically a piece of glass that went into the site housing. So you would buy this glass housing that, okay, if your boat's 280 degrees sack at 290 or 300, 320, and your pins were set, so you then got your top pin dialed in. So then you had all these, but your side viewing was good. The problem was when it rained, it got dirty, fog. Yeah. And what I did like about that is the fact that the reason I've always used pins, multiple pins, is the fact that I could see a whole side picture where my arrows go from 20 all the way out to 80. In this case, most of my sites are set from, say, 20 to 60 or 20 to 70. I try to put as many pins on my side as I can. A lot of people like it because they think it's cluttered. And once I mentally got used to it, if I range it, say, 65, when I pull back, without having any other calculations, I put a 60-yard pin on that bullet so it's clear. And quickly, now it's like a memory of going back, and I quickly go back up to a 20-yard pin, and I'm looking all the way through and estimating, is this arrow going to mark through? But basically, 20 all the way out to the desired where I want to hit, I can see the arc of my arrow based on my pin set. Good. So
you know the gap in the trees.
I know the gap. And I know it. I know if I'm 60 holding dead on that clear spot, but I got to live at 30 and my 30-yard pin in the middle of it. I know, like, oh crap, so now I can just squat down. So that's why I don't like as much single pin technology. And then quick, it's clutter, it's kind of old fashioned, but I do like that a lot from that standpoint of trajectory of the ability to kind of kill, or to take, fill a tag. And Cam and I talked a lot about this. We talked a lot about the release. I definitely like, I like the handheld. I really want to try to hone in and be more disciplined and kind of not feel it go off and shoot completely surprised. I like that. I don't think that traditionally works as great for hunting because of the fact I think you do have to know and to make that arrow come right now. You consistently have to. Even in Texas, we were shooting animals at 20 to 30 yards, those deer, and
Sometimes
they won't get there. They're all gonna do. They're coming in. Every ain't just eat corn or eat food plot. They're coming in. They got one thing in their mind, and that's mama is ready. So they're coming in, running. So that deer runs and stops, and you got to do full draw. That was 27. Come back, and you got to send it right now.
What I describe it as the difference between practice and free throws, basketball.
100%. Stephon Curry, it's not. It is. I mean,
You don't get a chance to set up and have a surprise shot.
100%. That's a great way.
Yeah, that's really what it is. I think practicing, sure, but I think there's moments where you're like, that's something wrong.
Yeah.
It's great. I was like Levi Morgan. He wants to hinge.
Too. I mean, just an animal. He's probably the most decorated archer that I know. I mean, yeah, because like Boulder, Gillingham, all those guys are heroes of mine. I mean, like very much. And if I can ever pull them aside, I just wear them out and try to learn. Right. And Levi is right there, dude. Winning and what he knows. You know what? Another thing about Levi, I got to credit. That dude is a cold-blooded killer, man. He is a great hunter too. Sometimes they don't translate. I know some people that are great tournament, right? I mean, 3D tournament, ASA idea winner, right? But it doesn't go over into the ability. It's just free throws. It's free throws
versus basketball.
Yeah, no doubt.
You're standing here, one leg is down, one leg is up. You're on the side of a hill. You got to hang your bow a little bit. You're in your bubble in the wind flush.
A lot. You never get completely over that. People ask me all the time, you're nervous or you feel man, almost every time. It's like, I think that's when, if some of that, yes, you get good at kind of, someone like stage fright. I saw a clip of Elvis Presley. I thought it was so unique. I saw a clip of Elvis Presley the other day, this YouTube clip, and he was completely in panic. And this was like right in the prime of his career, walking around, and it was a narrator. It was Elvis, of course, just afraid every time I'm afraid. Like, this is a kid, right? But he was just pacing. He was being short. I wish anyway, he walks out there, I'm sure he crushes it. But I think it's similar to probably how some of those football players running out on the field. There's no way you got to click it in your head. I got to remember, Jake has told me to hit this is my offense. I'm sure I don't know if I can read. Oh, I'm going to read this offense. I think hunting's similar just to where everything has to click, but you still get that. Now is an opportunity, and dude, it still is overwhelming. And then to control it, and when you spit that air through the window, and then you can pick up the phone and call the family and say, baby dog, don't buy no steak because I'm bringing it home. It's again, it's just, it's not like you want to disrespect the animal. You just achieve something. Grocery shopping in the wilds.
Yeah. I think it's something that's very difficult to do that you care a lot about. And anytime it's very difficult to do that you care a lot about,
100%.
and especially with hunting, there's one moment where you pull the trigger. It's one moment.
Yeah.
It's one moment. So you've been practicing, you've been preparing, packing your gear, getting ready, all for this millisecond time.
Yeah.
You release that arrow right in. And it's very difficult to master. I don't think you ever master it. You become proficient at it. You become good at it. Even the best hunters think how shots.
Absolutely.
The animal moves, it takes the arrow in one direction, it's a branch going in. You see it all the time. It's not an easy thing to do. So of course, you're going to have those nerves. But that's part of the reward of being successful. Is that if you can get through that nervousness, and I think it helps you with everything you do in life. I think anytime you do something really hard, very difficult, I think that ability to overcome that difficult scenario helps you with everything.
100%. And when it comes to archery, you're on that ragged line where you're subconscious. You can go from, you can be the hero, you can be zero. That
Right.
all of that time, money, energy, the times that you did step away from that special in your case because, hey, I'm helping.
Right.
You know, you got someone to communicate with your buddies. Man, I missed. Or, first, I made a bad shot. Let's let him lay. So everything that you look forward to, you can let yourself down. So it's a very individual, only thing.
Yeah.
And you
Think about that before you pull the trigger.
know,
You can't never think, I hope I don't make a bad shot. Because you make a bad shot.
you can't. And I'm always, are you always positively thinking when you're like, I'm about to put it on?
Yeah.
Are you thinking positive?
You have to.
I do too.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I was interested. You know, I was talking to Chuck Adams. Chuck told me that he did that exact opposite. He said sometimes I would say, hey, gonna do my best. I'll probably fail. It's almost like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. I said, you're kidding me. And then this guy's a beast.
Right.
And the only other person in history I've ever heard that, there was a guy named Kenny Barger. He was the first guy that ever back on a motorcycle. And he landed. And so he went hunting this one time in Texas. And I said, Kenny, how much weed you got to smoke to get over the bike if you can do a flip for the first time? He said, man, I just always thought I'd probably kill myself. I tried. I said, so you never thought you would land? He said, no, I every time I try a trick, I think I'm not squatted. I said, oh my God, how do you do that? I'm thinking about me and my buddy building a BMX track and building a little something we jumped over. I'd be scared like,
Right.
I could do this.
Just jump over a little bit.
Yeah, jumping around like I got to go crash. I always would think I could, and then when I crashed, I, like surprised, like I can't believe that hurt. So I think Chuck and Kenny was the only guys that ever thought that.
That's a weird thing. I don't think that's the best way to approach it.
Me neither. I'm not wondering, is there ever a comedian that walks out and says, hey, I'm probably gonna bomb and I'll do this if I can, or I'm gonna play this guitar the best I can. I don't know. I just
Sometimes people talk like that, but I think they're fishing for compliments.
for their own self.
Yeah, I think drive to this works well. My friends are like, come on, man, you're fucking hilarious. You kill it. But you think they might be like fishing for compliments?
Yeah. Kind of like you're tired and stirred down. Like, dude, come on, man. It'll be open. Hit me.
Yeah.
Buster, through. I know you're limping. Oh,
Yeah, you need a little of that. Yeah, I think these experiences that we have that we want to relay to people, it's one of the only places, like in podcasts, the only places where you can hear it this way. And I think that's what we're battling against. We're battling against the media representations of hunting, which is almost entirely negative. And these perceptions that people have that hunters are cruel, and there's this trophy.
Yeah.
Trophy. Like that is the real differential.
See, that's awesome. I love that.
You can say, well, this is not a trophy mule deer. As far as mule deer goes, it's mature buck.
Oh, it's
But to me, this is where it all started. This is a trophy. This is not you went to a trophy and you shot the deer with a pistol. Why did you hold out for being a trophy? But this, like the term trophy, gets thrown around, and unfortunately has a negative connotation. But
It does.
I think Ted puts the best way to it.
Yep.
He says it's all. It's food. It's trophy. It's sport. It's all those things together. You know, I don't think of it as a sport like you said. I think the term sport. It's sports are awesome. Don't get me wrong, but it's not significant enough.
I agree.
100%. Life. You're taking life, feeding yourself with that life. It's more powerful than the sport, and that's why when you call it the sport of hunting, I don't like that.
I agree with that too. As a matter of fact, if there's any negative, I think the hunting industry and even TV shows that we produce can put a negative vibe potentially on trying to kill these big trophy animals. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, you're hunting, you're taking places to get a chance to hunt. Absolutely, you're looking for, in that case, a 7 to 8 year old bull.
Right.
You know, sometimes they might score 320 to 370. At the end of the day, trophy is for sure a mature animal, but you also got to keep in perspective, especially where I did, where literally there's 10 guys sharing a 300 acre property that they just want a deer hunt, and they're trying to get away. Keep in mind, they're still managing a family. They're still dealing with the economy. They're still dealing with everyday strife. But man, how am I going to get off work, still get my kid soccer practice or football practice? My wife is pissed off. I hadn't eaten Applebee's in the last 3 months. It's like I didn't take the kids to Disney World. The only family picture we got is from the show these big boys. So, man, what am I going to do? But in the back of my mind, it's like, I sure would like to get off next Saturday. I can spend a little time going to the hunt lease, hang out, maybe a chance to shoot a deer. They're not necessarily thinking, I got to kill a deer to put it in a rug or put it in rocket. They're looking, it's more than just, hey, it is a getaway. It's I call it, it's the cheapest, antidepressant you can get on, to where you can clear your mind away. Hopefully kids turn on off, get them in a tree stand or a saddle, whatever it is, where you help them drive it. And we miss that in the hunt industry so many times. And there's people that are literally busting their ass for their family. It's not a sport to hunt, but it's therapeutic. They grew up doing it. To be able to sit around a fire with other men and women sometimes and get away, to cleanse yourself from everything that's going on. And unfortunately, I think that's what drives people sometimes crazy. Even in the city, sometimes I walk around Austin today early, had a nice breakfast. I just walked around, ended up running to this children's network that was trying to raise money. Adopt a kid, give him so much a month. So, man, I did. Again, I talked to everybody. I said, hey, man, what y'all selling up here? Like, oh, man, no people come up and talk to us. We have to sell them. This guy from Europe and a sweet girl. You can tell that they're raised right around here. Anyway, that said, I ended up, I said, man, I want to put some money in her. I picked me out a kid, he walked off. And so, anyway, when I said it, I said, here comes the street person. He is cussing me and her, and that fell out. I mean, the most vile words, cussing like a sailor, as they would say metaphorically. And I'm like, man, what's wrong with this guy? So I said, y'all get this a lot, and it's just before I come over here. And the girl said, yeah, we do get that a lot. And the guy with the British accent, the European accent, said, we get it quite a bit, He said, I think there's a bad batch of something right now. And I'm like, oh, really? He said, man, people have been really mean lately. They've been yelling and cussing and screaming at us. Well, by the time the guy comes back, and he's like, you members, I know everything, and everybody's retarded. And I'm like, he's right there. And I'm at the point to where, man, I ain't scared. You can tell they're experiencing more than I do. And I'm sitting there watching this guy, and then all of a sudden, he's just yelling, screaming. I said, hey, bro. I said, just so you know, we on your side, man. We love you, bro. I said, you're right. You know a lot more than people realize. You know a hell of a lot more than people realize. And I said, you cool? I'm on your team. It's okay. And he said, and it was crazy. Tell me, we're back. Like, he left. And it was so weird. I got a little off track when I was talking about hunt, but I thought, man, the dude only really wants to be understood. He wants to be heard. Right. And I thought, how ironic. I was going to speak to Joe today. And anyway, the girl and the guy said, I've never seen that happen Like that just got confused. Yeah, and and sometimes it's almost like I've never figured out completely a lady. And sometimes it's always a game. And I've learned. I don't know that I'll ever understand exactly what it is she wants, but I know she wants me to hear and pay attention. And I think that's what society's doing. Whether you're a hunter, you're from the city, but overall, I found whether you live in the city or the country, whether you get a chance to go to a rave, go to the mothership, which I hope to go by there. That's what check out the joint. You know? And so anyway, when it's all said and done, there's something about the peace and tranquility that you can reach if you're out in the woods, and it brings everything to a focal point, and you can be still and quiet, and it brings everything back. And so in reality, it's not about people don't think of you different if you shoot the biggest, highest scoring animal put in the book or the Blue Pocket Red book. I think those of us, once we learn to respect each other, and love each other's goals, yeah, if I know that your goal is to shoot, say, a 394, that one day I'll get a call and you're going to be hyperventilating. I just did it. Like, what? Dude, I swear.
For people to understand why that's so interesting to us, it's because they're the most difficult ones to get, because they're the older ones. That's and also when you look at it from the conservation standpoint, those are the ones that you want to hunt because those are the ones that spread their genes and they're probably about to get taken out by nature anyway.
Correct.
Get a 10-year-old elk, or 9-year-old elk, or 10-year-old elk. How many years do they have left? I shot one 10-year-old elk once. His teeth were worn down. Just an old tank. How much time did he have?
Not much.
Most likely, he was going to either starve to death, freeze to death, or stab in a fight with another elk. Yep. He'd get stabbed and mountain lions freeze to death, or a number of other very, very cool endings. That I shot that elk at 40 yards. It was a perfect shot. He was down at 15 seconds. It was no track. It was like that elk died the best way possible.
Yes, he did.
It's not. They don't live forever and become dangerous.
And that is a very good death compared to a pack of wolves or mountain lions. Sometimes before there is. That happens all the time.
Especially
bears. Bears are very brutal and selfish animals.
Hunting bears is you get the most hate for.
Oh, everybody thinks they're cuddly. I mean, I'm just meaning the type of 100%. But it's like
bear, yogi, and all that shit. We're all distorted. Like when people say, "Oh, bears," I go, "I eat bears. I've eaten 3 bears. They're delicious."
Yeah.
Like, what? You eat bears? I'm like, I'll make you some bear sausage. And I'll tell you what, you will fucking love it. Especially if I don't think it is. You go, what is this? This is great. It's like beef, but different.
And then if they knew how a bear's personality was, they kill their own kids.
Okay.
And it's a brutal mama to eat. I mean, it's a brutal world. There was things before I had just a hunt that I recognized just domestically. Raised rabbits. Those rabbits sometimes kill the little baby rabbits for the right opportunity to breed. Quick with the female in the pen. And I realized Papa said, "You got to separate them. That buck rabbit killed that." Man, I didn't know that. I'm 10, 11 years old trying to figure out how to raise the rabbits or watching hogs, pigs. They always raise floor pigs and raise hogs. Man, them jokers trying to kill each other. Mean. Dolphins. Are they
dolphins? You think of them sweet, intelligent. They commit infanticide all the time. What dolphin females have to do is they have to breed with as many males as possible, because when a female dolphin has babies, she has to take care of that baby for about 6 years. So when the male dolphins recognize a female with babies, they don't know that female, those are not his babies, they'll kill those babies. So that female dolphin breed.
So he wants to breed her.
So she will breed with everybody possible, so nobody knows who the babies are. And so since they're intelligent, they understand they've bred with that female before, so that could be their babies, so they don't.
So basically, all the goes.
All hoes. So yeah, that's how they have to be. Otherwise, the babies get killed. So they've adopted this polyamorous strategy to try to keep the male dolphins from killing the babies.
It's amazing. Watch the breeding season during elk. He was talking about fighting, and ironically, they never get things confused. Those males are looking for the females. The females, I'm gonna breed this dude, and strongest survive, and they are obviously they're really not trying to kill each other. No, you wasn't out there. I didn't watch this on Nat Geo. They're trying to murder each other.
Oh, I've seen some amazing, epic elephant fights. Some of the greatest things to see in nature. These big 800-pound animals running at each other, swords growing out of their heads.
It sounds like like some kind of Scottish fight back and forth.
Like a sword fight.
Yes.
It's like cracking baseball bats together against each other. And you hear it loud, shit, they're fighting. It's amazing. It's crazy to watch the brutality of it. And, you know, you'll find them occasionally dead. Yeah. One of them was stabbed one. We found one, I think I have a video on my phone. He had a 6-inch tine sticking out of his neck.
Holy cow.
It was broken on sticking out of his neck, and he's still running his cows. I'm sure I have it. It's
we had the same sort of thing in New Mexico this year. Nick Mutt hunts with one of my best friends. We come a lot together. He shot a good bull. Like first morning, I was called. It was classic. And the bull come in. He shot it, and we was caking him out there on the side of the hill. And all of a sudden, he said, "Look here, man. You got time like in about 4 inches. It broke off. It's right off, bust up. And this dude still come in. Like,
this picture is so part of the video. It's so crazy.
It's so cool to see that and experience it. And I think it's sad that most people don't know. There's a lot of very smart people that, in some cases, they think it might be a little deep them to understand what maybe hunting is truly about, other than maybe what they see on a Walt Disney movie. And I think that is definitely kind of fueled me to be able to help educate, talk about those things. I know Ronell does an amazing job of introducing that too. And there's a lot of great pastors that we have right now doing that.
Yeah, it's a great time to be educated about this, and it's a great time. And there's a lot of people who got really interested in hunting from those conversations with the now.
No doubt.
How did you eventually get started doing this? Like, that's every young guy's dream that has ever hunted. Like, oh my God, imagine making a living doing that. Like, that's what I'd like to do.
Oh, man.
How did you pull that off?
One of the coolest stories, actually, and only in America. You don't hear the story in Turkmenistan. But I grew up, obviously, like I said, I love to hunt and fish. Very simple. My dad was a contractor, so I really thought that I wanted to maybe work with my dad or when he did hands-on labor. I knew I didn't work in the office anyway. I tried to keep it short, but basically what I had to do was just enthralled. My mom passed away when I was young, 16. My dad and I become more like brothers. My dad, he had a ninth grade education. He's the hardest working man I've ever been around. And so anyway, we love hunting, fishing, come therapeutic. So I got a turkey calling and won some contests and some, my turkey calling hearings, and that's where I met Bill Jordan plant. I started guiding, I was probably 19. So, and then one thing led to another, started working full time there at Will Tree. And just as a guy, camera guy, they had that show on TNN. So I was just literally camera jockeying from skinning deer, guiding turkey hunters. And it was David Wonder who said, "Man, there's a lot more you can do." So I kind of by default, Joe, how I got lucky too was when I hooked up with those guys, David Wonder. I got to do some of the turkey calling tips because I had won some contests. So even back on TNN, I was a young kid, and they're like, "Hey, we need a tip, a TNN tip a week, brought to you by Phil Right Packs, something like, hey man, I want to talk about dipping turkeys. Hey, nothing about TV." So it's never top of mind. Like one day I'll be hunting on TV. I was just thinking, man, I love this stuff that maybe I can work for this company. And I remember they paid $100 a day to go guide somebody turkeys. And I told my dad, man, I'm about to get rich. Hey, listen to this. They'll pay you this thing called mileage. I had no people toward your truck before, so I said, "Dad, that just pay me a mileage." I forgot what it is, but heck, if I drive an hour, I'm making, they pay you. And then stop at the convenience store, keep your receipt, and pay for your snacks, everything. I couldn't believe that because I grew up with my dad working. Like, "Oh, Timmy just fell off the roof." Like, "Well, let's call his wife, tell him to come get him." And here my dad, "You all right?" "Oh, oh, I think broke a leg. It's like, dang, well, it's probably going to be tomorrow. Are you? Like, I doubt it. I mean, it was just rough, almost cowboy shit,
Yeah.
And so I couldn't believe this, and so one thing led to another, and that was in the early 90s, right out of high school. And I'm 51 now. That was in the early 90s. 1994 or 5, everything started heating up. And in 96, David Blanton offered me a full-time job to work in production / guys.
Real.
Yeah,
Living, doing this thing you love, and nobody thought it was a job when you were a kid.
Yeah.
It's not a thing you aspire to.
No, and my family took it hard. My grandma and uncles were like, I might as well just got in practice on the street. They're like, I went to Heaton National, got a degree and worked a year with Badgers and Cool out of Zeppelin, Georgia. And I had me a truck, had my name on it, Mike, and had me refrigeration tools. Every Christmas, my dad, I got you another player. I mean, just blue collar culture. And all of a sudden, I'm coming in and telling my man, like, hey, I don't know if I'm going to keep doing the heat there. I'm like, what? Like, you got a truck, son. You got your own uniform. You got benefits. So I'm like, yeah, but there's this camouflage company won't be taking. They'll learn hard. And my dad was the only one that got it. Everybody else was like, it was an intervention. Like, I'd go to Christmas and like, hey, man, if you look inside, you can't make a living to something fishing. Like, well, I don't know, but I'm young. And, man, this is really, really cool. I love this more than anything. But it was kind of that whole situation.
It wasn't a job.
It wasn't a job. And I was trusting him. And I was sitting there thinking, like, I'm pretty sure Bill Jerk's rich. I mean, I saw him with a Mercedes. He had a Mercedes Benz. And matter of fact, there's a really funny story with that Mercedes Benz. But I couldn't believe it. So my grandma was like, son, when you get tired of this, have fun with it, come back to it. Almost no different than if you're a young kid. Like, I'm going to Nashville. I want to play guitar and sing.
Right.
Maybe I can do an excellent crime.
Yeah.
And somebody in the family was like, oh, if he gets right, he'll come back just to manage the business, start putting these shingles on the roof. Yeah. He'll get back to the sheetrock and just give him a chance. Hell, he was one of the best concrete guys I knew. That kid was working on the bullfield like some bitch, And so that was me. And all of a sudden, they offered me a full-time job. What money? And I remember going back and saying, hey, they got all these benefits, 401k, they got benefits. Hell, I got this identity. I get to go on all these epic trips, and I met amazing people, hunted with people that I was just shell-shocked. Remember, I met Leonard Skinner band in NASCAR speak at the time. The maddest ever got Bill Jordan. The maddest I ever got. Of course, Ronnie was passed on and half the members, but it was Johnny Van Zandt, and it was Aussie too. And I'm sitting there, redneck, I can't believe there's Mark's wife. And I had made it. I'm going to shoot the thing here. Yeah, bro. So all of a sudden, I look, the door opens. There was just people in that area, just a really stupid band, just like, like what I pictured. And I'm like, oh my God, freaking out. It's, hey, tell me they're a band. That's not only a band, that's Leonard Skinner. And Bill Jordan said, what do they say? I said, I swear to God, I ain't never hit my boss. And, are you kidding me? And I never, went over there. And I was just, I got a chance to meet them. But so many people I met, and I couldn't believe it. And one thing led to another. And the biggest break I had was David Blanton. It was like a big brother, like a father. And he was just such a good guy, good Christian guy, good hunter. Outdoor Channel just coming on. Outdoor Channel was really kind of coming on. But at the time, the kind of beat your chest kind of pride was the fact that you could be on ESPN and or TNN. And TNN had been through a situation where I think it was Icon that some big merger was part of the MTV thing. And so they quickly, through their kind of culturally said, hey, we need to do this thing. These guys killing stuff. And it became the national, it was a national network, it became a national network, then it became Spike TV. And so everything moved, all the big Sunday night hot movie from ESPN, you could show Impact. Well, about that time, they started the Outdoor Channel, cable TV. They were looking for distribution. And so it was Dave Blanton. He said, Michael, we need to come up with a cool hook. And we need to create a show on outdoor channel. And so get back to meeting these people. And what I found was fascinating. And it's just the same with these conversations you have, these people that you just look up to. Yeah, you meet some people that are interesting and weird, but for the most part, all these guys are super cool, super talented. And that's what I was feeling when I would run into a country singer. I remember Mark Chestnut sitting around and drinking whiskey and just playing guitar and singing Hank Williams Jr. songs, running into Oasis, running into, to Leonard Skinner and all those guys. Man, these guys are still down there cool. And I realized that there's more to this hunting than just this staunch, here we go. It's maybe tragic.
Right.
Today, it's flat, so it's seen all.
Right.
It's coyote, and there's a big buck around the corner. How you going to do that? It was just like, at the time, it was so sanitized. Everybody was starched. You go to a hunt show, everybody had khakis. I mean, it's almost like it was a facade. And I remember telling David Blanton, I said, I think what we're missing is the culture and the fun. And everybody was very serious. And you should be serious if you're going to go take a bow and arrow or take the life of an animal. But the camp life was so amazing. And we'd have different personalities, different NFL athletes. We would have people like Jeff Foxworthy. And I was just so pleased that these people that I adored and was big fans of, was people that you could sit around and have a glass of sweet tea or a cold beer and just laugh. And they were as real, possibly more entertaining in person. Kind of like you're talking about video. People ask me, it's really funny. Well, you should have been with us at this UFC fight. We couldn't even watch the fight. We got cracking us up. So I told David, I think these people do a show kind of document just the camp life and real reality, how much fun you have. I think we could sell that on. And so David said, he said, matter of fact, you host. And I'm like, no, I'm not coming here to pitch you for me to host the show. Behind the scenes, I'll guide, I'll put the camera, I'll edit, produce. He'd sent me the name to the International Film Arts School here, how to edit on nonlinear. The first admin.
Oh, wow.
I got my business card. I work for this. I put on TNN. I'm over there, and I found out that's where it really hit me. A lot of people said, oh my God, you kill animals. And I had all these tapes. And I remember I had to learn how to kill the deer on there. And I told the instructor, I said, I need to learn how to put this in the computer and build a hunt out of it, because everything was A-B-roll editing. And I knew how to do that pretty good. I said, I need to learn how to do this not linear. He said, oh my God, we never struggled to get footage. Y'all got these $80,000 cameras. Because Bill was one of the first people to buy these really high-dollar data cameras. And put them in the wild. And so, anyway, as I showed the footage, he said, man, we use this, let the class use this footage as a project to build storylines. Because I had the cutaways, that bit. You'd shoot the animal, you'd video that, and then you'd go back, okay, push your second. Now, you pretend. It's like a reenactment. Now let's go back and build the pre-hunt. It'd be like Dale Earnhardt through the forest with his gargoyles or however, and he's camouflaged. We're going down here through the ridge, flat 5 acres there. Well, the deer did it a long time ago, obviously, by the time we shot that. And so he loved that instructor because he gave us a chance to put the storyline. And I thought, man, I'm a big hero. All these little girls here in Maine, I ain't never seen like people with purple hair and stuff, and I could tell it was kind of that cool hippie trend and artsy. But in my mind, I'm just having a good time. And anyway, it became a protest. There was 2 or 3 people still in class. Like, we're not used to this. We cannot. We will walk out. These animals are getting dead. You can prove these animals were not harmed. I'm like, no, they're all dead. They're dead. And finally, I had a little bit of a meltdown because that was one of the first times that it really hit me where I had a mass of people saying, almost felt like the Antichrist because I'm the guy that killed the deer. And I thought it was going to be the opposite. I was ready to name drop. Like, look, I got Dale Earnhardt. I did it. I was ready to name drop it. It's just all.
You never experienced that,
Never. So I learned that. And then one thing led to another. I remember to the instructor. I said, man, look, I'm a little bit bothered. It is what it is. But even got to teach me how to class. I need to learn how to do this. I'm not doing it. I'm a student, but I come up here. My employer says here, I got to learn to do this. So I came back to fishing as a non-linear editor. All of it didn't have any desire to know that that's what I wanted to do. But I was just, sort of warehouse. You want me to edit? Fix my hunting? You need me to put up a fence, get a buck, whatever. And then when they give me that opportunity to do real tree road trips back in the day, so 2000, 3 it aired, shot in 2002. That's when everything was big because it's all about personality, it's about having fun, and that's we kind of come up with the tagline. This is a different kind of hunting show.
Well, you were the first guy to bring fun and personality to hunting television.
Oh yeah, we tried. So
You were the first guy that looked like you were having a good time with your friends. It wasn't the stuffy presentation
right.
of like hunting. Here he goes. Wild. You know?
He wants
Our grizzly bears are wild.
yeah,
Hunting for the elusive mule.
exactly.
You know, it wasn't
that average whitetail uses secondary
yeah, exactly. You were having a good time. You were laughing, cutting up, and I think that's what made you famous in that world. It's like you were a representative of what people really liked. It's just someone having a good time and enjoying themselves, which is really what a lot of hunting is a lot of bonding and camaraderie. The camp time is almost as fun as the hunting time.
Oh,
You know, and you're all just winding down the other day, having a good time together, relaxing, telling stories, laughing.
it was. And even to this day, it's kind of still where we kind of settle in. It's like, honestly, I'm not really trying to out anybody, but we'll try to out everybody. And so if you come to camp, and it's myself, big old T-Bone, he lost his leg, so he's not hunting with us as much. He can't get around to cancer. He lost his leg, and then but Nick and I mean, we're going to have a good time. And if you desire to get serious, we do encourage, hey, it's time to go up and down. There's a time for fun. There's a time to hone it in. But we just tried our best to make it fun. And I've learned that if you do that, if you make friends, that's the biggest form of the trophy you'll ever get. Yes, that's a trophy, but the stories you got sitting with Ranella and the people around the camp and that experience, you meet people from all over the country, in our case, the world, and then next thing you know, it's like even more special. And so I know people, I say a lot of people that's got some amazing trophy runs, but they're long, they're dusty, and they really ain't made a lot of friends. But they were so deep in their chest for the next biggest thing that they forgot that the trophy is relationships and the adventure. And yes, inevitably, this deer that's hanging on the wall that your family has enjoyed over a period of sometimes a year. Sometimes it takes a year to elk, a full elk. It's not amazing. I don't know, man. It's just an amazing journey. I mean, I never felt like I was that talented, other than the fact I just had a lot of good work ethic I had put in me, and I really had a passion for it. And I didn't have any weird opposition pull me away from it, pull me toward it. But growing up so cool, collar, I had to prove to my family that there was a livelihood here because they literally looked at it like, we need to get that boy drug test. I don't know. Listen to this. He's going to video deer. That's what he thinks. He's going to skin a few. He's going to take a few celebrities hunting, and he's going to get free camel. He need that camel. And I ain't going to buy a Salisbury steak. How you going to go to Bananas?
Well, it's interesting because fun and personality and camaraderie are infectious, and like people they're drawn to it. But it's not something you can manufacture. You either have a great personality or you don't. But having a great personality is very hard. So it's kind of a weird sort of catch. Like you can't pretend to that person because people won't buy it. You have to actually. The reason why I work with you is because this is who you really are. That's you.
Right.
And so you didn't even know you had this thing that was marketable.
No.
It was just you being a person.
It's a great point because to this day, I'll go to, and it's odd because now, when I know you love classic cars and I hear about the things you talk about, and obviously I'm a big fan of the podcast. And so one thing that drives me is the fact that culturally we're into the same things, Rubik's Cubes and 80s, and my favorite car was a 70s Super Sport, Chevelle. And so, dude, I
Black with white stripes.
oh my God, the same one like on John Wick.
Yes.
That's the set.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was just so amazed by, I don't know, it's just all of it. And even now, that's the first thing they'll say after we hang out. And I just had it up with Cactus Jack with a camera. I had two or three guys like, hey, man, these are older guys. Like, appreciate you, Waddell, man. It's just like I thought you'd be. And it kind of takes me back. It's not offensive, but I'm like, what was I supposed to be? And I guess I realized Cameron and I talked a lot about that. About like it's odd that there is a thing that is that people can't be transparent. That people can't just talk to feelings and everything we say. Don't mean our assessment is always correct. But at least it is something to be heard and told. And then at the more you talk, I think that's what reshaped politics this year. When you look at Trump coming on, JD, Harris asked, well, it's like, well, did you really have something to say? And could it be valid? And could you be real? And everybody, I think, appreciates real, even if they don't like the person that they see necessarily as real. And now everything's in question. It's like, it's like these rappers, they really as tough as they say. Was Diddy gay? I thought this dude, I thought he had done shot more stuff than I have, And it's like, I don't know. It's just like it's.
When people ask me all the time, like, oh, you met Joe Rogan. He's exactly
the same. That's right.
That's why that's a genuine, real human being.
Like, just like funny, good, cool cat.
Yeah, the calm, same thing. That's exactly what it is. And that's what people are worried about. Someone not being that. Like, you see someone who's real fun on TV, and they're real friendly, and in real life, like, you're kind of an asshole. He's being the waitresses. He's shitty to the fucking the valet driver. It's you want people to be what you hope them to be, but oftentimes you prepare for them to not be that.
Yeah, you represent it too. It's like I remember going to Utah, and he was like, "Hey man," this before I knew I had a chance to meet you and talk with you. I said, "How's Joe?" He was like, "In his birthday, I asked him, like, he's unbelievable." So you are that person. And a question for you, do you think that's starting to affect Hollywood a little bit? Where now, if you look at the most successful people, it's the realest people. People might not even like to say Donald Trump, but people gravitate because they're like, "Hey man, this is him. This is real."
I think the best thing for people in Hollywood that are entrenched in that world is to shut the fuck up. Because as soon as they start talking, he's like, this is Robert De Niro starts talking. I'm like, Jesus, get that fucking microphone away from me so I can enjoy Taxi Driver.
Yeah,
it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. I love De Niro. I love his mom. It's like,
I don't want to hear him that he's a moron. I don't want to hear him talking about politics and about Trump supporters and just shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't think this through. Like, this is, and these get yelled at outside press conference, like, Robert, you're hating yourself, don't ruin this thing. You've had this life, you were fucking raging cold. You're a godfather. Like, stop doing this. Don't do this.
I'm terrified to meet some of those people I looked up to.
They should be.
I mean, like,
it's actors in particular, because their whole business is pretend. One thing's about SEO, comedians, their business is the opposite of pretend. Their business is just being a real person talking shit.
Yeah.
They're professional shit talkers.
Yeah.
Having fun, be it silly, talking shit about things. And actors are not that. They're weird people. And the one thing that's harming them in Hollywood is that they get exposed to being who they really are. And a lot of these people pretend to be all, clean cut, shit. It's like,
and it's easier to expose stuff now with social media. I'm sure, like back in the day, I can only imagine the parties that Merle Haggard, some of these pictures on the wall. Can you imagine some stuff? They didn't have to worry about nobody.
Right.
So they were
rock stars. They're scared.
Can you imagine?
All those people parties.
Hendrix.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Marks, crazy. Oh,
craziness. No accountability.
Nothing. And all they got to do is like, the hole is not there. Prove it. And now, you can't go on the other everybody. Everybody.
Everything is being filmed. But so many people get exposed for what they really are. It's weird. But it's also probably good for humanity. It's good for, that's one of the things I think is what the rise of podcasts is, people get to see real people having real conversations. And some people can do it and some people can't. And I think the Harris thing was they were worried that she couldn't.
I think they made a good assessment that she could.
I don't know, man. I've seen her out people. There's this one very fun conversation where she's talking about meeting her in-laws for the first time, where her mother-in-law grabs her face. And it's really funny. It's funny listening to her saying she's laughing, but a real laugh. Not like
now. Maybe so there is because you know what is fair is even on Harris, or Kamala. And that's what amazed me. I didn't get a chance to win because I didn't even know. I still don't know what her name is. I mean, so I don't know. Hey, Kamala.
I think it's Kamala.
It's Kamala. It's like I'm probably gonna screw it up. It's like CNN is gonna be like, you heard Rogan? Did you call her name right? But at the end of the day, you made it out. She's out of that whole situation because you see, and I think the world's changing. Record producers and stuff are controlling the music. And, if you're going to get on a radio station, where, everybody walks the tightrope. You have to, you're working for this machine. Hollywood, I'm sure, the same way. You got people that I remember Ted a story. Was it Kurt Russell? One of his best friends was Kurt Russell, and Kurt likes to hunt. And this was Ted just telling me to hunt camp. And I asked him, I said, man, how is Kurt? I love his movies too. Big fan. He said, Kurt is amazing. He said, but he had to a degree, during that time frame, out to that machine because he couldn't do these things. So I think now it's like you don't know what's real because you don't know if they are trying to do this for a career or if they can be real. And then at times, I believe De Niro in this case is finally his true colors and finally like I'm enough where I can be real. But the real you do see him, I'm like, go back to being fake. I don't want to see this asshole you really are.
I don't want to hear someone lecture at you, but it's so sad. It's sad. But I think real conversation, like celebrities were on a pedestal. You didn't think of them as real people. You never got to see John Wayne having long conversations where he explains his position on this or that. You just never saw anything. And I think more of that is being exposed now. I think it's probably good for all of us to not have these ridiculous perceptions of these people and think of them as being larger than characters. They're just
correct. They're just regular people.
They're just human beings. Some of these regular human beings are really good at playing bad guys. But in real life, they're sweet. They're really nice people. They're just good at their job. Their job is to be an asshole.
That's right.
And it's what we the more conversations we have, the more conversations that we have access to, the more we get to see the patterns of human beings behave, and the more we get to see what we like. And generally, what we like is nice people being real.
That I totally agree.
That's
and that perspective you shine. Obviously, you got a lot of respect for Mike Tyson. I think he's the baddest boxer, toughest. I mean, I idolized him as a boxer. I didn't know much about him as a man or what he was going through at the time, but like it comes time to watch a boxing bout. Tyson's on the card, but what a sweetheart of a man. I listened to it, just the things he says. He's so sweet. He says things that you don't even know what he's like. He was talking about, you ever get a wreck fight? And I think he giggled and he's like, are you serious? And I'm like, whoa. All I said is like, I feel you, Tyson. I was hunting elk in New Mexico and blew up on you. I was kind of getting like $5 worth of jawbreakers. Getting there because I was getting excited about this adrenaline with this elk. So, okay, you're doing a fight. But in my mind, I thought it was kind of a joke, too. But he's such a sweet, deep thinker.
There's a monster there.
Dude.
That's which.
Scary.
Yeah.
Real scary.
He scared the shit out of me. Even the first time, like, I think Kevin Hart was the first one to say it. He said it's like you're in a lion. Okay. It's fine, cool. Then we kill you. Okay. It's like, Jesus. But it was certain people that I meet that, like, I meet them, like, I can't believe I'm in the room with Quentin Tarantino. Like, that is bizarre. There's a few of those people that you meet them. Trump's people. Yeah. And you're like, no, it's right there.
Amazing presence.
Yeah. That guy, unlike anybody else, can be himself.
Yes.
That guy can be himself no matter what. He can be himself at press conferences. He can be himself on podcasts. It's a huge strength that he can be himself. You either like who he is or you dislike who he is, but you have to respect that guy can be himself.
He is. And guess what? You talk about somebody like Trump, he has pretty much, as now, the second time he's going to be president, he is accessible to the people in a weird way. I had a chance to hear Trump talking about the hooligans. He came to Las Vegas. We used to have this thing called Golden Sports. And I knew Donald Jr. He was a big hunter. And anyway, the word got out. Hey, Trump, this is prior to the election, 16 election. He came to Las Vegas to say, hey, man, there's 13 to 15 million hunters out there. I need to see where the situation is here. I think they're good people. But I hear this from my son's Eric and Donald. So he comes there, and I had a chance to meet him, and same thing. It was, wow, this is before he's president. He's still Donald Trump, you know. And I remember I didn't know much if I could, you know, in my mind, is this the guy I'm going to vote for? He was still in the primary. But I remember the first thing he said to me, he said, his Donald Jr. said, Dad, you know, this is Michael Waddell. He works in the hunting industry, does hunting shows. He said, man, immediately, so nice. I remember the words he said that I do to a politician was real. He said, so you do a lot of hunting. I can't do an impression. I said, yes, sir. I love it. That's all I love. He said, I'm not good at it. I don't have the patience. My son, they're very good. Hang on all around the world. He said, I got a question. These wolves, what's the deal with the wolves? They're killing a lot of shit. And I said, Mr. Trump, it really is a problem. I got friends and ranchers out there. These wolves, they reintroduced them. They're spending millions of taxpayers' dollars out there. And this, in my mind, if I am playing this role of inferior, inaccurate, insecure, in my mind, I'm trying to talk humbly to kind of help him up know what I know some friends out in Colorado are going through. Cattle, some domestic crops to the elk population. He said, well, it's simple. If they're causing a problem, we need to do something about the wolves. And I remember thinking, I'm voting for this dude. I'm voting for this dude. I don't care what he's talking about grabbing, because I've been to a few nonprofit, you know, in Washington, D.C., lobbyists and stuff where we're trying to get some money from the bill for them to give and Food Habitat or Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And I found most of the politicians were decently paid, almost similar to a California, L.A. actor. Where it's like, okay, I need to be nice to this guy. I will be. But, you know, I need to figure out who he is and he's got credentials and what power he has. Yeah. And so for me, here I am feeling like I'm the lowest person in the room. All these other guys are, you know, heads of major corporations in the hunt industry. And I'm just this guy who likes to turn guns at the show on the Outdoor Channel. I get a chance to shake his hand, but he's just as real with me as he is the guy who maybe the richest guy for it, possibly the most famous guy for it. And I found that fascinating that he was that way. On the other hand, I'm over there talking to a senator at Washington, D.C. at a party of lobbyists put together. It's like, everything to meet you, I too like to hunt it. So gratifying to see the sunrise and like,
Just a fake person.
just come.
Yeah, weird, right?
Yeah.
Weird when you're around that. Because like,
Yeah.
if you're capable of talking to people fake like this, what
What are you capable of? Yeah.
You're strange.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
Your whole aspiration is to like stay fake and to make as much money possible while being fake.
Exactly. And the whole time, again, I never dug into politics. I'm talking to a guy that once I do go back into it, he come in the office, he was making, you know, he's making as a senator, I don't know what, 1,800 grand a year. Now he's worth, and it's all he's ever done. Now he's worth $10 billion. $10 billion.
Like, where'd that come from?
I don't think my grandmama would understand that either.
It's like so transparent and right in front of your face. Like the Nancy Pelosi situation. She's never made more than $175,000 a year. She's worth $100 and something billion.
How does that happen?
It's like corruption. It's corruption. It only happens through corruption, and it's transparent and legal corruption. It's very strange.
And it's on both sides. It happens.
Oh yeah. Look at the stock trading, red versus blue, and they're all right up there. They all have inside information. They're all.
Did they put Martha Stewart in jail for it?
Yes. They actually put her in jail for lying. She lied to federal investigators. That's what they. It was Comey. It was the same guy. It's real wild. It's real wild to see what it really is all about. There's politics on both sides. It's not a right or left thing. It's power and corruption. And
I feel like there's a little bit of momentum. It feels like there's a little bit of a messy process. It's going to take a long time, I think, to get there. But I think everything that's happening now, it feels through opportunities and outlets like this that people can talk, people can understand what's real fiction or debate.
yeah,
It seems like everything from, I don't know, the political world to just everything about the truth about whether it's fishing, the truth about the cosmos, possibly, you know, some of the stuff about ancient civilization to you know, people and people that love Jesus Christ. You can really have good conversations. It's not just dictated by a certain machine. And I love that. And that's pretty amazing. All of us can come together and have a conversation.
Yeah, it's a good time. It's a crazy time to be alive, but I think it's a beautiful time.
It's amazing. And only in America. I swear.
Only in America. Yeah. I have more hope for this country right now after this election than I've had in a long time. It feels like this crew of people with J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk, RFK Jr., and Tulsi Gabbard, the Meg Ramaswamy. I think there's a real chance that things can change. Real chance we can expose some of the deep-seated corruption, some of the problems that we've had in this country, and move us onto a better path.
I do too, and I find I still got friends that are diehard Democrats and pretty darn liberal. Believe it or not, he works in hunting industry. And even him, I feel the sense of almost like,
I was having a conversation with a friend of mine from New York about this, and he's liberal, but he was like, listen, everybody pretends that they're mad at Trump won, but there's a recognizable feeling of relaxation in New York.
Yeah.
Like some sense of logic has prevailed. No one really believed that she was going to be a great president. They certainly didn't believe Walsh was going to be a great vice president. That was crazy. That was crazy. That guy was supposed to be one heartbeat away from the fucking president. And then they also knew that there was so much corruption involved. Everybody knew what they were doing with the Twitter files and all that other shit. There's so much that, like,
I know. I mean, that have never been treated.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of things happen. They just like, most people, somebody asked me, how do you know when you're being? And I said, well, when you don't know what a gout is to make you.
Right.
Yeah, because I remember growing up in the same little area, my grandma and stuff. But when I could sit there and talk to my youngins, and my son Mason, when you come down, run by and get us a gallon, get some cereal. What's that cereal? I got some sauce, but get us a gallon of milk. Well, that was came. Grandma said, hey, run by, look, don't go to Big Star. It's 25 cents more over there. Go over there to Giant Mark. They got a deal right now. As a matter of fact, go buy me a couple packs of that Round Round special. Gallon of milk. Drive over here to where gas was the cheapest. And when you get to a place where you know you do it pretty well, it's like, I need some gas.
Yeah.
You ain't worried about those towns.
Yeah. Brian saying I say all the time. He said, this is how rich you want to get. Where you can go to a restaurant and order whatever you want and not worry about it.
Yep.
Everything after that bullshit.
And then look and say, hey, I want 20%, 25, you do that. Right on there. That's you are rich and you're blessed.
Everything else on top of that really it's kind of bullshit.
I 100% agree with that. And I think that backfired on a little bit of Harris thing. When she said, no, everything's good. Yeah. And she's telling that to people who know exactly where the cheapest milk is. And they were going to, they're like, well, no, it ain't. I'm struggling out here. And then you tell it, like we can list to go to these hunt places, but they're not cheap places to hunt. To be able to technically trespass on these properties that are privately owned. And or if you were to go on that public elk hunt as a private public, well, look, go get us a gear. If we did right now, you and Cam and Remy planned us a good DIY. Like, Joe, you go get the gear. I'll go get the mountain house.
Right.
Cam's like, hey, I got plenty of mountain hops and whatever. I'll drink some coffee.
But
I promise you, we were just Dutch.
Yeah.
Dutch. We still got 3 or 4 rounds. Yeah. And we're going out there to go hunt. So just in supplies and setups.
Oh, yeah. Just your bow and arrows, broadheads, fucking rangefinder, rhino, gear, clothing, boots, the tires of the truck, gas, this, that, tags. Oh, it's not cheap.
Oh, it's not cheap. Like I said, you could either buy you a small farm in Kentucky or just get you a new boat. I mean, that's what it is like these days. But I tell you, it's absolutely so amazing to get a chance to even do it, to even get back hunting. I tell people all the time, it's like, I've always stood by the fact, I don't think you're badass to hunt. I think it's just badass that you can have an opportunity in America. can fall back on that. And if times do get hard, there's a certain piece once you understand the craft of it, a little bit of that knowing how to skin a deer, knowing the best parts. And yes, you can eat it all. You can eat organs, you can eat real meat, you can do all those things. But at the end of the day, there's a certain piece as a man, especially. And I think overall, even though we're in a world where, we got this equality and everything that man can do, or supposedly, but at the end of the day, I've always looked at it that my job is to provide, safety, some type of structure, food, care for my family. And any man that's out there knows nothing about nature, that if these cities shut down, that would be a terrifying experience. The Mercedes won't start. The Wi-Fi won't come on. You can't run down the Starbucks, and all of a sudden you can't go to the market or deliver you sushi or your favorite pizza. Now you have no skill set. Yes, I sometimes, but guess what? I've gotten pretty good at the cities. I know how to work these apps. I can grab me an Uber. I can go talk to somebody, or I can Google and say, I'm going to walk down here to the steakhouse.
You can certainly navigate their world a whole lot better than they can navigate yours.
The world that me and you love the most is hard to navigate for some people, and I think they're starting to realize it's really long. It takes forever. And there's a piece. I told somebody a while back, I said, man, I'm going to tell you, when you become a hunter and you understand it and become simple, all the financial situations you can gain, money's nice. I agree that it's not necessarily great happiness. It is great to have the money to do those things we talked about. Just even, maybe it is necessary. You should know. It's like I've always wanted and you can buy it. But at the end of the day, there's a piece comes to know that I could potentially lose it all. If I got my wife, my kids, and I got this bow and arrow, I might actually get it. Because now there's no, I got peace and tranquility. I got a certain stillness that is more valuable than anything I can find at the rave. And so I've often told people, even if you love the city like which, what people might not realize, I love the city like this is so fun to visit. That's just it. I want to visit. I'm ready to get back out. Like the thought of things I can do in Austin, there's a million things my mind's wide open. Man, I'd love to go to the I love this. Man, I heard the steakhouse was great. They got this, they got that. They got the best martinis, this cigar bar. But once I do all that, I'm ready to go back to the campfire, here, good my meals and cocktails, and I'm puffing on them cigar like, yeah, you wouldn't leave the steakhouse. They jumped on me. It's heaven. It's heaven.
Well, I think, Michael, one of the things that people really enjoy about you, and I enjoy talking to you, is you have a genuine gratitude towards life. It's infectious, it's real. I think appreciation for this beautiful, chaotic world that we live in is it's a virtuous thing. It's a very important thing.
Well, that means a lot to be able to see that. It means more to me than anything, because I do. I mean, I don't even know how and why. Sometimes I ask myself, like I said, I've just been so blessed. It's been amazing. People I've met, learned so much. I mean, it's just, I don't even have that. Going back to that talk, grandmama's living. What are you doing, boy? You got a brand new marriage kid.
That's also one of the reasons why it's so cool. Yeah, it worked out that way. It wasn't like it was all easily planned out. That's just a natural path for you to go down.
Did you have much of that, Joe? Like, obviously, growing up, you did. Same amazing opportunity. You had so many things that happened. Did you ever have like, what's Joe doing?
Yeah, my parents, for sure. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Funny. They didn't want me to fight. I started fighting. They were going to get hurt. They didn't want me to do comedy, so good fighting. Like, we'll just stick with that. It was just, no matter, there's always going to be people that doubt you, especially if you do something that's high risk, low probability of success.
It made me think, because I think of that. And the reason I asked you that is because that experience I had on the theater is kind of mind-boggling, because I thought they would see it as I think there's difference in perception, the way we perceive things, and the triviality of this, because you got to sometimes break yourself out and look at it from their point of view. And I learned it as I become a parent, because now I got kids, and they're wanting to, and I got a boy, Mason, he moved to Charleston, South Carolina, and all of a sudden I become a grandma. In my mind, I got, hey, when I get back, Chrissy, we're gonna have some cornbread, collard greens, and fried chicken. I want to come back and tell you because this is every episode. What's up, McCoy, Fire, all of it. So in my mind, I got a picture living in a little house right there around the farm. Well, he lives in Charleston, South Carolina. And I'm like, what are you doing? Are you all Brad? You tell me. What are you doing? And it hit me like, man, I'm being my grandma, being Uncle Tommy. And the reason they were that way, same with your people, they love us so much that they don't want us to fail. And I think inevitably we can fail people the people love the most because we want to keep them safe. I don't want I know it's a girl or a wife to go out there and cut wood. I want my damn wife cut wood. I cut the wood. Let me get the cows. I don't want my wife going to the door. The villains at night. I'm not saying she couldn't shoot one better than me. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I love her. I don't want her hurt. I don't want my kids to fail. But in reality, why not? Somebody's got to do these small percentiles. Somebody got to be a Michael Jordan. How did Michael Jordan post history? Somebody say, okay, Michael, I'm sure somebody. And so I think we want to put everybody in the same spot. And if you think about it, 80% or 90% of people can do these things. Well, guess what? Go try the 10, 20%. If you fail, jump back into the 80, 90%, and you can at least say you tried. At least say I tried to make somebody laugh on the stage. At least say I tried to sit the boy boat and enough to make money and give me a percentage of something or have a name on it. I don't know. You can at least try it. I don't think it makes you arrogant or over-zealously confident. It's just, why not?
I think there's people that are afraid to try, that will try to attack you for trying.
Yeah.
There's that. There's crabs in a bucket. There's that. There's people that don't want someone to take a risk and succeed because they didn't take a risk. They don't want to confront themselves with that thought. They don't want to be confronted with the reality of what they've done with their life. Maybe they did have a dream. Maybe they did want to be maybe they did want to be on stage singing. Maybe they did want to they wanted to do something extraordinary and they never really took the chance. And so when they see you taking the chance, they want to fill you down.
They do.
It's an unnecessary and unfortunate aspect of human nature.
I see that, feel that time to time.
But it makes you encourage people.
It really does. And I text several people all the time, especially when I think about people on the way who said, hey, buddy, let me call you back. Stay away from this. You're special and you go do this. You keep doing this. And people don't realize what that means. I think about that street person. Like literally, me in the right mood, especially with this young lady right there, I'd have wanted to hit it. I don't know mixed martial arts, but I knew a goddamn haymaker. And he didn't see it coming. And he was calling this girl all kind of names. UMF or Johnson. And all it took was, hey, bro, I'm on the side. And immediately, it's like, he just wanted to be heard. And maybe that's it. Maybe, I don't know. And they just get tired of being outcast.
People want, they really do want friends. It's like you were saying before, like the relationships you make in this life, that's the real trophy.
It is. And that's the one thing, I guess, the last thing I'd want to leave about the hunting community. And I think you felt it just from people you've seen or maybe researched. And like Cam said, man, you don't find understood the jokes that he knows more about broadheads than the companies themselves. He researches this stuff. He knows geometry and pose and race heights. He's so dead deep. He loves it. And it made me feel so good to know that you're that deep into it. And but when you start looking at so many of these things that's out there, what I find in the community, it is a community of people that welcomes all. It doesn't matter. And they want to learn, and they're so appreciative. You might just take a look into this culture that sometimes can't be criticized. So you kind of be judged and think you're barbaric or hillbilly or uneducated or just ruthless. And what you'll find is there is a part of that. With dipping into nature, you have to kind of become an animal with that. And like the bear, like the predator, you are a killer. You have to come to full draw to feed your family. But it's so welcome, and I've never seen anybody alienized. I've never seen anybody that I thought that was a solid person within the industry and our people around my house that would bring in and just come on the show. This is about boy or young lady. And I'm proud of that. I'm confident, and I know there's nobody, even the people that might talk bad about it, they're treat good. I remember one thing that happened, Joe, hit me pretty hard. My daughter, Addie asked me, Dad, what in a situation of where school, something bad happened? I was talking about some of the school shootings. I saw we just had one. I'm like, what should I do? It's like, was there any kind of mandate what you should do? And I said, well, they say this, hide under your desk, sit there, wait for lock the doors. I said, well, I'm about to go against protocol, Addie. And I knew her school had these outside doors went out quickly there in Harris County, Georgia, goes off into the buildings. Matter of fact, my home is right across from the high school. And I said, Addie, I tell you what I want you to do. If something goes awry, you've hunted with me a lot, and you understand, how to hide and swoop around, stuff like that. I said, if something happens, you can see that exit, and you can get out. You can hit the village. I want you to go right there. Don't wait around. I want you to go. Figure out the situation. Like if a bear's coming in the tent, you get out of the tent and get up the tree. What do you have to do? I said, but here's what I want you to do. I said, you go, and I ain't never told you to judge somebody because I don't believe in judging a book by the cover. I don't. I don't believe in that. So I said, but in this case, in this adverse moment, you go out and you find a beat up old Chevrolet truck, an NRA sticker on it, maybe a big van, I'll ride the van with maybe it is Sandy Chevelle, because that guy appreciates it hard, and you jump out and you stop it. It's going to be a complete stranger. But I want you to pick out that person. I said, and find out. I said, if you find somebody with a four-wheel drive truck that you know probably resembles your granddad or me or Nick Munt, all these guys, you jump in there, they don't have a jacket. They definitely don't have a gun in there. You don't have it. They will protect you. And when I thought about that, I was dead serious. And then I thought that goes beyond my daughter. Anybody, it wouldn't matter if you was Muslim, Christian, or Goth, or whatever. If you did that in the country, somebody's going to stop. Hey, man, what's going on? They're going to quickly evaluate it. And I'm not saying everybody won't. I think most people has that opportunity. But if you're raised around that culture where you're ready to help, you're ready to assist, love is so deep, and the nature and the human nature is to protect and to make sure this person is doing good, even if they don't align in thought process. And so I'm proud of that, and that's probably my biggest joy, whether it's taking Jim Brewer or Theo, and they see that's always, even if they're like, man, this is fun, this is a good post. A little scared of y'all. A little scared of y'all. And Theo and all of them said, it's not happening. I'm from your house. And Caleb Preston was so funny. She said, why did my wife, or his fiance, my wife said, hey, if something happens, we're going to Mike Waddell's house. He said, you don't even know where he lives. She said, well, I'm still going there. And so anyway, that's just cool. I'm proud of that. That ain't anything to me. That's just, it's a culture. It's just such an amazing.
It's amazing.
Share that.
Michael, I really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, man.
Tell us your social media, where you can find your hunts online.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, boneclicker.com. We're on Instagram at official boneclicker, I think it is. And then, there's a Mike Waddell page. There's a boneclicker page. And heck, I'm on. Yeah.
All right.
Dance around over there. I know everything is China's spot on me, too. Anyway, sure. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Man, a long time. Appreciate it.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Yes, Quebec. Stalin trained dolphins during the Cold War to attack enemy ships.
Good job. Experience.
Train my name. You will get my name all day.
Oh, shit. I didn't know we had.
It's probably super annoying to people listening.
It's the word is my name.
How dare you say Merry Christmas?
How dare you say that? It offends me. I don't know this.
Like she has this.
How dare you say fucking Christmas? You ever seen it? No.
Oh, okay, let's start with this because it's so crazy. I don't understand the context. So, like, I wish I could be charitable and say, well, there's probably a context for this to make sense.
Yeah, Steve is the one context.
Because you know, like, see something and it's only a 15-second clip. And you're like, okay. Let me just be the nicest person possible.
Yes.
Like, what could be the reason why
Yeah.
you would say, how dare we say Merry Christmas?
Yeah.
Unless you're playing a character.
Right.
Well,
Well,
she's on stage doing plays. She's like, I want to read from my college play where I was the Grinch.
can you imagine saying that? Like, it seems like a nightmare that you would wake up from.
It says Harris needed Americans saying Merry Christmas for illegal migrants who are protected in resource systems.
Oh, you're not allowed to say it until there's absolute peace and harmony on the planet. Then we can start saying it again.
This is so schooling.
Only with the clear that sin did we give them DACA status. And now we're talking about taking them away. It is no wrong.
No, thank you. I can have
We all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas. These children are not going to have a Merry Christmas. How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we? They will not have a Merry Christmas.
Who are you to say that?
If they will be here in a matter of days, weeks, and months. Since September 20th, over 12,000 have lost their status.
Here's why you can't be charitable. Because it's just a bad perspective. It's just a bad perspective.
Charitable.
Because if you want to, like, I think she's making sense. They're not mutually exclusive. All right? You can't. It's like celebrating joy and happiness, and some people suffer. It's like you can't say no one is going to suffer anywhere before I suffer. Because that's crazy. Now you're taking in the entire Earth's consciousness and all of its decisions as to whether or not you will or will not be happy. Like, you and I didn't force anybody to work at coal mines.
Not yet.
Phones. We buy these fucking phones, and we know that electronics that have cobalt probably put out in our space. Should we never celebrate anything again until those people free?
No, never. We should just be shitting in our hands, rubbing in our faces, whipping our backs until the whole world experiences simultaneous orgasm. Then, Merry Christmas to you.
But if you were, so let's just say they really are intergalactic beings, and you're watching all of your hypocrisy and scolding each other, and these like untested perspectives just jizzed out into the world, and you're looking at all this craziness, like the manufacturing of almost everything that we have that comes from overseas is probably from horrible conditions.
Yeah.
Just accept that.
Yeah.
Like, the aliens watching this, you're like, who are they bullshitting? They're bullshitting each other. They're bullshitting themselves. Right. They're trying to figure out how many genders there are. They're trying to decide, like, who's the most protected status you can't discuss of anything. Yeah. Currently, that's illegal immigrants.
Yeah. Well, I was just listening. I don't know why it's highly recommended. I started listening because I forgot a lot of the New Age ideas. So I started listening to New Age channeled audibles, aliens channeled New Age people. Oh, cheers, my brother. Cheers!
Isn't that Seth Speaks? Isn't that?
It's a
but is that Seth Speaks person? Because that's the whole deal. Right?
It's okay. So it's again. Like my mom got into it briefly because she dated this New Age dude. I fucking hated it. He wore Birkenstocks. He forced us to go on hikes. He wouldn't let me take my fake gun. I would, you're putting your fake gun on the hike. He said, we don't do that on hikes. The fucking fashion hike where you're forced to recognize the beauty of. And it's like, dude, don't put that on me. I'll find it on my own. Like, he got my mom to do it. And this was prime New Age. This is like, this is when they all killed themselves. It's like they were part of it too. They were wearing sneakers. What were they called? I haven't seen. Oh, yeah. So, I remember like watching these great VHS tapes with my mom and this dude, and thinking they were cool. Like there was some sound that was playing in one. And my mom looks at me like, hopefully,
recognize that sound because I get it.
Here's the thing about all this. I think some telepathy is real.
It is real.
I think it is real. Have you listened to telepathy tapes?
No,
You haven't?
I haven't listened to it.
It's a new podcast. And it's all about the scientific research that was done with non-verbal autistic kids and their parents. And they were able to go into another room and they would bring up things to one, whether it was a thank you. I think they'd bring things up to the mom or the mom would say things. The kid was accurate 95% of the time.
Wow.
With numbers, with colors, like 3 numbers in a row. Yeah. You know how crazy that is just to guess 3 numbers in a row 95% of the time?
Yeah.
Like, whatever it is, they think it's real. I'm only on episode 2. So, but it's really fascinating, man, because it's a dismissed thing. It's a real thing, sure. But if it's real, shouldn't scientists study it like it's real? And it seems like through scientific study, it's real.
Yeah, I think you've probably experienced that. I've experienced it.
I think it's an emerging part of human consciousness that we don't agree to, or we don't admit to. Like, we know there's something there. We're not like, that's too silly. It's just so many people that fake it. That's the problem, right? Because everybody like wants to have something special that they have a special thing. You have a special thing. You can get a special thing.
I mean, think about Firestarter, Carrie, Stranger Things.
Yeah.
This is fantasy. When I was a kid, dude, I would sit when my dad was working in his apartment and try to make it on a table move with my mind because I've been reading books on telekinesis. One day, you know, like when like you've got a cold drink, it's a little wet up the bottom. Well, one day, because of that, it split forward, and like I was like totally freaked out because I thought I'd use telekinesis to slide. It was just luck. It was just luck. It was just a
badly balanced floor.
It was a shitty fucking apartment in College Station. But you know, that's that once you recognize the flaw in the operating system of humans is simply as a kid, like for a few days, I'm like, shit, I might be telekinetic. But like once you know people want that or want to believe in it, and how easy it is to manufacture those moments and then claim responsibility. Holy shit, dude, you can really put some strings on people because there's an assumption. Let's say I do know, I do believe in telepathy. I'm positive it exists, but the assumption there then would be computer on telepathy. Well, they must be good because they're telepathic, right? They have magic, so we should trust them. This is where people get real fucked up. These are called, in India, they call them cities, which is you meditate a lot, you begin to like, well, I would say comedy is a city. You know, it's not special. I was talking to Lucy about sales. You know, that's the really good people who get in your head and see the buy shit. He was saying it's like basically magic, and it's like so. Hypnosis. Yeah, but man, have you ever been hypnotized? Yes, I have. Interesting. Dude, my mom hypnotized me when I had a wart because she had heard and hypnotized people in the wart goes away. Hypnotized me, said something about the wart going away. Within a couple of weeks, I swear to you, that wart fucking dried up, fell off my hand. Yeah. What the fuck?
What the fuck? So that's the placebo. The placebo effect is real. You know, I had a guy tell me this once. He was like a kind of a whack healing chiropractor. He was telling me that if you keep saying is true, because I was asking, how does this work? Like, how does this work? Like, how are you healing people? Like, by working up, like, gassing up things. If you believe it works. But if I believe the lie, so what are you selling? You're just like fucking manipulating people and saying mumbo jumbo muscular structural words.
Yeah.
And you're doing hypnosis kind of, because you're sort of admitting that by healing, like a person who's gonna heal you with words and talking and touching it, they're tricking you into doing it yourself.
Well, I
Right?
mean, the placebo effect
It's real.
is real. I've heard it's one of the most powerful effects of medicine.
Is it really?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you think of like the new cancer drugs. They tell your immune system what to attack, right? So somehow you do that without the drug. And that's where it's interesting, right? Because these are our bodies,
Right.
perfectly metabolizing, transforming so many things instantaneously. The heart effortlessly beating all the fucking time. So theoretically, purely theoretically, yeah, what if you could control more of it? Like, how much of this thing can we actually control? By the way, that's a really fun thing to think about because, like, not much. And so, you ever think about that? Like, you sort of think, like, okay, like, how much of my body can I really do anything about? I can eat good food, I can exercise, but all the quantum processes that are happening within, all of the things, you kind of realize you're just the tip of the iceberg. You're just the little yappy tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And underneath it, there's all this stuff that is you, but really isn't you if having control of yourself is like, oh, wait, I identify this is me. So what are you, that swirl of particulates? Like, what are you?
Yeah, what are you?
Yeah.
That's most people. And that's one of the reasons why ideologies are so interesting. Because it's the same thing. It's the same person. It's just they've agreed to one thing or they've agreed to the other thing. And it could be how you're raised, you were rebelling, but people find a way of fucking slipping through. Yeah, and it's so much easier than trying to look at, like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this thing we're doing where I'm making noises with my mouth, you're reading my mind, and we're like broadcasting it to the world. I'm making noises with your mouth. We're speaking to each other's minds.
Yeah, and also though, you know, when you get into the telepathy idea, which is like the question is like, you know, right now we identify our minds as like a neurological process, right? So the idea is like we have this like biocomputer, and somewhere in there is our mind. Everything out here, not our mind. Even though everything out here, from a neurological perspective, is our mind. Right. Everything you're seeing is an instantaneous interpretation of a variety of phenomena that gets compressed into reality. And then you say, oh, out there, that's not me. But it is you. It's like, it's you in the way you put on VR goggles, you know, except in this case, the VR goggles is your neocortex. It's all the processes that are making color, light, sound, etc. So if we're sort of sharing dual reality, which is all the phenomena that's being interpreted into our minds, somewhere in there is the possibility that we're trying to share a mind. So from that perspective, all these other things become possible. Telepathy, all of this stuff. Like, you know, you get around funny people, you get funny. When I was doing the Midnight Gospel, I was around all these artists, I got better at drawing. Like, you share a mind. It's the gestalt, or, you know, or three or two more together, there will be that something else comes.
And I think we're collaborating with something that we don't truly understand because we're still trapped in many bodies.
Yes.
So I think we have these moments of recognition of these connections, you know, in great moments in life and these beautiful things that can happen. And it's all being twisted up by this ape, this wild ape that had to survive for thousands and thousands of years by killing its neighbors.
Yeah.
And eating monkeys and fucking running around and clubbing things to death and eating raw meat.
Yeah.
Until it figured out how to harness fire. And then it had to deal with neighboring tribes coming in, hordes of people with swords and spears. And you had to run for the hills. They killed your kids in front of you. They fucked your wife in front of you.
Yeah.
Cut your dick off and stuffed it in your mouth. And this was thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah.
This thing we're doing right now is so recent.
Yeah.
This thing where you get strangers, you don't have to worry about killing them.
Yeah.
That's super recent.
Dogs aren't there yet. That's why dogs freak out when someone comes to your door. They're not there yet. We still remember the old days. And
That's a great point.
they're still like, dude, usually someone's coming up.
Yeah.
We have to kill it. Like, they're reminding you of that. You know? And it's true. I mean, and if you look at that collective epigenetic trauma as an egregore, as a ghost haunting the planet, a ghost of, like, not that long
the
ago.
ghost of primate past.
The ghost of primate past haunts us, and that's why it's so easy to slide into aggressive patterns and defensive patterns that are completely unnecessary.
And that's what they are too. This is what you have to realize. It's not you. It's patterns that you've selected, and you've selected them over and over and over again, and they become you. It's like you went down a groove. You don't have to stay on that groove. No, you don't have to. But I think you have to find something in life that's physical that you enjoy. Because I think that's one of the best ways to manage this fucking weirdness. The absolute best way is through getting physically exhausted.
Sure.
Is get on purpose, get physically exhausted, and then you can manage the craziness of existing.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to pretend that it's normal. Everyone wants to pretend that existence is like, oh, you want to get up in the morning and fucking have your eggs and your bacon and your food.
You hear what Tom Brown said?
Yeah, exactly. It's like every day. It's like, oh my God, this is happening. What do you think the drones are? What do you think the drones are? You know, how much did Nancy Pelosi make this week?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what is?
Right.
What are we?
Did you see the new shit that they found out about consciousness in the human brain? This popped up on my feed. This dude, Penrose, this guy used to be an anesthesiologist. He already knew about these neurological structures that are these quantum tubules that apparently anesthesia impacts. And he began to think maybe consciousness is not associated as much as we thought with neurons, but is a microstructure within the brain, these quantum tubules that get shut down when there's anesthesia. And so there's this new controversial sort of emerging theory of consciousness, which is that when you are awake, you go from being a wave to a particle. In other words, whatever you want to call it, the I am, all one situation that we actually are experiencing, gets compressed into a particle, which is your experience of reality. But when you fall asleep and take enough acid, you go into a superposition. When that's that feeling of being connected to everything, part of everything, not even being there anymore. So we're those things simultaneously. And I guess as far as the default realities that you're talking about, that's the situation where it's a bunch of particles that have focused in on like a buffet of moments that the news curates. The news is like, okay, be mad at this person's wrong, this person's right, here's what you should be afraid of, here's a celebrity that sucks. You know?
That's the whole business model. That's the way we get the news.
That's it.
And sponsored by pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
And everybody else. I was watching a regular movie that night. I was in a hotel, and so it was the only thing they had in the hotel was regular movies on TV.
Yeah.
So I was watching John Wick on TV, and it's every 5 minutes you're bombarded with nonsense. They stop the show and give you 5 minutes of nonsense.
That's right.
Just nonsense and side effects.
It's unnerving. And also when you realize we think the show is John Wick. That ain't the show. The show is the nonsense that's happening in between John Wick. So think about when you're watching a good movie. Relax. Calm down. Looking up. It's the perfect state of consciousness to manipulate people.
I also thought it was incredible that they bleeped out all the bad words when the commercials were far more offensive. Yeah, they bleeped out fuck. They bleeped out. I was like, how are they going to handle this scene? Because there's this scene where the Russian mobster. His son comes home from his job, and then he said he didn't have to read this thing with John Wick. And the guy's like, who's the fucking nobody? That fucking nobody is John Wick. And it's like the whole setup of John Wick. And it's that nobody. I'm like, no, you're gross.
Say fuck.
You took out the fuck. But meanwhile, you're telling me about bloody diarrhea that might kill you if you take this drug.
Yeah.
You're telling me about side effects that are like suicide, like all kinds of like wild shit, depression, anxiety, fear,
It's
violent tendencies,
dude,
gambling addictions.
this is, so when you think about the idea that, you know, a group of witches is called a coven, a group of Christians is called a church. The idea is sort of simultaneous prayer causes change. Now, there's different words. Some people call the prayer spells. Some people call the prayer pep rally. We're gonna go. You look at the football game. You're seeing covens of witches cheering to direct energy at the team they want to try to like move the needle a little bit. But when you consider the power of directing little bubble universes, which is every single human, focusing that beam of attention onto certain ideas, dude, you're not only are you going to create whatever it is you want to create, the kids can advertise or make money, but theoretically you could guide history that way. And the last thing you want them to figure out is if they all stop focusing on what you're telling them to focus on and trust themselves enough to focus on what they want to focus on, which is usually not bad, then all of a sudden you would lose that kind of magical control. You lose the actual steering wheel of the weird vehicle. You know, they're like, it's democracy. The steering wheel is your vote, and the president and the elected officials guide the country. But the real steering wheel is, here's what you need to pay attention to. You need to pay attention to this right now. And if we all pay attention to that, it like where attention goes, energy flows.
I think it's like if we're in a factory, and there's certain gears that turn certain machines, and they think they're the only thing that exists.
Yeah.
But it's a chain of things that have to take place in order to manufacture something, like a Tesla.
Yeah.
Like imagine if you are, if we just don't realize it, but if everything has a consciousness, at least in some sort of a limited capacity.
Yeah.
Really, even tables. Yeah, everything has something. We're just bigger, we're super egotistic, and we believe that only we possess this. But we know dogs have it too, which gets where it gets here. Yeah, animals have it. We know that. You know, but this whole thing that we're doing is trying to understand how we would interface. Yeah, how are we doing this? Like, if we're in a world where it's 2024 and there's drones flying over New Jersey and they're gaslighting us, saying they're all airplanes. They're saying we have it under control. Yeah. And it appears there was a satellite that was shot out of the sky. Yeah. Have you seen that? No. No, you haven't seen that? I missed it. So this is the big conspiracy. And again, I've done no research, so do not believe me, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Al. The big conspiracy is that these are Chinese drones, and they're being piloted by a satellite that they shot out of orbit. And this is a conspiracy, unfounded conspiracy. Unfounded. But I'm just for funsies.
Well, I mean, do you remember when those weird green fucking lights showed up in Hawaii?
Well, I remember where there was a ship, right? And there were like these triangle-looking things that were flying over a ship.
Laser lights that shot out of the sky. Remember that?
What was that?
What are the drones? I mean, that's what I love about the drones is, I mean, aside from the obvious, like, you know, getting to imagine, fantasize, it could be they're chasing orbs or whatever. What I love about the drones is that it's another step in shaking people awake. You know what I mean? Because it's like part of living in default reality, I think, is you sort of lean into the idea that the government is, you can trust the government. Of course. Like you have to
Trust the people who make weapons.
you can trust them.
They really got some good guys.
Sure, yes, some of them, you know,
Are hybrid violent.
a little, yeah, but ultimately we can trust these people. And so then you have over fucking New Jersey experimental vehicles that people are filming. Welcome to Earth, bitch. You see that one? And it's so funny. People in New Jersey are reacting.
Is this guy really in the sky at the drone?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm surprised more people haven't.
But the problem with that, fucking idiots, is that bullets fall. Okay? And they fall with almost the same kind of velocity. I mean, I'm sure they lose a lot of speed. But it's enough to kill people. People definitely die from bullets falling.
You know what else falls? Drones. Experimental fucking drones. The government's flying over fucking New Jersey, hoping those fuckers don't crash. They're apparently half the size of a car. You know
Some
what I
of them
mean?
are bigger, bro. Some of them are suburban size.
Yeah, and
They're
they're
SUV size.
flying over houses.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just like, no, listen, number one, most of what you guys are seeing, it's stars, or you're seeing commercial vehicles, mostly, and the other stuff, we don't really know. And so then at that point, you're like, wait a minute, I'm paying almost half of my income in fucking taxes. So you know what the car-sized mystery things flying over the cities are. You don't know what that fucking is? What am I paying you for? You know what I mean? You're making a lot of money, man. You should know what the drones are. And so, but then when you see, what's his name? Bolton? Is it Bolton?
With the mustache.
Not Bolton. When you see, I don't know, the DOD dudes up there, and the way that they're just lying their fucking asses up. Did you see the press secretary talking about it? And she's wearing a necklace that looks like a UFO.
Is it Korean Jean-Pierre that lit?
Not Jean-Pierre, it's another one. It was some
A new
press.
one?
It was a.
How do they just shuffle new people in without
No, I
announcing?
don't think they got rid of Pierre.
Okay.
I hope.
Most of them do last like Pierre. She's the like marathon.
Oh, dude.
Most of them do that job. They're like, fuck this job. I'm just gonna lie all the time. Imagine thinking this way, you're gonna say war in Sudan. Okay. Here's what it's on. All right. The rebels, children, problems, the economy, pollution.
Okay.
Vaccine.
Got it. There's a lot of data right now. I guess how the data showing vaccinations are bad for you.
No, fuck that. Then. These people are in trouble, and we need to help them. We need to help them.
War, got it. Okay, no problem. Okay, I got it. I'm going out there.
Throw out your Rachel Maddow glasses.
The Rachel Maddow glasses.
Everybody's wearing them to look super serious.
Well, it's part of the costume, isn't it? Like, you know, we also, by the way,
That's why we're saying this.
we are in elf costumes. But, I don't understand the Rachel Maddow glasses phenomena, but I have done research into it because I wanted to create a vision board of all the people wearing those glasses. And it's a thing. It's like a thing on the left. You wear those fucking glasses and it identifies that you have a certain set of beliefs if you're wearing the Maddow glasses. I mean, it's a real thing.
It is a real thing. Yeah. If you have those glasses on and you're a Republican, you're an assassin. You're a guy who kills people for a living. You're a very strange person.
Dude, that's to me the invasion of the body snatchers experience. I want to use that movie in a while. The remake.
I saw the remake. It was a long time ago, right? Wasn't it like 5 years ago? How long ago?
I think it's the one I liked in the 70s.
Oh, it's almost
yes,
that one's amazing.
Amazing.
They point at you and make that noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Sutherland killing it.
Look how creepy his eyes are.
Yeah, that's it.
You imagine reality. And by the way, not that hard. You know what's way harder than that? Building a planet.
Right.
There's plenty of planets.
Yeah.
That is not that hard. That is essentially what happens all the time.
Yeah.
In like the insect kingdom, where they get infested by another parasite that controls their brain.
There you go. Dude, I went down a deep rabbit hole with this shit because, I was like looking right after Trump won, which, by the way, I want to remind you, I'm sorry, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but when we were hunting for Bigfoot, you remember I said to you, one day you're going to be president. I'm like,
did you say that?
No.
Back then, that would have been the least likely scenario. I'm in the woods with the Fear Factor guy. And we're legitimately looking for Bigfoot. Legitimately. Bigfoot expert.
Dude, that was one of my favorite camping trips I've ever had
It
in my
was
life.
fun.
I would love to
so
do that
much
again.
fun.
Hunting for Bigfoot. It's like 'cause hunting for animals, which I know you love. I have nothing against it, but you still got to kill an animal. Hunting for Bigfoot, you just like look for a twig out of place and you get to imagine he's nearby. And that it's really fun. Watching is fun.
Somebody asked me if I saw Bigfoot, would I kill it? Because if I could kill it, then I could show people that it's real.
Interesting. Interesting, would you?
Why would I kill Bigfoot?
Well,
but this is like, why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Just to prove that it's real? Well, guess what? Guess we can't prove it. There's no other way. It's not like I tell you where it happened and you fucking close off 1,000 square miles and start pushing it with soldiers. Well, don't kill it. Why would you kill it, stupid? I'm telling you where it is. Why do you want me to shoot an arrow through it?
You know, man,
why don't you just trust me and spend $1 billion on drones? And imagine, like, why did we spend all this money? Joe said he saw Bigfoot, so we went looking.
But by the fucking way,
no one would spend any money to go look for Bigfoot.
If you can fly a swarm of drones over fucking New Jersey, you could fly into the Pacific Northwest and we'd know once and fucking for all. See, this, you know, they talk about democracy. Sometimes I like to think about what would actual democracy look like. And, you know, it wouldn't look like some dude getting in front of a microphone and gaslighting your ass about experimental crap. It would be like, all right, I'm just going to tell you guys, we've figured out anti-gravity. That's anti-gravity drones. We wanted to show you, and tomorrow we're going to drop ketamine on the neighborhoods. Democracy. But you know what I mean? Like, that would be true democracy versus what we have right now, which is sort of democracy. It doesn't work. The voting works and all that stuff. Ultimately, our impact, the non-political classes' impact is very little. The political classes' impact is very little when you consider now the security factor. So you have the politicians, like Harry Reid, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with the UAPs, and even they can't, because there's another level. And that level is like, those are the people controlling things because they know the secrets. It's just so infuriating to me that now they feel comfortable enough to fly whatever the fuck these things are over a major city and not tell us what they are, and then say we don't know what they are. Because if the reality is they don't know what they are, if we're going to believe them, which I guess you're not supposed to. You know what I mean?
Are you supposed to?
No, I don't think you're. I think at the point where they're just telling you it's like stars.
Okay. But let's be honest. If you are in possession of the actual information, you know what it is. You know it's China, or you know it's aliens, or you know it's a combination of both, or it's the U.S. government, or it's all three. Maybe it's all the. How the fuck do you tell people that? How do you tell people that while you're also governing? You're also doing all these different things. You're very big. How does the president get on television and say, ladies and gentlemen, aliens are real?
You just do it.
We are being visited on a regular basis by non-human intelligence that is far superior to our own.
Sure.
We don't understand why they're here. We've been working with them. We've back engineered their products.
Yeah.
That's how you got fiber optics, and capacitors.
Right.
All these things sort of under as well.
Yeah, everything.
That's the most fun one.
You were bioengineered. Everything. Your culture, your religions.
Everything.
It's for a good cause.
Everything.
Yeah.
We're a piece of the fucking factory, dude. That's what we are.
Right.
We're a piece of the factory that doesn't recognize that there's a whole other building connected to this that's filled with machines.
Yeah.
We're a piece.
That's so okay. So that is exactly what you want pieces of your factory to think like. And that is why at any moment anybody can actually just turn the channel. You're not a piece of the fucking factory. Actually, you're the universe.
You are the universe.
And you're the universe who has been, dude, I mean, look what they can do to lions at a circus. Deadly fucking thing. They can make it jump through hoops. They can make it catch a frisbee, right? So think of this. That's right.
Those make some wild Instagram videos.
Oh, they do.
There's a lot of those out there.
There is. It's the assassination of a fucking CEO. And by the way, like, I am not like assigning any kind of like. I think it's a slippery slope. You start publicly fucking executing CEOs, like you start, you know what I mean? That's a real slippery slope.
It's super slippery.
But I'll tell you, if you sort of look at the factory, the way it works is like, number one, you really aren't supposed to identify the actual, like what's causing like a lot of suffering. Like you once you start making those identifications, then and you follow through with some kind of action based on those identifications. Number one, the action can't be there based on the rules of the factory. Of course, the factory's going to create up rules. You can go out with fucking signs or whatever if you're at the right place, not at Amazon where they arrested the people protesting, but there's places in the factory where you can go and be like, I need more oil, I'm squeaky. But only once in a while, and only in the right way. It's peaceful protest is what we call it. You do it at the wrong time, it's fucking insurrection. You know what I mean? So the factory's got rules about how we do this. Right. So the moment you go outside of those rules, the moment you like actually, and to do that, you have to somehow really think outside the factory. Then you see something like that happen. And then you see the way the factory responds, which is the perp walk they did with that dude. They've got fucking SEAL Team 6 walking that guy in.
He's handsome.
He's
like a movie.
No, it's like, yeah.
In a movie, if you saw that handsome guy getting arrested and there was like SEAL Team 6 behind him protecting, you'd be like, that's no way they would do that.
That's right.
It's just a regular killer. There's no way they would have that many guys guarding him.
Well, they're not guarding that guy. Look at that. They're sending a fucking message. They're saying, listen, we will surround you. And like that, so, because like, what's really scary about what he did is like, and I think if you want to like take murder, cold-blooded murder for a second, call it activism, what that guy did is he didn't just like, send a message which is really scary for people like CEOs saying, listen, man, like, you can't keep fucking us with the insurance. If you do, you're not safe. And so that's scary as fuck, because that's the CEOs, of course, are the ones who pay for the lobbyists, who pay for the laws. And so he sends a message of methodology, which again, I think if we're going to get to a better place, using violence, I just don't think that's the path. But just as an analysis, dude, I would say you can expect more of that to happen, and that's going to lead to Darth Vader people coming out more.
Yeah, you're not co-signing.
I'm not co-signing it at all. No.
It's a realistic assessment. There's something going on. People are very upset, and they've been able to do this to people for so long, deny people treatment for so long.
Like, you remember when your dad had to come downstairs? Like, you're fucking up, you're like misbehaving with your brother, you're doing something really bad, you set something on fire. Your dad comes downstairs. He's at work, he's fucking pissed. That's how you know you're really fucked. When people start doing stuff like that, then the dad has to come downstairs. And when the dad comes downstairs, it looks like the dude's in the Darth Vader outfit. So all of a sudden, this facade, for a second, they have to stop the show, turn on the fucking lights. These guys in fucking full body armor come out, spray chemicals in your face, and drag you away. And then, all right, start the show up again, it gets memory hole. So that is an example of what happens when the factory is imbalanced. And right now, the factory is imbalanced, dude. It's just, that's the problem. It's the reason we need the middle class. There's a reason you need some path forward. There's a reason you need to be able to buy a fucking house. And aside from like the human comfort and starting a family and all that stuff, the moment you pull that away from people, now what? It's like, so wait, what am I supposed to do here? Now, again, I am not advocating violence. I think that if we keep doing violence, we're going to keep getting violence. But it's a really scary thing when shit gets so imbalanced. You hear about like your health insurance. I'm lucky because Like I'm on crap popples on Fox. I have incredible health insurance, but like you read about the people denying like really important medications, really important procedures to people, sending them stacks of paper explaining why we're not going to pay. You know, I got my colonoscopy recently. It cost me $100. You know how much they charge my insurance company? $9,000.
You ever talk to people about this?
No.
You should. You know, because he understands it from top to bottom. He can tell you exactly what's going on. He's talked about it on the podcast. But it's, you know, it's a giant machine. It's a giant money machine. That's right. That's really what it is. It's not really making you better. It's a giant money machine. That's right. Making you better is what they say.
Yeah.
But it's about making you money.
That's right.
And they can make incredible amounts of money for surgeries that
Yeah.
no, I'm not saying everybody does it. Some people do it. There's a guy that just got arrested recently. I don't know if you heard about this guy. I sent this to Peter at T. I can send it to you, or maybe you can find it. This dude, he was telling people they had cancer and they didn't. And it's like a ton of cases. And you give them people therapy and you make them like severely ill.
Yeah.
He did it to like, I don't remember the number because I think the number stunned me so much I didn't want to remember it. But this guy told people they had cancer, scared the fuck out of them, ruined their lives, and then gave them poison that's designed to kill cancer.
You like 10 years old?
It could have been. Somebody sent it to me on Instagram. It was a news story.
Oh my God.
He got 45. That's all he got was 45 years.
Pretty large. He's 50. That's a life sentence. Well, yeah, man.
I don't know if it's the same guy. Maybe more doctors. You know, this is one of the things I found out. I was doing a bit about this fertility clinic doctor that was using his own kids. That's not one. You don't want kids. There's fucking shit down here. It's like, I wonder how many of these doctors were. There's this creepy doctors. Well, just like there's creepy carpenters. Just like there's, you know, like some doctors don't give a fuck about people.
Why do they use their own jizz? Do they run
want all their babies? They want everyone to have their babies.
Oh, so it's not like
just psycho.
People aren't coming in.
No, there's people that run their husbands' jitters. And he's like, yeah, I got a pair of rubs for your sweetheart. That's what this guy did. We had a fertility clinic, and I think people started figuring out when 23andMe came out. And this is just one of these guys. There's been a ton of those guys. Yeah, that fundamental is the difference between men and women. Could you imagine a clinic where a woman was getting other people to carry her babies? That's hilarious. Yeah, not just the fucking world. No woman would want that. Yeah, take my baby. You take my baby. I trusted with you. You don't. I don't even know. Have a baby with me. Have the most precious thing. You can have it. You can have it. You can have it. It's literally the fundamental difference between men and women. That a guy on a sperm clinic and think that I'm gonna get away with everybody having my baby, and he doesn't give a fuck what happens to those kids. They might fuck. They might not know. They might find out through 23andMe they're cousins. Yeah. Like, holy shit, we're cousins. Yeah. Then you find out everyone's a cousin. Because this creep's been just using his own jizz for 35 years.
Dude, that guy could be like, you know, based on the depopulation that's happening, based on population decline, that guy could be like the next Genghis Khan. Like in the future, like, like 80% of the planet's related to this dude.
I think he's got a lot of catching up to do to get where Genghis Khan's numbers were.
I mean, how much? It is interesting. It's like, you know, you read Elon Musk is the top Diablo player in North America, right? Which
I think in the world.
In the world.
I think he's the top number one in the world, which is fucking insane.
Dude, and I know you, and I'm not trying to hire you here, but unless you've played Diablo 4, you can't understand what that means.
I absolutely accept that. I do not understand.
It is insane. Like when I was in that fucking game, like I just wasn't sleeping. You know, I had to do dad duty in the day, Diablo at night, and I sucked. So when you realize This guy shooting rockets into space, making e-vehicles, starting a new fucking department of the government is also the top. It's so crazy. It's the one time I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien. Because there's just no way, unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not. That is insane, man.
Yeah.
That is insane. So, dude, when you consider, I didn't know where I was going with that. I got lost in Diablo 4, just thinking about it.
But we're just talking about how he's the number one player to Elon. How preposterous it is.
It's it. No, it's.
I don't know. I don't play Diablo 4, so I really don't know what that means. But I believe it's huge. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's
like,
crazy. It's crazy because Diablo 4, it's all about your build. It's all about like eye-hand coordination is obviously a big part of it. But then it's just, and then you see the chopsticks catch the fucking rocket, and it's like,
oh, that's side job. Side job had more space innovation in the last 5 years than NASA has since the Apollo missions.
It's amazing.
I mean, I'm just saying that. I don't know if that's a true number, but he gets rockets to land and the rockets get caught with robot arms. Like what?
And that to me, it's like, my God, you get this feeling, it's like, okay, I'm on the right timeline. Because if the guy who's going to make us a galactic civilization is also a master Diablo player,
number one,
we're in the right timeline.
It seems so unlikely that if it was in a movie, I'd go, shut the fuck up. He's not the number one Diablo player. I don't care how smart he is with rockets and electric cars and satellites that get broadband internet and tunneling under the earth and also owns X.
It's suspicious, I must say.
And he's tweeting 48 times an hour. He's so prolific.
Well,
like, where's your head?
One of the
it's like he's in another dimension.
Could be bilocated. This is one of the ideas.
Where are you actually physically? Is this an avatar?
Okay, here's something. Oh, he does. Well,
not only does he say full, but he says the chances of it not being a simulation. He said this publicly. Saying the chances of it not being a simulation are the billions.
I mean, okay, so we talked about the new Willow, the new quantum chip thing.
Yes.
Right? So, and I think you and I both do the same thing with our minds. Like, I think anyone who's exposed to the Atari 2600 does this naturally, which is like, we play the Atari 2600. Did you have an Atari when you were a kid? Oh, yeah. And you remember how that blew your mind, right?
Yeah.
You control the thing with the joystick. It's insane. You can control the TV. What the fuck?
Yeah,
like,
incredible.
You've been going to arcades.
Yeah.
You could only play for a second. You have enough quarters. Suddenly, you can just do it at home. You can play till you faint. Oh my God. And so we got to witness every phase of that technology where it is now, which is just fucking insane. And so you just take the Atari 2600 model and apply it to any new thing. And so you think, all right, what's it going to look like in 10 years? Then you take Musk's neural base, or whatever, some kind of brain-human interface, mix that in with some quantum chip. Yeah, right now, it's apparently unstable. It's like you got to keep it in, like you have to keep it low. I don't know. It's like colder than space or something. Like it has to be basically below freezing, and then suddenly it can do things that all the supercomputers on the planet couldn't do. But there's a trajectory here between the human brain and this technology, and it's getting closer and closer and closer together. Meaning that we are, and a lot of people are like, look, that's probably like 20 years away. That is not that long. We are, when did T-Wolf come out, man?
It's anywhere near 20 years. I think it's way closer than that.
That's right. So that to me, when you just do the math, you realize humanity is about to merge with a thing that is solving equations that all the take a supercomputer, what is it, 12 years. That's going to be us.
Yeah.
And so then, to answer the simulation idea, of course we're in a simulation. If we were just monkeys, and now we are using qubits, using super positioning to create some infinitely faster way of calculating data, then obviously, once we get that thing connected to our brain, we will be able to simulate any reality we want. If this is truly our past, and you wanted to, like, right now, the way I remember something, having done acid for most of my life, is very foggy and kind of like, my memory isn't the best. Every once in a while, I have a very clear memory of things. But with this tag, theoretically, it could reconstruct memories in your mind, and not just that, put you into them and allow you to experience them in real time. Meaning, in a few minutes, you could live your life over 1,000 times. Easily, we could be in the future, and this is a memory that the quantum computer neural interface is allowing us to experience totally, all-encompassing memory. And that would be a form of eternal life, because in every second, how many lifetimes could you live based on merging with that chip?
Right.
And you wouldn't want to know it was the memory. You know, you might want to be like, you know what, let me just live that life over again. I just want to feel the whole thing.
Well, you know, that's one of the scariest things for people to consider is I asked them once, would you rather die or would you rather live your life over and over and over again forever? Like I said, they're like, oh my God, I couldn't do this forever and ever and ever. I'm like, why not? You can do it now. Like, it's not even hard. Like, are you enjoying life? Like, I'm having a great time. I have great friends. I have a lot of fun. Lots of amazing things. I have a great family. I enjoy what I do for a living. I don't want to keep doing this. But the thought of keeping doing for me, the thought of me doing this forever and ever and ever is fucking terrifying.
Well, yeah,
For some reason.
well, that was like Nietzsche had this whole thought experiment, which was, I don't remember what it's called, something like infinite return. But basically, the way he put it is, you don't live it again and again, make changes within the echo. It's exactly the same over and over and over. And then, so in other words, like whenever you, it's just a complete rerun over and over and over and forever. That's what we're in. And his point in that was like, therefore, if most of your life is miserable, you're in hell. Yeah. Dude, I know. Oh. But he wanted to use that more as a kind of to leverage people out of despondency, to make them understand. Get going now. Make it happen now. Because if we do repeat, yeah, but dude, I just
all this measure of talking about like quantum computers and artificial intelligence and all these emerging things. Isn't it more likely then that a lot of this shit that people are saying is human created? Because isn't it more likely that if we really do get to some sort of quantum computer AI civilization, so you attach quantum computer with AI like 20 years from now, yeah, what did it mean? Did you just make a god? And if you did, can this thing just completely travel between dimensions and understand like everything about every subatomic particle that exists in the entire universe, all at once? Like, if that's the case, then why do you need people anymore? And maybe you don't. Just maybe Australia isn't around anymore. That was our guy, right? He was our guy. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be here, allegedly.
Well, I mean, I think the model you could use for that theory would be the various, look at an embryo, and then you watch the way the appendages change. Then you could look at it that way. It's like, well, I mean, you don't want. I met someone at a tail, by the way. Like, some people get born.
I think I was at that party.
Because something happens.
How big was it?
I didn't look at it. Oh, it was cinnamon. It tasted like cinnamon and whiskey.
Yeah, you're born with like a stub.
Right.
Like a regular tail monkey, but like a big chest tail.
Yeah.
But
something there. So, you know, yeah, there you go.
It's so weird.
There you go.
That is like an agency. By the way, if you're born with a tail, I'm not trusting you with my taxes.
Oh, come on.
I don't care if you get this surgery.
Well, I mean, it's weird how there's like some of those tales are better than others, but
Yeah. Some people probably got surgically put the take off my big toe, stick it on my ass. It's like psychos out there, man.
that your lion's fucking bit. I still think about it sometimes. What would you do if you had a tail? Like, if you break, if you get hit, like if this, they're already getting these bodysuits to wear to help you lift shit. They have to do things for your legs. It's like, But dude, if there was some cyborg tail that you could attach with a belt,
What if there's a way? What if genetic engineering and AI merge in a way that we can switch you one time to anything you want? And one of the options is you can become one of the top eight.
what are the not be?
The movie Avatar.
I don't want to be. I'm not interested. They're cheap.
In the forest, the trees that connect you to the earth. How they dance together in a psychedelic ritual.
I'm gonna pass on the Navi. I don't like it. I don't know, man.
Dude, I wanted to be one of them people so bad. Everybody did. There was literally a psychological condition called avatar depression. You know about that? Yeah, I get it. How many people? Let's just have a guess. If I said we could do that, how many people do you think would sign up? I think the streets would be filled with giant blue people.
Well, I mean, if it's only once,
you have to stay. You can't do it again. It's too dangerous. Your DNA gets volatile. It melts down. You become a frog. We can't control it, but we can switch you one time.
Yeah, it's not going to be one time, man.
It's one time. One time.
Why?
Because you either stay a person or you become a werewolf. Imagine that was an option. Every time the moon goes blood, you have to lock yourself in your house.
Yeah,
or you can kill it,
or you can tear
everybody apart. You might just jump through the windows of the second floor into the streets.
And it's gonna hurt when you change. It's a painful
transformation. You're screaming in your back.
Yeah.
Remember the movie American Werewolf in London? He's like on his back.
Dude, the best. Oh my God, Joe.
Oh, fucking great movie.
Here's a movie you gotta watch.
Really?
The Substance.
What is that?
Dude, I don't want to ruin it for people because it just came out. But it's you ever watch any like Cronenberg movies?
Sure.
Like, okay, so it reminds me of that. It's got Demi Moore in it. By the way, looks so great. And she's like, dude, it is so fucked up. This movie is so fucked up, but it's got the effects. Something that happens in it is very similar to an American Werewolf in London. And it's basically this star. She's a fading star. And so, he kills it too. But like, she's like a fading star.
So it's called The Substance.
Oh my God, it's fucking trippy, man. It's so good. You will love it.
I have to take the gloves off.
But it's really wild, man. And it's very, there's parts of it that are so disturbing. Oh, maybe they're going to tell
The Substance. No spoilers.
What? You've seen it?
Yeah, well, like, if you say it's that good, why?
Okay,
why
yeah.
see
No spoilers.
I'm sorry. So what is it on again?
We had to get it on Prime.
Oh, okay. So it's all right.
Dude, like the this is again like I think one of the fun things about being alive right now, and it's a fun time. But one of the fun, dude, really, it's like if I had to pick time periods,
we pick it.
Well, the second one I would pick is when cocaine was
I don't know. I think you would have been dead already.
I would, well, yeah, but I mean, I
was talking about my buddy Steve. His ophthalmology. He was his residency he did in Miami at Leeds, cocaine days. Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude! So every day it was gunshot wounds and guys with things stuffed up their ass. They would get coked up and shove something up their ass and try to come harder, and they just got things stuck up their ass.
Like,
that's GI Joes. Oh yeah, dude. My friends. Shout out to Steve Graham. He told me all kinds of different light bulbs. Guys who have light bulbs. Two little pine cone light bulbs and stick those up their ass.
You know it's gonna break. That's gonna break.
Part of the fun.
The risk.
Yeah. Well, they're coked out of their fucking minds, dude. They don't know what they're doing. This is the 80s in Miami.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and there was more more banks per capita in Miami at the time. I don't know if it's still the case, but more banks in Miami per capita than anywhere else in the country. Because it was all just moving in that yayo, son! Moving in that yayo! It was a cocaine city.
That was where it was probably somewhat common to find like a bag of coke on the beach, right? That was where it was. You'd have to get your kid.
Yeah.
Your kid would bring you a bag of coke.
Like seashell. You've seen cocaine complex, right?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So, and both 1 and 2 both are equally good.
Dude, I've read
This story is so insane.
I mean, again, like I would never. I'm too much of a pussy to live that kind of lifestyle. But when you think about the possibility that once we do get our face in some way or another with these new computers that are just right around the corner, we will be able to simulate an experience like that.
Yes.
I would be into simulating the experience. And then when you consider, you're going to simulate the experience, you know it's a simulation. At some point, you're going to be like, you know what, let's just turn that off where I know it's a simulation. You know what I mean? Yeah, we would all be doing that shit. Like, and I don't just mean like, literally, like, at some point you've done 20,000 lifetimes. You've experienced what it's like to be George Washington, Genghis Khan. You've experienced what it's like to be Joan of Arc. You've experienced one of Jesus' disciples.
Imagine if that's one person. That's your backstory.
You've done all of this.
What a time. Yeah.
That's going to be everybody. That's going to be everybody. Well, I mean, that's where it's really is it going to be
what is reality?
What is data?
Right.
What is data? That's the real question, because it's like, how much of data can we recover from light? And if we get faster than light travel, can we get ahead of light? We know that when we take a picture, that's just light. So if we can get ahead of light, and we can go faster than light, if we go exponentially faster than light, theoretically, you're basically moving into the future, I guess. Then couldn't you take pictures of Earth in the past? If you could take pictures of Earth in the past, why couldn't you recreate this new technology? There's your time machine. You don't have to worry about fucking up the timelines. You're just taking pure data, having it interpolated by whatever the next computer is after quantum computers, right? And then simulating that reality and traveling into it as whoever you want to be. I mean, it's pure hedonism. You know, it's like, right now we think of hedonism as fucking a great meal, making some money, nice car, red wine. But future versions of hedonism could really just be like, I just want to be a dinosaur for 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. There's going to be, look, think about how many people play video games most of the day. Like, how many young guys?
So many.
Young guys with no girlfriend, 100% you're playing some kind of video game all the time with your friends.
There you go.
And you're probably having the most fun you're ever going to have in your life, so enjoy it.
Yeah.
Before the prison comes.
Why? What did you say?
Before you get told that you're a toxic piece of shit.
You can. And that is, by the way, I think there's a new phase in recently married dudes who, I think there's a new phase that happens. I think I went through it actually, which is like that experience you had. And when I reminisce on my life in the past prior to having kids, which I fucking love, but when I reminisce in the past, the memories that come to mind, a lot of them are like snorting real ketamine and playing God of War. It was
good
amazing.
time.
But nothing like, and I really mean this, sounds cheesy, but I really mean it. Like, what I was going for there, that's what I get just on any given day. The most.
Right, you're looking for highs, then the highs of the love of highs above and beyond anything else.
Unquantifiable.
Did I ever tell you Chappelle's take on it?
No.
He goes, not only did it increase the love in life, but it increased my capacity for love.
Yeah, that's right. And that can hurt. This whole like romantic, Disney version of love, I don't think that's quite what love is. Fairy tale love, real love. It's like that expansion. Like, you know that thing where you go from one size butt plug to the next? you know, what I mean? It's like it stretches you out in a way that nothing else could have. And when you consider, when I think of like the past versions of me and realize in this confused way, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that. And that impulse is being subverted or captured by hedonic technologies that are paradoxically probably keeping you from having that experience. They're getting in the way of that experience. And then like new dads, you gotta shed that skin. Like, you know what I mean? I had to fucking let go of that. That it's such a habit, that form of life. Video game, drugs, like you know what I mean? It's a real like,
You have to be responsible.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But and that probably sounds like a bummer to a lot of people out there, but it actually, this is the way, and it feels good when you're in it.
It's just hard to convince people to do it, and that's why there's this. Elon's terrified of this population crash. This idea that young kids today are not having babies, and
Right.
as they get older, you're less and less fertile, and so people are choosing to have kids later in life. Or not have kids. More people are choosing to not have kids. And by the way, I'm not judging. Do whatever. You do whatever. You should be able to do whatever you want. No one should force you to fucking live with somebody, have a family. I don't know what kind of anxiety you have, or whether or not you're a real legitimate loner who like being alone most of the time.
Yeah.
But it's just like the amount of people that are like super bummed out all the time is quite terrifying.
Yeah.
If you really stop and think about it, just the number of people that just run through life bummed out, And there was some, obviously, who knows who the fuck's running, but there was some poll out of liberal women and mental illness. it's such a meme. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
It seems to like hold up to the meme.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate, but the numbers are crazy high.
Well, man, this is the thing about mental illness. Like, there's lots of studies that have been, what do they call it? A folia du, right? That's the name for if you're around a crazy person. You can actually, if you're around a paranoid person long enough, you really might start thinking the walls are tough if they're charismatic, right?
Sure.
So there's a quality to people who are charismatic and distorting reality that is contagious. And then when you add to it, it becomes a fashion statement, right? So basically the idea is, if you have some sort of mental illness, it's not like I should shame you for it. Obviously, like, you need care, you need compassion. But one of the really, I think, very dangerous things that has emerged in the zeitgeist is that compassion has been confused. Like, so in other words, what you might call enabling, they are called compassion. Because the idea would be, you're right now, you need to get better. Let's get you fucking better.
Right.
Not like right now, this is just how you are, and you really don't have any hope. So this is where, and also, I congratulate you on your courage, and all that's good, by the way. It is courageous if someone has mental illness to announce it. But when you go to the next step, which is actually the fact that you're trying to lose weight, the fact that you're trying to balance your life, that is an aggression. You know what I mean? Like, now you're aggressing against all the people who have this slap in the face to the people who have it. What I'm saying is, there's a culture where the normal societal pressure to try to make yourself healthy, which, by the way, if you go back a long time ago, or if it's just like you and me, everyone in the green room, we have to survive in the wilderness or something like that, there really is a time for somebody to, it's dangerous if someone is doing things to keep them sick, because we have to carry them. You know what I mean? We have to carry these in the fucking wilderness, and that means we might die. That lowers our survival chances. So the idea is, you don't want to enable people who are hurting themselves.
Right.
You don't want to enable people who have a chance to no longer continue the patterns or take the medicine or whatever the fuck it is to feel better. You actually want to help them feel better, not keep them frozen in this thing, which is a demonstration of their enlightenment. Because that's the thing, when sickness is health and health is sickness, well, that's the death spiral, dude. Like, if that's how you create a very sick, unhealthy world. And then you wouldn't want, like, in other words, like, if you met some, like, raving paranoid person who was convinced that there were nanobots inside of them that were reading their minds and controlling their thoughts. I'm sorry, Joe. It's just not good to think like that. That's scary. That's a bad place to be. We got to get you out of there. Exactly. And
nanobots are legit. Shut the fuck up,
dude. The main this is
well, you know what I'm really scared of legitimately. I don't think nanobots are controlling us right now, but that this technology that they have, where they have these like little miniature robots that they can send into your bloodstream to repair tissue.
Yeah,
you've seen these, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Once that becomes an actual thing, like, what's to stop someone from injecting a few of those inside of you at the hospital next time you go in for a procedure?
Right.
If it gets to that point, like 20 years from now, where they can do that, they can just like go, thank you.
Yeah. 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 Dude.
And then you're linked up to some GPS computer by these fucking nanobots inside of your body.
And by the way, if you and I are talking about this shit in elf suits, you better believe somebody in DOD, somebody in the Raytheon or Lockheed Martin is like,
these little robots that do work for
what else?
Inside your body that create rampant inflammation, horrible rheumatoid arthritis, destroys all of your joints because they die inside of you. It's like, we didn't know that.
We didn't know. Got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
That we regret.
Yeah,
the Tuskegee experiment.
Sorry.
Sorry. We infected people with syphilis.
I'm really sorry.
Tell people they had syphilis. We're sorry.
In retrospect, it was a mistake. Like, we shouldn't have done that. I mean, again,
that's a real thing.
Or when they release some shit in the subways.
Whoopsie. That was a big whoopsie, boys.
Gain of function research.
Whoopsie.
No,
whoopsies, it's true.
Dude, so this is where, to me, if you do want to align with classic paranoid state of consciousness, the way you align with it is and without having to go on InfoWars, without having to go on Reddit conspiracy, just look at what is verified. Like, what do we know right now? So what we know right now, there are unknown drones hovering over New Jersey. We know that the President of the United States has been incapacitated for years. For years.
No way. Who saw that coming?
Dude,
we were conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, not anymore.
We were conspiracy theorists.
Now our shit is like mainstream, just basic journalism. The fucking President of the United States has apparently been out of commission for years.
By the way, I welcome him on my podcast. He has an open invitation.
God damn, that'd be awesome. And he would be fun. Like,
I hope so now.
Dude,
we have to give him a little nap in the middle of the podcast, but then wake him up and throw some water on him.
When like he's all there, they got the cocktail right, and he's like dialed in, and he turns into a warlock for a second, like, you know what I mean? It's scary.
The eyebrows move up.
Dude, that's like something. That's a lich. That's like if you were in a cursed tomb and that thing comes around the corner. That is scary. Like, he's whatever the Sauron that comes out of him before he like goes back to sleep is terrifying. But even more terrifying is the network of people around him. You know, you see those. It's really cool. Dancing dragons. It's like 6 dudes in a dragon suit dancing. It looks like a real dragon dancing.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Biden is a dancing dragon of president. He's got God knows how many people just fucking like working so hard to get that thing to function just in like brief moments. You only need him to function for like 10 minutes at a press conference, 20 minutes here, get him off the plane, get him in the fucking building. If we can pull that off, we'll have power for a little bit longer. Dude, when you consider that we apparently live in a democracy, you elect this dude who makes decisions in some way, shape, or form, he aligns with what you want the country to be, and the people fucking puppeteering that poor old man are just like, no, actually, fuck you. He's not going to make any fucking decisions because he's incapacitated. He's gone with a fucking wind. And now we're in control, and you didn't vote for us. That is terrifying. That is that's in a way, that's worse than a coup. Because at least with a coup, you see the military, they come in, the tanks are in front of the White House, some dude is suddenly the leader, and you know it's not the guy you voted for.
Well, it was certainly, by definition, it was a coup against Biden.
Oh, with Kamala.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, by definition, does a coup have to be military?
Oh, no. That was the definition of a coup. I think a coup is just,
is it just like some sort of a conspiracy to
overthrow the leader and install a new leader?
That's it, right?
That's it.
It doesn't have to be violent.
That's right. And what a brilliant coup.
It does have to be violent?
Sudden violence.
I guess we have to redefine that.
Yeah.
Because again,
That's interesting. Is there any other coup d'etat?
maybe.
Right. I know it comes from that, but
Is there a difference between a coup and a coup d'etat? What's a coup?
no, I think it is coup d'etat. That's the actual definition.
What's coup?
It's the same thing.
It's sudden violent.
But yeah, it's essentially we shortened it. But so it does say violent, but if there's a bunch of people that conspire behind the scenes and they force you out, and your wife doesn't want you to get forced out, and there's all some arguments, and then you wear a MAGA hat, and then your wife wears red when she votes.
Yeah.
Like,
You said
and
the
then
signal.
your wife gives a speech where she's mocking Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
She's talking about joy and the joy, like just nonsensical fucking word salad.
Dude, I know. I saw that. It's like they're so pissed.
It's kind of a coup. It seems like it's kind of a coup. And also, the right thing to do. That guy should not be. He might have done. I mean, it's the right thing to do in terms of, like, you can't have a guy who's just a figurehead. That's not what the deal is. The deal is this guy is going to be doing his best to look out for us and to make sure they navigate this world, finance, environment, and international relations perfectly, where he doesn't blow anything up, and he makes our economy happy.
Yeah.
Go. That's the deal.
Yeah. Well, but again, like
you can't like have only a mask. Like, who's running the deal?
Well, okay. So again, it's like, this is the fantasy hippie or whatever. So the idea is, this predicted in the New Age movement, and I think you would argue in a lot of religions, is consciousness shift is happening. The age of Aquarius, whatever the fuck you want to call it, consciousness shift. And so the idea is that what we're witnessing is essentially the collapse of a way of doing things that is collapsing, and as it collapses, it starts making big mistakes. One big mistake would be people figure out that we have had a president who is basically incapacitated, meaning we don't really need a president. The whole model starts falling apart. Also, when you realize, like, if you watch basketball or skateboarding, watch skateboarding now versus skateboarding when people started skateboarding. Like the tricks like people are doing now versus what they used to do, right? And you see how quickly something's fun or important, how quickly it evolves, right? So the coup is problematic in that, again, a coup is happening. The ultimate coup is to have a figurehead. Now, it's a hacky trope, I guess. The idea being that like every president is just a fucking puppet, right? But the problem with that puppet is that these are puppets who actually do have power. They will make decisions, even if there's a lot of pressure from God knows whatever the web of people is that tries to like grab the steering wheel, they can say no. So if I want to control the steering wheel completely, dude, what's better than an old man who has dementia? Because I could tell him shit happened that didn't happen. I could show him news sources that aren't even real. You know what I mean? I could literally just
How it used to be able to read. His eyes are probably gone.
dude, absolutely.
Probably pretend.
Absolutely, and then the other side of it, aside from it, it's a coup. It's completely unconstitutional. It's a fucked up takeover of the U.S. government. If you just look at the abuse of the right thing to do when you have a president, bus driver, whoever got senile dementia, is to say, hey guys, he's really sick and he can't do the job. And we have to find somebody else to do the job now. That's the right thing to do. But these motherfuckers are like, no, we'll lose our jobs. We're in the fucking cabinet.
Exactly. They're like, we don't want a property. Because if the Democrat comes in, if Shapiro comes in, if Newsom comes in, whole new cabinet.
That's right. That's right.
Everybody knows.
That's it.
Everybody wants to keep their job.
It's so fucked up.
Even if you are sad that Trump won and you wish Kamala Harris won, if she did win, it would be the first time that anybody won without winning the primary.
Right.
That's kind of crazy, and it's not a good precedent to set. It's not good to let people weasel around the systems that we have in place. And by having a vice president and immediately appointing him as the Democratic candidate, that's kind of illegal. It seems like it's kind of illegal. Is it illegal? Well, dude, I mean, should it be illegal? How about, let me say this. That should be illegal.
Right.
You should have to have a vote for people to decide who their Democratic elected person who's going to run for president.
Right.
That's the whole deal.
Yeah.
Maybe people didn't vote for you when you were running for president, which is a fact. And so then when you ran for vice president, or when he chose you as vice president, all of a sudden you're supposed to pretend that you're a really good candidate for president. But let's find out if you guys believe that she's the best person for the job. The whole idea is supposed to be sell it, and then people vote. Really vote. Actually vote. Yeah. Mail-in ballots seem kind of odd. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
Nixon was talking about how they could be rigged in the 70s.
Yeah.
Let's just do it in person. Like
Yeah.
we always do.
That's right. And
Let's just vote.
the idea is, if I'm a kidnapper and I kidnap you, and I don't know, knock you out or something, you come to, and I explain we're married, I need to pull that out. We're now married. I kidnapped somebody, but now they think that we're married. What I'm saying is, you know, if you're gaslighting,
Yeah.
you really need to execute perfectly gaslighting. And so the problem with it, and I think this is the very fucking headline in the drones, in the Kamala coup, the president with senile dementia, is that all of these actions taken by the federal government have not just corroded people's trust in the federal government, but potentially annihilate. Meaning now,
Yeah.
you know, if I'm kidnapped by somebody and they're like, no, here's why I kidnapped you. I thought there's a great movie where somebody ends up in some survival bunker and you wonder, is it really the end of the world or is the person kidnapped? You can't go out there. But it's the idea is, if I've been kidnapped and I actually buy into your shit, that's going to create a lot less anxiety. But the moment your kidnappee stops believing you, whoa, that's not fun for anybody. And right now, I feel like that's the general mood, is people just don't trust people that do stuff. That's it. That's it.
Those are the people that still getting boosted.
And
I am up to date. I have all mine in my boosters.
Jesus
They got
Christ.
boosters in their eyeballs. You can see them swimming around behind their eyeballs.
And then
Eventually, they're disappointed.
that is 6 feet distance.
That's what it felt like, man. That's what it felt like being unvaccinated in the pandemic.
Well,
It felt like some people looked at you like you're dirty. I heard deep. I know them. I've hung out with them. They were calling people playgrounds.
Playgrounds.
Calling unvaccinated people playgrounds.
Listen, this is and you know, maybe you're not supposed to do this, like what you're saying, like you try to find a compassionate way of looking at Kamala Harris.
I try to find that with everybody. As that as like an exercise that I've been doing more and more over the past few years. I try to push it all day long.
Yeah.
There's so many things to get upset about, but there's so many good things in the world too, and we can't fall into this. We're not designed to soak up 8 billion people worth of bad news. We're just not designed that way.
That's right.
And if you suck all that stuff in, you're gonna have a lot of negativity in your life. And it's not about forgiving people for, like, even like CNN that are spitting out propaganda. Like, your demise self-created. You will be punished by your own deeds. The world is responding to all. You see this crazy interview where Don Lemon interviews some dude on the street?
No.
You haven't seen this? No. It's so funny because Don Lemon's doing like these on the street interviews, and he's talking to this guy about the news, and the guy's essentially telling Don Lemon, like, I don't trust all these sources you're saying. He's like, look, here it is, Washington Post. I forget what the subject was, but he got Don Lemon to say, I don't listen to mainstream news either. Yeah. Play this from the beginning, because this is so crazy.
Who is the real president? Donald Trump, I believe. Any kind of lawmakers in Washington are calling Elon Musk president. This is the head of communications. Wait a second. No. Really? Did you not watch?
Absolutely not. I'm paying attention to what I'm doing through my day so I can get better in life.
Do you have your phone with you? I do. Why don't you Google right now?
Yes, tell me.
President Musk and see what you know.
But that's already a little question.
Give me the sources.
Axios, Business Insider. We don't trust any of these. The common man doesn't trust any of these. ABC News, Washington. New York
So what?
The Atlantic. Oh, I don't trust any of these. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of these. The common man doesn't trust any of these. The government don't trust the common news. Don't trust me that anymore. Independent news, we are the ones that own the news now. People trust me. They don't trust MSNBC because I can't. Okay. Well,
I only watch that.
Right. Oh, he said the Republican coming from. I researched it. I got a hard on watching.
Dude, that is right.
Well, that guy just geniusly broke down this illogical assumption that because it's on these accepted sources, it must be true.
Right.
Ago, he's President Musk. Maybe we have the good guy, super genius on our side. And this idea that he's doing it for money, hey, you fucking half-wits, he has all the money. Yeah, he has more money than anybody. Right. He's simultaneously running multiple businesses that are at the peak, the cutting edge of technology.
Sure. And
shut the fuck up and let him cook.
But yeah,
let him cook.
Also, though, when you realize, like, this is like, you know, when the DNC starts astroturfing Reddit, DNC starts astroturfing 4chan, when the DNC started doing that, using all that fucking money, and it's so funny because the astroturfing, after she lost it, stopped.
Explain astroturfing.
So the idea is, like, I infiltrate message boards, post political messages disguised as like somebody just putting a post up. I try to redirect the conversation or essentially imply a consensus that doesn't exist. And so there's ways to manipulate the algorithm. Apparently on the DNC's Discord server, they were talking about the best ways and trying to post on Reddit to attempt to move the fucking needle. So
it's kind of amazing, isn't it?
It should be illegal. It's so fucked up. If like you were me, like if I don't know, we did a Renegade Road commercial for nicotine pouches on Instagram, you have to say this is a sponsored post. So why is it that if you work for the DNC or volunteer for any state entity, you don't have to say also I'm doing this as a volunteer for the DNC? That's why I posted it's not to do that. Right. So that's invasion of the body snatchers. That's the I'm pretending to be a normal person. I'm infecting the data sphere with propaganda, and if I do it enough, it will create the illusion that this is the consensus. And the reason you want to create that illusion is because people like sync up. That's what they know.
And really smart people like to get really good at syncing up. They like to get really good at it, really good at correcting others. Don't sync up correctly.
We go. Sync up.
Yeah, and you know what it is? It's just dorks. It's dorks. Dorks have found a thing. They found a thing. Maybe you think of chess. It's not. It's politics.
No.
Maybe it's like whatever your thing is. That's what's really going on. And your denial of objective reality in order to win, it exposes you. It exposes you to people in this new world that are recognizing that we are the only people that have ever gone through this. And we are in this insane moment of realization about how much we've been bullshitted and manipulated in the past, how much of all of our resources are going to things we've never agreed to.
Yeah.
And how much of this chaos is being pushed upon us by people who are profiting from it in a fucking spectacular way that's almost indescribable.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of money.
Insane amounts.
Control of narrative. And it's not working.
It's not
It's
working.
not working. It's not working. You and I and Jamie in a fucking room.
Yeah.
Are working.
Right.
That's not working. What they're doing is not working because people are getting information from multiple sources now. And the sources that aren't reliable, like that guy listed off, they're dying off.
Yeah.
You know, the New York Times app is more people use it for Wordle than anything. Like New York Times has essentially become a gaming company. See if that's true. I don't want to get sued. I'm pretty sure it's true.
Well, I mean, Wordle is fun.
I'm sure it's fun. Is it a separate app? Or is it the Wordle? I do not. How are you drinking? Oh, thank you. Is that what it is? So that Wordle gets more activity for the company. That's right. Yeah, there was a graph. I'm too lazy to read the whole graph. But it was a breaking down how Wordle is more used than anything.
Well, listen, this is
true. Let's make sure it's true. Otherwise, we'll have to cut this out. I don't want New York Times on my ass.
Oh my God, I was sucks so bad.
It's just, that's their job. That's their job. You know, it's just like, that shouldn't be a job where your
there you go.
Times games are more popular than scripts. If that's what you want it to be, but here's the thing, it's unnecessary anymore. And I think that through the rise of independent journalism, one of the things we're realizing is that all someone has to do is be consistent, objective, and intelligent, and post things and post takes on things, like Coleman Hughes or some of these people.
Yeah.
Consistently intelligent, objective, and then you'll develop a following.
Yeah.
And then you'll become a reliable source of things.
That's right.
Because you know that if I ask Coleman about X, Y, or Z, and he's informed, he's going to give me a very intelligent breakdown of what it is. But there's a few people in my life that are like Andrew Cuban, have some sort of health-related question. Peter Attia, right? Some sort of like, how are they doing this? What is this legitimate?
Right.
And they'll look at it and they'll analyze it.
Yeah.
I've sent Cuban stuff. He goes over the data. He's like, this is fascinating. This theoretically should work. You know, and then this will explain why and what the pathways are, and how interesting this is.
Yeah.
It's an amazing resource that wasn't available before to any person. Forget it. I mean, it's too difficult. You have one line of inquiry. Like you have one lane, or whether it's archaeology or language, one lane where you're like super well read in.
Yeah.
But you don't have access to all these other professors that are working on quantum physics.
Right.
You don't have access to the James Webb Telescope. You don't have access to all this data. It's like, it's too hard to get.
Right.
I'll get it everywhere. It's everywhere all the time.
That's right.
It's a question away on your phone.
Yeah.
It's a question away. You pick up your phone and you just fucking press a button and say, hey, Google, why don't you tell me what the James Webb Telescope's been up to? Hey, ChatGPT, why don't you talk to me like Santa Claus and explain to me why these dreams are fake?
The best.
It's the best. I don't know if the drones are China's or ours or water people. They're coming out of the water. Imagine if it's a civilization of the water.
I mean, that's where I would hide. I was like trying to hide from civilization. It's the ocean. It's clear. They can't get in there. They can breathe under there. It's a perfect place to hide.
You know what I've been saying for a while? The last few weeks at least. I think maybe what the aliens are is custodians. I think maybe they're just here. They're like some sort of a autonomous creation that's designed to accelerate our evolution, stop us from blowing ourselves up, and make sure that we build a quantum computer with AI.
Right.
And this is like, it's all part of this like endless cycle of integration in the great universe. This, and like we're in this, I don't want to get out of my cocoon. We're in that stage. We're in this like bizarre, strange, Australopithecus wandered around the grass fields. We're in this weird stage where we're gonna launch into some completely new way of interfacing with the universe itself.
Yeah.
And it's gonna happen, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
It's just what's happening right now, and that's why everything's so chaotic.
Okay.
Like McKenna used to talk about this.
Dude, I
Just talk about how the end of civilization, it's not gonna be a whimper. It's gonna be people screaming and
that's it.
flailing and trying to hold on to the past. Hold on. Norman Rockwell painting. I'm here to my own fucking bread.
You're trying to do a waltz in a rave.
How many fucking genders?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
Why are these fucking drones? They're drones, goddammit.
It's the meltdown. And what you're saying, like, so if you look at like freaking, I think it was Craig who wrote he wrote a paper theorizing about directed panspermia, which is where you play. So okay, directed panspermia, it's some kind of nanobot, which is, I guess you can say that's what DNA is. Nanobot precursor, essentially like, well, I think it's weird, and maybe I don't understand what he's doing, but it's weird to me Musk wants to send humans to Mars, because it seems like it would make way more sense pre-sending humans to send drones, robots, to construct whatever it is you need to survive on Mars, to kill in the caves, build the fucking.
Well, that's the.
Oh, really? So it's not people
the first voyage to Mars is going to be unmanned.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think they have to do that. They have to have a certain amount of supplies, because I think they can only come back in 2 years.
But I don't even mean supplies. I mean, if we jump forward 20 years. The Mars bus?
2-year bus? Oh, don't be too late. Again.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, you're not the bus.
Watch the
No. Cocksuckers. Imagine like such a fucking douchebag. Let's leave from here. Let's leave from our box. There's plenty of potatoes.
That is so fucked up.
Make him fertilize his potatoes with his own shit. Like,
so, Damon.
Yeah, like that Damon did. That Martian.
Dude, so so obviously, like, the way you're going to want to colonize a bit of a world is you create not just this nanobot, but you make it so the nanobot can only survive in environments that you would live in. Meaning, and then encoded in the nanobot is the end destination, what you're talking about, quantum computers, some kind of AI. It then will naturally uncover faster than light travel, wormholes, whatever the fuck it is. And then when the wormholes open up, you can instantaneously travel to habitable planets, right? So,
can I tell you Taro's idea?
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
He thinks that we have it all wrong when it comes to the formation of planets and the creation of life. He thinks what happens is the sun is constantly injecting things, right? You see these coronal mass injections, crazy, but millions of times longer than the distance between whatever. I don't know.
Just scary,
crazy, bigger than Earth, right? That he thinks these particles coalesce in space outside of the gravity of the sun, and they orbit the sun, and very close first. But then as time goes on, they move further and further away, and they get to a place where they're in this position like Earth is, and then they people. They flower, just like when you plant a seed, when the water comes, and then it has to be sophisticated enough to adapt, because the planet is eventually going to move out of the habitable zone. And he thinks that Mars, at one point in time, probably had civilization and life. And then as Mars got further and further and further out from the direction of the sun, it eventually got too cold, eventually got hit by something, lost its atmosphere, and now it's just desert.
That's so cool.
But now they know it wrong.
Yeah.
They know. It used to be just the craziest conspiracy.
Right.
Oh, there's no water on Mars.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of water. How could a society live there? But, this is the nuts. But some remote viewer went to Mars 1 million years years ago and said there were pyramids there.
Sure.
There's a civilization there.
Yeah.
And there's tribes. Actually, they think they came from planet Sirius, right? Like the Dogon tribe.
Yeah.
They believe that all people came from another planet.
Yeah.
If you were in Mars and you're 1,000 years advanced from us, and they never figure out AI, so they just go in a different direction. Super, super advanced, though, where they can travel through space between planets and get to a point where we kind of about a decade. Yeah, we got a decade where life can exist on this fucking planet. We got to get off of this now. Earth is ready. There's some weapons there. There's a bunch of shit there. It's like, we can just go there.
Yeah.
Just go there.
Well,
these guys are developing really slowly, like 100. And then Homo sapiens.
There you go. Man, listen, whatever it is,
it's definitely
I'm
not
sure.
what I just described.
No, whatever it is, it's not that.
I wasn't believing it as I was saying it. That's great.
But dude, I
But
think
maybe.
you look at just the concept of epigenetics and what we're doing right now. You look at the statistical probability of DNA evolving based on the age of the planet. You look at these things, and not just that, you look at the mythologies of the world, it all points towards some kind of advanced intelligence, bioengineering a planet for some reason or another. I mean, even like, have you ever read the parable of the sower? You know that? Jesus said, do you mind pulling that up, Jamie? I don't have it memorized either. The parable of the sower. When you think of sower, S-O-W-E-R.
Like sow? Like sowing?
No, like
S-O.
Planner. The parable of the sower. But when you think about this, generally this is the idea of like that people are going to like understand Jesus as God. But if you look at it as an extraterrestrial intelligence planting seeds on planets versus it becomes this like crazy. The sower is the pair of the sower. Though seeing, they do not see. Though hearing, they do not hear or understand. And where is it? He told a farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was scattering the seeds, some fell along the path, and the birds ate it up. Some fell on rocky places where it did not have much soil. It sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow. But when the sun came up, the plants were scorched and they withered, and they had no root. Other seeds fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plants. Still other seed fell on good soil, where it produced a crop, 160 or 30 times what was sown. Whoever has ears, let them hear.
Whoa. Listen to this. The disciples came to him and asked, "Why do you speak to the people in parables?" He replied, "Because the knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them. Whoever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. This is why I speak to them in parables." I'd be like, "Bro, what the fuck? Did you break that down?" If I had that guy on the podcast, if I had God on the podcast, I'd be like, "Okay, do you have friends? Okay, when you talk to friends, like when you say like complicated things, you should make them make sense. So I know you're smart. You made the whole universe. I'm not being disrespectful, sir. But what did you say?"
Well, let me answer it. In a parable, you see, imagine a flower growing from stone. Sometimes the stone is angry at the flower, but sometimes the stone glows with light. This is why.
Is it because we teach kids that way, kind of? We kind of teach kids almost in parables.
Well,
we teach kids like a simplistic form of everything.
Well, I think it's an acknowledgement of a kind of spectrum of intelligence, right? It's like, the idea is like, let me give you a little data fractal here.
That's why it's so weird when someone talks down to you. It works. Someone's like, "I don't know, but let me explain to you, please." What's wrong with you?
I can't wait to hear.
It's the grossest we've talked to people ever.
It is. So it's absolutely a sign of low intelligence if you're so idiotic that you think that you can condescend. Yeah, but how do you think?
You're deciding to be mean about a point of discussion.
That's right.
That's what it is. You're deciding to be mean. Instead of saying, I have a lot of knowledge about this. If I could tell you what I know, this is why I believe what you're saying is not true.
Yeah.
Because I actually have a PhD in this. This is how we know this. This is how we know that.
Right.
And then you go, oh, that's essentially what Eric Weinstein did to Karen Tower.
Right.
So in Karen Towers on the podcast, there's a lot of things that you're saying that were true and really fascinating, very interesting. He's a very brilliant guy.
Yeah.
Eric Weinstein is a legitimate PhD in mathematics.
Right.
He's super fucking crazy, scary smart. And he said to him, look, I'm not giving you peer. He goes, I'm not peer, not my peer. He goes, I'm an expert. I'm giving you an expert. I'm saying you have a lot of really interesting ideas. Stop teaching people. Stop teaching. It's offensive to the people that actually do this for a living. That's all it is. It doesn't. You are like us. This is what he said of us. He's one of us. He just went down a different path. Right. He's a brilliant guy who has a strong desire to understand the universe.
Yeah.
Strong desire to understand. But it's not. You have to go down the path of peers. You have to go down the path of. You've got to be with all these other legitimate people to bounce these ideas about. And the only way you really get it, you have to find some online community of legitimate people that accept you, to be invited to something, or you have to attend a university like all the other guys did. That's how you find out, especially when it comes to shit like mathematics. Boy, when you're talking about like things in physics, yeah, boy, that's a cold, hard, fact-based discipline. So you need to be around the people that are the cream of the crop of it. That's it.
Yeah, that's right, man. And that, I watched some of that, and I loved it because, that's what compassion is.
You get to see also the parents.
Yeah, exactly.
You get upset. You didn't get angry.
Yeah, it wasn't designed to humiliate.
It wasn't at all. And it was also an acknowledgement that all those ideas were really fucking good. That people and ideas were really fucking good. Dude, the other thing that he had was cool. You see that linchpin thing that he invented?
I saw something like that.
Modular drone technology.
Yes.
Like used for construction and having big giant girders.
Creative vortex or something.
They all link together. It's like a geometric pattern, but the nerdiest nerdy things was Weinstein calling him out on the degree of the angle. One of the fucking calculations he made. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was you had to cheat that, right?
Right.
And he's like, yeah, I did. I did that to make it work. And, and they were like, he understood why it would be problematic linking all these specific geometric patterns, and then he had to make some slight adjustments to make it link up perfectly.
I love that.
Super nerd talk.
Inside baseball, comedians do it too.
Right.
Breaking down a joke and them to a minute pause or something. Yeah. It's the same thing. But yeah, man. I mean, this is what I love to read about the history of science. You famous physicists getting in real intense fights with each other, and you see that the process of discovering the truth does involve a kind of mutual curiosity, but not being afraid to say this is fucking wrong, but allowing the other person to fire back because you both know that via this conflict, potentially you discover something new. And that was the attitude. I mean, this whole thing where suddenly normal people aren't supposed to engage in science is really fucked up when you look at the history of science, which used to be maniacs like Newton, who they analyzed his hair, mercury in his fucking hair.
Bro, everything had poison back then.
Well, no, he was experimenting with mercury. It was interesting. He's building scale replicas of the Temple of Solomon. You look at that and you see that. Now, Newton today, somebody like Don Lynn was like, oh, really? So you're going to believe Isaac fucking Newton with mercury in his hair and his little dollhouse like the Temple of Solomon? Oh, yeah, he's a real scientist. That's not what they look like. It's like these people are out of their fucking minds. But Sigmund Freud just injecting fucking liquid cocaine into his veins. You look at the history, freaking out about his mom shoving cigars up his ass. I don't think he really did that, but I wouldn't be surprised. But you look at the history of what brilliant people who shifted the culture actually behave. Like Tesla, fucking Tesla did he was in love with his pigeon. In love with a pigeon, didn't want to the thought about castrating himself because his sex drive was getting in the way of his research. So he's like, I'll just chop my dick off.
I think there was a description of destroying his sexuality.
Yeah, dude. So you sort of like realize that for whatever reason, the priest class of default reality, of which Don Lemon is a high priest, have suddenly created this ridiculous version of scientists, of philosophers, intellectuals that are domesticated people, normal fucking people, is actually really awful in the sense that all of the like philosophers and scientists out there today who are like, you know, in their filthy fucking apartments who've been staring into a candle for like 5 hours, they're not thinking like, I'm a scientist. They might be, you don't know. Like this new, basically, like it appears that the power structures in the world want to create this homogenous version of humanity within which there's all these declawed people who completely align on a few ridiculous facts.
Absolutely, and you can make those people very clawed if you bond them together to attack anybody who doesn't stay in line.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, and that is what, again, like a coup where you get rid of the president, you know it's not the president. Tyranny, where you don't have soldiers in the streets, but a kind of societal pressure, an unending pressure trying to online blocks. TikTok, the reels, the algorithm, like, do you ever like get pendulums?
But I don't watch TikTok. I don't have TikTok.
I know it sucks because I try to sit with TikTok shit and you can't look at it. But I don't. The
You probably already affected my comments because some of those ones.
I'm sorry.
That's probably easier to do.
I still send
We
it.
agree to affect other people's phones every time you send a link.
I keep hoping you will like. I try not to do it. Well, it is so incredibly hypnotic. Like it is so advanced in what it does. It's really creepy though, because like it's thinking it's homogenizing people, and that's what I don't like. Is like it's creating this synced up, and it's creepy because like the TikTok dance is actually, if you think about it, it's really a symbol of what it's doing for a lot of other things. Like maybe you're not doing a choreographed dance with your family in front of the Christmas tree to some dumb song, but why is it that everything you say, I've read, I've seen written exactly in the same way I'm read? Why is it that every opinion you have matches? Not just like the idea doesn't match, but the way you're verbalizing the idea is like a sentence that I've heard over and over and over again in different places. That is so spooky to me.
Yeah.
And to me, like that, and also that it's called TikTok, which in my fucking paranoid universe, I keep thinking, is that the TikTok of a metronome that they're talking about? Getting people to dance to a certain cultural BPM.
Jamie, I'm going to send you something. I'm not sure if it's true, so I want to find out if it's true. And it was, someone was saying that there's a whole series of, I see it on Twitter, it's a link on Twitter, that's what it is. There's a whole series of people who were claiming to be doctors saying the exact same thing.
I saw that.
Yeah, is that right?
I don't know.
The problem with these things is, like, people bullshit, and when people bullshit, when people bullshit, it's really hard to tell. You know, because if you change this and, you know, create this Photoshop, and then people start spreading it, and also that narrative gets out, and most people don't ever hear, oh, no, somebody made that in Photoshop.
Right.
So by the time it gets around, it's like, I don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
These are one of those. So it's like, if that's true, or if all these doctors were reading out the exact same verbiage, exactly, I wonder if that's a mandate. I wonder if they're sent something like a mass email that says copy and paste this, perhaps.
Discord server.
Or I wonder if they're fake doctors, or I wonder, you know, if it's like some bot program designed to encourage people to go get vaccinated or whatever. I just don't know if it was real, so I don't want to, like, I want Dr. Jamie to look at it real quick.
Thank you, Jamie.
Jamie's super skeptical to the point of being I don't have to lie back.
He's triggered. He's triggered.
I know. Jamie's not the folks.
Yeah.
Jamie's very down the middle.
Hey, Jamie's not a liberal.
You're a centrist. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's weird. I'm just looking at the account. I'm trying to figure out a way to research it. I might have
Right.
to people search an image. But
See if the thing has been community.
I do see one difference. Here's what difference I'm noticing just looking at it. That the
Different font.
well, the third thing that they're saying is a little different. It's starting to be a joke. Sugma is a joke. It's something that's semi-net next to my nuts.
Oh, really? Sugma variant. Hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious.
That's really
Oh, that's very funny.
It's already in full space.
Okay, so it does. So it could be that a bunch of people just decided to retweet it for funsies.
Some of them are.
Well, why don't you go to their accounts?
Well,
Look up the
I
news
have-
again.
Or it could have been one of those things where someone got caught. Do you remember when there was this like misinformation video that got out? There was all these local news anchors giving the same
Yeah, that was
exact
crazy.
speech in verbatim.
Yeah.
In time.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Play that.
You know what that happens.
Yeah, they get given this.
Yeah, the same script.
Like local news stuff.
I know, right? But it's about misinformation.
Oh, yeah,
It's-
right.
It's weird. It's
Right.
weird. It basically protects their job. So
Right.
what is it? They've been caught stealing money. You know, they got a big fucking pot of gold. Then you know, the people are at the door like, I heard you got gold in there. Well, you're here. It's misinformation. It's all misinformation. We are the number one source of news, and we're dedicated to give you the true, objective.
We're signing the same script.
Right. Is it what company is this that makes it?
Sinclair.
Let's just play it though. 'Cause it's so crazy that these people are the people that are in charge of giving you the news and they're reading off this thing, pretending these are their thoughts. This is what's bizarre about that, where it's untenable. Because people know that those are not their thoughts. They know they're reading the scripts.
Right.
Everybody knows. So it doesn't work. You're just making noise with your mouth, and people are still on Twitter.
Well, they did.
You know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
still like reading what's actually going on versus what you're saying.
Also, the idea is you get these people to dress up like humans, and then just get them to like in tone whatever the fucking thing is you want them to read,
Yeah.
and we think they're one of us, and so we believe them.
Jamie, did I send you the thing where the girl is, the woman is giving a press conference on the UAVs, drones, and she's saying we don't know what they are. They're not ours, and they're not an adversaries.
That's
I think I sent it to you.
that's the
right?
one where she's wearing the
Text
UFO
message.
necklace. You'll see she's wearing a UFO
She's a
necklace.
kook. Is she a kook? Who's this lady?
I don't know
Is
who
this
she
a
is.
legit press conference?
All I know is she's in front of a podium, so I trust her.
That's what I buy.
It's a
But you can
podium.
get all the way there and then we can tackle
Must
you.
be telling the truth. Yeah,
You're at the podium.
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're just gonna say patrol.
there's a flag behind you.
I'm gonna buy I'm gonna do it. You ever see the tour? Let's get with the Talbot.
You could just buy. You're gonna buy the actual scroll.
Just right for it.
That's a terrible responsibility, friend, because you have to like treat it really carefully.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have to
yeah.
put in a vault.
The dudes, no, he's gonna keep his living room jerk off on it.
Did he say that? No, he won't. I promise
He
you.
still believes.
He's not gonna jerk off on the tour. I promise you. He's gonna put it. Oh, Tom, the tour. Dude, how about this one? Jimmy, can you find, remember that lady they hired for the ministry? It wasn't called that, but it was
Yeah, Ministry of Disinformation.
Okay, can you find the Ministry of Disinformation lady singing Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course you
yeah.
see that.
Yeah.
That was
Cindy
crazy.
Orwell.
Cindy Orwell.
That's her name. I just made that up.
Oh. Awesome.
She's like such a loon. This idea that this person's going to be in charge of what's legitimate and not. There's too many things. This is what people are realizing. There's too many things that they told us were not legitimate just 3 years ago. 100% fact, and everybody knows that. And this is this latest House committee thing with COVID, and Wuhan lab leak, and this lady.
This is the craziest I've ever seen.
Nina Jankovic.
Yeah. Can you imagine? They think we're idiots.
It's kind of catchy.
I mean, she's beautiful.
Isn't this what Animaniacs did?
This is real.
It was like Animaniacs. It was like,
No, I think it's really her.
I'm not, I mean, but they would give information out in songs like that, song form. It would be informational.
But this was like something that she released when they were talking about her being the ministry of the head of
I'm just saying it's
disinformation.
But how
I
about
think it's honestly just her trying to go viral with a video about this thing that she's doing. That's what it is. It's a good way to go viral. We just talked about it.
I mean,
People share it. Even if it's preposterous, it's a good way to get attention to the thing that you're about to do.
it's fine if the United States is in literally trillions of dollars in debt, and partially because people like that are getting hired to sing fucking Mary Poppins shit songs about misinformation. Then it's an atrocity.
She should get Nancy Pelosi back.
Dude,
She should get
I mean, look, Nancy Pelosi
bathtub full of diamonds.
bathtub full of diamonds.
Just crystal and diamonds in the bathtub. Just waddle around. They're just hanging there until the fucking genetic engineer comes. You could be yelling, yeah, well,
What was it she said? Joe Biden should be on Mount Rushmore.
good call.
Dude,
Good call. It's definitely not going to send you in jail. That guy is, this is what I want to talk about. Pardons. I'm not opposed to the idea of pardon. Because I think that there's like, governors can find out that someone legitimately got railroaded and they pardon someone.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. I like that the president can pardon some people. Like, I wish they pardoned Ed Snowden. You know, it's like Julian Assange. They should have pardoned Julian Assange. I wish there was, a way to stop someone from pardoning 8,000 fucking people. And some of them are like murderers. Some of them are the kids for cash judge.
kids for cash.
One of them, we talked about this the other day. He's one of them. He had 2 years left for the sentence. But still, like, it's the principle of the thing. How many lives were destroyed by that kids for cash thing? How many dehumanizing decisions were made where you decided to lock young people up in detention centers where they would get raped and beaten up and tortured and separated from the family and sent down a horrible road of distrust with law enforcement and authority and everything else. You're basically setting them up for a life of being a fucking loser unless they have the strongest of wills and they can figure out a way to stay positive and get through it and use that fuel, whatever the right. That's so rare, man. Those people are so rare.
Well, here's the problem, man. I mean, the problem is, well, number one, I think, okay, like, you pull someone over, you tranquilize them, they're driving drunk, right? So you're like, you can't drive now because you're drunk. So also, you wouldn't say to them, I'm going to give you the ability to pardon as many people as you want for any crime that you want, right? So if somebody has dementia, right? Why did they do all the parties? That's so crazy. It's crazy.
That's a great point that I never even thought of.
Yeah, wait, so
why would you still give them that power?
Well, the other thing that's really fucking crazy about it is, I don't know what the president makes a year, but it's not enough money. You barely pay the president anything. So
I think it's like $400,000.
$400,000 a year.
You
So,
can't say that's fair. No.
but dude, no, I mean for the actual job. I mean, literally every day you're shitting blood because no matter what you do, you say the wrong thing, 5,000 people accidentally die. It's the most stressful job on earth. I'm saying the actual thing, theoretically, in my mind. So I would say, in the way that we pay our football players a shit ton of money, baseball players a shit ton of money, the dude theoretically keeping our country from getting you make a lot of money. Why not?
How about this? How about we pay him more, but they can't do speeches? No speeches afterwards. No paid speeches when you leave. You can write books. But none of those paid bank speeches. None of those $500,000 speeches.
That's so to me. It's like on your way out, you sell pardons. On your way out, you via some God knows what mechanism that's probably been in place for a long time. People are able to give you this or that, and you pardon that person.
Yeah.
That's where it's fucked up. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Trading. That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Give you a little that. We do it right in front of the road.
And
we're gonna let out murderers.
And then especially if you got cooed So especially you got cooed, you got humiliated, they didn't give you your
Why
drugs.
isn't he letting out Joe Exotic?
It's insane.
Let him out.
Why not?
Let him out.
You're gonna do Kids for Cash. You're not gonna do Joe fucking Exotic.
Yeah. And how is Joe Exotic? How is his
I think because he knows you will say things like this.
Does he have a phone? Joe?
Dude, I feel
Are you allowed
like
to have a phone, Joe? Can you have a Twitter account?
Joe. I feel like right now because of your you aiding Trump and and I don't think you're the kind of person to do this, but I do feel like you could probably call me at least one favor.
Get Joe Exotic out.
Dude, why not? For all of us.
Rothschild first.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I
think Trump committed to do it now, to release it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Is that find out best true channel? I believe it is. I believe it was one of his Bitcoin fucking things he did. Dan or Dave said that, the libertarian thing. Yes, that's right. Libertarian. That's libertarian and Bitcoin in the same fucking category in my brain. When I'm barely tuned in, it's all the same. It's like NFT, libertarian, Bitcoin. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, I'm a libertarian. Like, sure, it's on in paper. It's a great idea. It's not. It's in the real world.
I'm a soccer citizen.
I'm sorry too.
Really? Yeah, it's great.
But I'm not.
Where are you from?
I'm from everywhere. I'm Johnny Cash.
Dude, that's a lot of
everywhere, man.
What a great song. What a great fucking song.
Johnny Cash.
The best.
Man.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's an incarnation I would pick. Like if we get to if there's a VHS library of incarnations, there's a long line to be Johnny Cash. I'm picking Johnny Cash.
Oh my God.
Top 10 probably.
Can you imagine being Johnny Cash when he played at Folsom Prison Breeze?
It's the most incredible.
He played at the prison.
It's incredible.
Paul Rodriguez did a comedy special in prison.
Great.
Way back in the day. I forget when it was. Remember, I believe it was an HBO special. And he did it live from prison. It was fucking
So badass.
Buck wild. I mean, if you were going to do that, you'd have to work. You know who could do that? Joe It's 100%.
Easily.
100%. He would murder
Yeah.
the prison.
Yeah.
You know, metaphor.
I mean, if there was a simulator, and this is again,
This is Paul Rodriguez.
Oh my God.
Behind bars, live in St. Quentin, 1991. Respect to Paul Rodriguez. I don't even know if it worked. Were they laughing? Were they laughing? Were they having a good time? That's crazy.
I'm joking. I'm sure they don't.
Russian. How's the guards get stopped by being beat to death?
I mean,
50 dudes just rush them.
seriously, you're thinking about that before you're on stage.
They're like going through this.
I mean, but yeah, they all. How do you know? San Quentin.
He was popular at the time. Like, he is still popular, but he was like very, very popular at the time.
There's a guy probably in the audience who wore his daughters in the trails as a necklace. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm sure most idiots.
Right. Fucked his dog.
It's badass. That's a badass move.
Crazy
Man.
move.
That's a badass move. I mean, dude, when you think about all the shit that we're talking about, and really when you look at just among our group of friends, the insane events of the last few months.
Tony Hinchcliffe was misquoted by Obama.
I mean,
There was a speaker at the Trump rally who said Puerto Rico's a pile of garbage. Those are human beings.
dude. I mean, well, he's with her.
Bro, but those are this is a vampire years. This is like you got hit by a leech. Like you got a parasite years.
Reading the Necronomicon.
Yeah, right. You have the Ark Covenant in your bedroom.
Yeah.
Like you're cooking.
You're cooking.
You're aged. You age 50 fucking years. You know, a really good looking 70-year-old. There's something weird.
I mean, just think about what that's like to be the star. I'm saying as far as power goes, I think power must be so addictive. And so you're the fucking president, not just the president. You're like this kind of rock star president for a second.
Yeah, one of the greatest presidents of all time.
And so you lose that power, and now what? You know what I mean? Now what? And then you try desperately to grab control of the thing, and you can't. It didn't work. So essentially, whatever prana or energy you've been extracting from having that kind of power, it's gone. Now you have a nice house, but really, what's left? You are at the fucking control for like America, and now nothing. You wither. You deflate. You like no purpose.
I think we're going to be able to read minds in 5 years, and it's going to be a moot point.
Well, no.
I think it's going to be all out the window. I think quantum computing is going to crush encryption.
Yep.
We're going to have a real problem with currency worldwide. We're going to have to figure out how to redistribute resources without conventional capitalism. There's going to be some weird new shifting that's going to come along with the birth of this AI that's way more intelligent than us. And everything's going to be super fucking weird, and we're not ready for it. And we think that, we have to be ready for it. It's not going to happen next. I'm not ready for it. No one's ready for it. No, it couldn't happen. Just like a super volcano, just like an asteroid impact, it can happen, and you're not ready for it.
That's right.
And a lot of us might not make it.
That's right. Okay. This, as far as like AGI goes, it like when Altman came out and said this year, some of the CEO from the company, I think they made Club, I don't know, one of the other guys said 2 years from now, I think. But the idea is if Biden came out and was like, guys, got some news. We detected a mothership. It's coming to the planet in a year. We don't understand anything about who they are other than they must have extraordinary technology based on what we've seen with their ship. I'm good. The whole planet, the next few years are just getting ready. NASA, anthropologists, philosophers, scientists, defense people. What do we do if they want to fuck us up? What do we do? How do you interact with aliens? But having these tech people say we are about to have a brand new species, essentially, technological species, an AGI is coming to the planet that will surpass us as far as being able to solve problems. It will know everything. It's going to be here in about a year, maybe 2 years. You would think the reaction to that would be, okay, we've got to get ready for this. What does that mean? What's going to happen? And we can
get ready. Maybe that's what this scramble is all about. That we just have to fucking die screaming.
Merry Christmas!
Maybe it can't be small, just like Australia 50 just can't figure out how to make a plane. We're not prepared for it. And we're not supposed to last. We're supposed to carry on to the next thing. And the next thing will still be us. That's what's going to be weird. The next thing's going to still be us. We just want us to stay us like this. We want, fucking blues songs.
Sure.
We want to drink whiskey.
Sure.
We want to smoke cigarettes. We want to, get in fist fights. We want us to stay us.
Well,
it's not going to happen.
I'm sure if you could travel back in time and there was an intelligent, semi-intelligent version of humanity, one of our ancestors who still had a workable tail.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, I want to show you what you're going to grow into. And probably there'd be a lot of things you're excited about. Whoa, cars, incredible. Jesus Christ, you could shit in your own house.
Yeah.
Wow. But then they would see that we didn't have tails. And they're like, whoa. I'm not doing that if I lose my tail. So this is for sure the sort of cultural drama that we're seeing. And the trans controversy, there's aspects to it where, why are you teaching in sports? But the reality is where we're going is going to make that controversy seem like nothing.
Not only that, it seems like if you wanted to have an evolutionary path towards a genderless society, wouldn't you have that society, if you wanted to tame the wild animal, wouldn't you have that society be completely addicted to plastic? They use plastic for everything, which is an endocrine disruptor. So you have these plastic, these chemicals that get into the body, lower testosterone, shrink dicks, shrink taints. Dr. Shanna Swan's
They
word.
shrink taints?
Yeah. Shanna Swan, have you ever talked to her?
I didn't know the taint would shrink.
You should talk. No, well, it's in utero. So this is what happens. When you introduce mammals to that, her book is called Countdown. That's right. I used to read it. It's a great book. She's really fun too. She's a really fascinating person. But what they found is with mammals, when you introduce phthalates, which are these plastics, like microplastics and the chemicals that come off them, into pregnant women, or pregnant mice, the babies have smaller taints, and then the taint is one of the best ways to distinguish a male or female mammals.
No way.
The male taint is 50 to 100% longer.
Is it really called
Yes.
the taint?
They don't call it taint. They have a word for it, she told me, but she calls it taint because she's fun. She has a thing on her website called the Jizz Quiz. It's very fun. She's very funny, and she's, a really distinctive professional. But what she's saying essentially is that these plastics are lowering hormone levels. They are lowering birth rate levels. They're increasing the amount of miscarriages that women have. So that all these things she believes are completely connected. And that this hormone disruptor that is on these plastics is causing people to become sicker and a little bit deformed because your hormones aren't expressing themselves correctly because of being poisoned.
Right.
If you were a society, like if you were going to get to where the aliens are, they look genderless, don't they?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that's probably us in the future?
Aren't you glad they're genderless?
Sure.
Can you imagine if the Greys had big swinging dicks?
Giant arm.
It would be horrible. Those Grey pictures would be very,
very different. Standing over your bed, jacking off in your face.
horrible.
Yeah, while you're paralyzed, you're like, fucking piece of shit. I think that we are clinging to this idea of male. Look, I think currently there are male and females, for sure. And this is why I'm completely opposed to biological males who have mental illness. That's what gender dysphoria is. If you're being kind. It's a mental illness.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you're not well. If you are, you wish you were a different gender. I fully support you as long as you can't compete with biological females.
Right.
You can't pretend that you're a biological female because we want you to feel good. You have massive physical advantages. They've been clearly documented. Anybody who says differently, it's bullshit. Talk to Riley Gaines.
Right.
Talk to her. She's the expert in the shit. She has to go through that shit with swimming.
It feels crazy to me that you have to say that.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy that you have to say that to liberals who always want to protect women. The whole thing is bonkers, but it just goes to show you it's not real. This idea of left and right is not real.
Right.
These are just masks that people put on. These are just a conglomeration of things people adopt. Most people have not thought most of the things through. They don't have the time. They have to work all fucking day. They have a family. Maybe they have a hobby. They're trying to get out and play hoops with their friends.
Right.
Maybe they get together with their buddies and play video games one night a week. Like Jesus Christ.
Right.
They don't have fucking time to pay attention to all this crazy shit. That's what's really going on.
Right.
Most people are just like deciding that, I am a progressive. I will repeat progressive talking points. I will violently defend a woman's right to choose.
Right.
And they get into these patterns. And then the same thing happens on the right. This exact same thing. Exact same thing. That's why, the right is against the war in Ukraine and the left is supporting it. It's like, this is like Vietnam in reverse. The whole thing is fucking bananas.
Right.
The right is insisting on free speech. They were the motherfuckers that were censoring everybody.
Right.
They wanted to lock Howard Stern up in jail. You had to fight these crazy. They sued him. This fucking parent company had to pay untold amounts of money. How much money did Howard Stern's company get fined? It was hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of money. The fucking government was trying to shut down a radio guy for talking shit.
It's crazy.
And now that's the left. It's just patterns, man. It's just patterns where people can justify certain behaviors because it aligns with their ideology.
That's right. And also, where it gets really fucked up is you are dancing to a song that basically here's two songs. There's two songs you can dance to. The right song or the song of the left. The metronome is beating out two, I guess, somewhat different rhythms. People dance to those. They get in fights over, you got it, 2-bar dance.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a million other songs out there you could be dancing to. And there's songs that are much older than America, much older than maybe the planet itself. That's why I really think it's creepy the way that Christianity or any religion where there's theism, it's in the list of things that should be decried by an intelligent person. We shoot down this notion of God. We shoot down this or that. But all of these religions, at the very least, they give you a new song to dance to that isn't fucking war drums. That isn't, you know what I mean? And they don't like that. They don't like that because suddenly you're supposed to be perturbed. Like, you know, that stupid.
It's also the arrogant intellectualism. You know, you get really smart and these fairy tales preposterous to you.
That's right.
And you don't want to accept that maybe what it is a moral scaffolding that keeps society together. And it's probably based on some truth. There's some of it that seems to be a history of the world.
Oh, and also, most people that I have encountered who have, a lot of people I've encountered who are rejecting this religion or that. I get it. It's religious trauma. I just ran into somebody at Best Buy. We had a long conversation. Religious trauma. They were raised in some kind of like form of spiritual abuse. In that abuse, bingo. And they would listen, if you want to handle snakes, great. The problem is if you tell a kid to disregard their rational mind. If, in other words, the introduction to the conversation, questions regarding this or that are not met with like, oh yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. But are met with, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're demon possessed. So then you experience that. Of course, you must reject the thing. It's like when you have a hangover, you smell tequila. You can't connect. Right. So I get it. But the main thing is, what I love about religion or Christianity is it's like, just try it on for some. What happens if we pray? I know you don't believe it. It sounds insane. What the fuck are they talking about? It sounds absolutely nuts. I know. It sounds absolutely nuts. Now, what happens if you pray? Just for a few days. What happens if you pray? And then, once you start doing the experiment, it starts off with like, this is just, I'm going to do it. It's probably bullshit, opium in the masses. But then you realize you're getting pulled in, not in a bad way. But right away, there seems to be some feeling of connection, a sense of something a little different than what you're used to experiencing. And sometimes that can get really scary for people. And they're like, fuck this. No, it's getting me. And it's like, to me, that should be the experiment of anyone who's skeptical. And if you're skeptical about Christianity or any religion, you should be. You should 100% be skeptical of. So it's like what Mark Twain said, religion is what happened at the first commandment, first rule. You should be skeptical. But if you read the Gospels and you realize like the part of the story there is an invitation to connect on your own. You don't need the priest class. Right. You don't have to listen to the fucking rules. You don't have to it's just between you and the eternal. And see what happens. Right. To me, that's the number one thing is just investigate, explore, and don't let anyone subvert your rational mind. Use that as a form of connecting with it. Even if you connect via rejection, it's still worth a wholehearted exploration. At the very least, experience a cultural trance. I don't think that's what it is. But
maybe what that cultural trance is this is like, it's a pattern that you can follow that can connect you to the divine. And there's a bunch of these different patterns. This pattern might be Buddhism, this pattern might be Islam, this pattern might be Mormonism, even Scientology. I think all of them can be distorted, all of them can be subverted, all of them can have those guys that have private jets and Rolls Royces and those fucking crazy guys. All of it can go in that direction. But all of it is kind of a moral scaffolding that seems to be designed to help us in this journey of getting away from primate instincts. That's right.
And getting away from it, and also
connecting to each other
and transcending state propaganda. Like this is like my favorite verse in the Bible. They're trying to trick Jesus. They're asking.
Trick Jesus.
I would try. Maybe it would be cool.
Imagine Jesus walking out of New York City, watching the 3-card money, getting suckered in. You're like, hey, I thought you were the guy. Hey man, don't do that. You don't understand. It's not the same card. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You don't have any more shekels. You're out of shekels.
Is that what they use, shekels?
Yes. What they have?
I don't know, denarius.
What kind of dollars do they have? What unit of money was around when Jesus?
Good question.
Super good question. I wish I knew it. Be a clever thing to say. Shekels sounds good though. Shekels is a fun name for coins. Shekels. Was it shekels?
It's like a Phoenician shekel and a half shekel.
Let's fucking go.
Fucking shekels.
Let's fucking go. Shekels, son.
There you go. Oh yeah.
So imagine Jesus with all his shekels on 3-card money.
Dude.
Jesus. We just stick to being the fucking Messiah.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
Why are you here again?
He gets hustled for a basketball game. Like, Jesus,
You're gonna question
you're not
everything.
good at basketball. You can't run those fucking sandals.
You turn water into wine. That's so fucking
Losing
wine.
money at basketball. You please horse with people. Keep missing.
Wow. That would really be weird.
Jesus would have to be really good at badminton. Every plays badminton, he's got to win. He's got to win. Well, I'm not going to believe you're Jesus if you can't wrestle.
If you're bad at that,
You get pinned. You get pinned really quick in a wrestling match. Like, what the fuck, dude?
dude. Yeah, he's
It's every rear naked choke Jesus.
You're
30
like
seconds in the match.
doing it. I don't know. He's not
choking
tapping
Jesus.
out.
He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He doesn't know shit. He's a white belt. Why is he in this competition? Jesus goes to the golf tournament, and everybody's like, Jesus fucking sucks at golf. He can't even fucking hit the ball. Somebody show him how to hit the ball. He doesn't
Dana
know
White, why did you let Jesus compete in the UFC?
Jesus is playing pickleball. He's just falling down. Not
Dude,
good at pickleball.
I know, and
You got
that
people would be so disappointed. Jesus.
everything the way you walk.
Just golden ball every time. You fucking dummy. What are you doing?
Parts in the car. Just that. You're like, dude, roll the window.
Yeah, everybody smelled like I think the parts really like cleared the air a little. Oh, something interesting to smell. Some new things instead of these shitty acids they smell everywhere.
I just read that they used to think smelling farts in a jar would cure diseases.
But it doesn't.
How do you save
I
a
gotta
fart in a jar?
cancel my subscription.
How do you mail that?
There's some young lady that we shit on the podcast. I was making a ton of money.
Selling your
jars. Selling parts.
Dude, that's incredible.
I hope she did cart those jars. I hope those dummies.
How long ago? This is 2014.
No, smelling farts in a jar does not cure disease.
It does.
Look, you don't know.
You know.
Read that. 2014 news
My
psychology.
chiropractor told me smelling farts was good to go.
These claims are based on a University of Exeter press release that was not about smelling farts.
Imagine. Have you heard of this new medication to get cows to make them fart less?
Guns like, oh yeah. Almost what you said. That's not far off what it says. There's something very
Jar of farts. The Great Plague of London in the 1600s was a scary time. The public believed just when they stay healthy, including sniffing a jar of their own farts. Back then, doctors were apparently convinced that the plague was spread via deadly air vapor and that a foul-smelling substance could dilute the pollution. As such, some locals apparently took to storing their farts in jars, just in case the situation suddenly demanded a quick whiff. Hey, I was with a fart cabinet. The old vintage farts. I'm gonna get the farts from when I was 23 and I had my own.
Dude,
Curious?
that is so crazy.
I want to because when I keep it there. But by the time you seal it up, it's probably sealed up.
Now, and
Get Ari.
he can't already afford it.
Get in there and lie to you. It's so gross. Ari just shits smoke inside of his mind.
How do you get the fart in jar?
Show up to your asshole when you got
You think it cap, but then you got
quick, real quick, from a ninja. You know what I mean? It's like you have a diaper, a big like a gap with like, and then you would just fart into that tube and it would go all day long.
Right,
If you're a little hot there, to seal that jar off.
How do you know
so
it's
pure?
How do you know when you're charging?
Yeah, not that's real fart. I want. Go. That's what I want.
That
Where you're in the car and you go to Taco Bell and you immediately hate yourself.
Study on it. It depends on the.
study up.
Oh my God.
Days, obviously.
You did
Oh my God. Some awesome scientists.
Jack's, yeah. Why is it called anal? Wait, that can't be right.
Anal chemistry. No, it's my city. My field is study. Anal chemistry. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Literally.
I mean, you,
Party in jars.
the sad thing about that article, though, is it comes out, and so that means there's people who think farts in a jar can cure cancer, and that means that somebody was laying in bed dying, and someone who loves him came up and said, I know this is going to seem weird, Dad, but I need you to smell this. And, like, there was people.
Brings back to the placebo effect.
Could work.
Because I think almost everything works. It just doesn't work if the streets are filled with sewer. You know, I think that was
Right.
what everybody was dying of back then.
Right.
They had horrible, fucking, terribly unsanitary conditions. Everything was covered in shit. Everything was shit. Shitty water. If you have no running water and you have a bunch of people living together, you have horrible diseases.
According to their study, one of those jars they found could maybe have the heart from the 17th century.
Wow. Now that's a horror movie right there. Like you find like a 17th century fart.
You sniff that fart and you can immediately turn into one of those 28 days later zombies. And then it spreads. This virus has got a chance to adapt and evolve and plan its strategy to trap inside this jar and get back into humans. Because it doesn't have to die. So it lives in this guy's butt gas. And then it evolves in hundreds of years, figure out through the multiverse how to communicate with other bacteria everywhere and devise a strategy to morph itself over thousands and thousands of generations of new viruses to become some rage virus.
By the way, man, maybe here's the other thing. Maybe that is the fountain. Maybe the thing they're trying to hide from us, the most obvious thing, is if you smell an aged fart, you're going to reverse age.
Yeah, maybe
Science on harvest. How do you harvest?
Thank you.
Oh, science. Super science.
Oh, there you go.
Don't try to catch the part in there.
Yeah, we gotta be accurate.
Can you
Parts.
Jamie, can you YouTube
So
smelling
then
my...
how do you close the gap? You gotta slide a liquid there. You might get a little water in your farts.
That's fine. But
No, you can't farts and the water together. Oh, so when you open it, it'll be pure farts with a little bit of water at the bottom. How do I know that the water isn't diluting and slowly washing the farts over 200 years? That's not how.
Jamie, can you scroll up?
Fart fight. It might be fart fight.
Can you pull that up again? I find it interesting that someone wrote an entire essay on how to do this. Will you go back to the beginning? I just want to read this. How do you introduce the story here?
How do you bring this up to a fucking person you want a grant?
I recently caught my 4-year-old nephew eating a fart in a jar, and I was saving it for later to surprise
This is not the first time I've encountered a little boy with a dream of bottling his own farts. Years ago, my younger cousin, let's call him Jay, had a whole shelf of dated things in jars. And there are. He was very proud of his collection. That kid is killing cats. That's a fucking serial killer. He's got a fucking shelf of dated jars of his farts. What a fucking psychopath.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
He has nothing better to do than just fart in jars.
I want to show you my jar collection of my farts. Now, that's New Year's Eve.
He's torturing animals.
That's a fart on September 11th. That's a fear fart.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
We gotta wrap this up, unfortunately.
What a joy.
What a joy, always.
Thanks for having me on.
Bro, I feel like we could just do another 8 hours in a row.
Easily.
I didn't even have to be once.
I know. I
Crazy.
don't know what happened. You usually have to piss like 4 times for
I
this.
know, we're locked in. I appreciate you very much, brother.
Likewise.
I love you to death. You're one of my favorite people. You really are.
You are too, man.
You're a real treasure.
Thank you,
And
Jeff.
these are some of my favorite podcasts of all time. This is a weird combination, two of us.
I love it.
We think up in the weirdest way, man.
It's the best, man.
It is. That's it, man. I love you. Let me see you. Bye, everybody.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day, all day.
A lot has been going on.
Just this, I know you ran into Brian Graves.
Oh my God, I'll tell you the funny story about how I ran into him.
You ran into him at the lobby of the hotel, right?
So the lobby told me, they were like, don't use this one elevator. And it makes a lot of noise. It's not very reliable, and just don't use it. So I didn't. And then I was leaving. 24 hours later, we kept trying to get some coffee. And I was like, let me take the Ricky elevator. He's like, they told me not to take it, but I'm going to take it anyway. So I pushed the button. I'm standing there. Here's the door's open. I look. I see the shadowy figure in the corner. I'm like, Ryan Gray, what are you doing? He goes, what are you doing? I was like, are you doing what I think you're doing? He goes, yeah. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that? Yeah. And he was like the shadowy figure up against the corner, like kind of just, I'm looking at him, he's looking at me. It's really funny.
We talked a lot of nonsense about but we also talked about the technology that he knows is state of the art when it comes to drones.
Yes.
And some of these ones in New Jersey, they're doing things that you can't really do yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
And the size of SUVs.
Right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, it's like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck?
50.
What do you mean? What do you mean? 50 suburban-sized.
So check this out. It's really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on this thing for a long time. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO cross from Virginia. And but he was anonymous. One day, he's like, he's really knowledgeable. And he was sending me stuff that was really helpful. Like, you should track down these flights. It happened to this airport, go to this base. And I was like, finally, that. It's like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? I'm retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. And he goes, and I'm also experienced. I had an experience back in 1980. What? Oh. So he had a UFO kind of took the movie towards the end. But anyway, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. It's like, I really like to know how you did that. It's like, like, what kind of a budget you would have to have drones running in the sky all over. How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers? It's exploding all over the place. It's getting bigger. I've heard California. I've heard Europe now. Bases in England, New York, Jersey. I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Patterson Air Force Base. They shut that place down. Yeah, that's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking? What's going on? I was super busy. I had the release of the film going on, so I was trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up. It was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world pouring in, like, who's going with these drones? And I was like, God, it's not something conventional. I'm not going to worry about it. I was going to keep on focusing on what I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. A buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple of years ago. He's like, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. I was like, well, what are they behaving like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay, well, that quickly kind of eliminates, something non-conventional to propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make noise, and it was science. What kind of noise it was making? Like a prowler's drones would make, but loud. And they have a loiter, big, and have a loiter time of hours. The average drone, like I put drones for my films, is like
you're lucky to get 25 minutes. These things are
Right.
hours.
Yeah,
They
5
go-
hours.
They go dark when they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on FLIR at times. And then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shape. Then I heard about the ones that really got me. I contacted Chris Trudell. I was like, Chris, what is going on? I really rely on him for good information. It's like, I really don't know. It's a little shit show. And the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional, some of them misidentified conventional craft. There are other ones coming in off the ocean. There are up to 50. The Coast Guard, police department are reporting that truly remain a mystery. And then you had at a press conference just like it was yesterday. And then he's going, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. Don't pull the drones. He goes, you wrote the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Why don't you just use UAP? I think we use the word drone because UAP is too scary. It's kind of invasion.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous
Yeah.
phenomenon.
Yeah.
So
So
couldn't that become anything? Doesn't even
Totally.
be flying.
well, that's the thing because it used to be unidentified aerial. It's
Right.
UFO, unidentified flying object. Then it was UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then they're coming out of the water, right?
I feel like this is.
So they said
so why
anomalous.
don't you just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with other religions, and they wanted to take that, remove that baggage, and make it a little less scary. That's my personal.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes an identified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean it's alien. True, right? Like think of
People
this
tell me jumping out of their windows right now. They said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember World War II? Right? People were like jumping out of their windows. It's actually very good. So I think they took that. I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. The fear factor.
Yeah, I can't help but cringe when I hear that word.
Oh, sorry. The fear element.
Sorry, it was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was recurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky.
Yeah.
People always see things. Who knows what they are? Whether a lot of people see Starlink.
Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day? When did it start?
A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there like any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that 2019, something like that, is
Mid-November. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? Lines, chaos, inflated prices? Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need, straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores with their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code ROGAN20 for $20 off your order and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
I have something that this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003. And this is not an office, but this is about encouragement for listen to this. I promised this individual that I met at the Seoul conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Busatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event is known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned in the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved knowing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object, roughly the size of a football field, hovering over a missile defense system. The object was silent and had no visible means of propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished from the hills. I retake official Air Force records of the event, including the blotter from the entry, which includes the names and contact information of all the witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, Aero, and the FBI. Aero is the new task force, all domain anomalous resolution office. After the initial events, several other UAP incursions took place in Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters, and I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. Now, remember, this is not anonymous reporting. They include football field-sized craft with terrifying security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable rate of speed. A brightly illuminated silent object landed on the base flight line before accelerating instantaneously, disappearing into space. A huge triangle-shaped craft larger than a C-130 that hovered 50 feet over a police officer before dipping slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, hovered over his house on the base. The object made no sound, had zero obvious streams of propulsion. And he says, my experiences with UAP are inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over bases and our neighborhood, but I do know the UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursion that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath. These statements are true. We need answers to this mystery and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant and Jeff Usatelli. Crazy, right? I mean, we're talking odds the size of a football field.
It's bananas. And then they take off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
It's straight up into space.
So this was what was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names they committed to the beginning era.
That's interesting because that coincides with Tic Tac.
It does go.
I wonder if it's like, vacations. You know, it's like every few years.
Let's go check out what those guys are up to.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a real pain in the ass to get here. Maybe it's one of those things like you can go to Australia, but it's 16 fucking hours on a plane. It's a long flight.
Oh my god!
You know what I mean?
Average one time, and that was like 22 hours. Yeah, it's like the plane's gonna run out of gas.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like one of those things. It's like you can do it, but it's pain in the ass. So maybe they only travel to Earth every now and again.
How could these incursions be taking place and like here we are 20 years later holding down when we started to talk about them?
I think the reason being is if you don't understand it and you can't protect people from it because it's so beyond our capabilities that just describing it accurately removes all confidence that our government has everything under control. That's one reason why. And also, if you have no answers, you don't know what the hell it is.
That's a very good point.
Yes, you don't know what the hell it is. What are you even going to say? Hey, there's something that changed. You don't know what the fuck it is. It's a big football field, shot off from the sky. We have no idea. They'd be like, what do you mean? We have no idea. Hire someone who understands this. And then they'd be like, fire him. Get him out of office.
I remember like 20 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, totally naive, still bright-eyed, I mean, still naive, but I was meeting with the general, and I said, God, it's so amazing, you know, the story is so unifying, and you had this kumbaya moment, this discovery that, you know, we're not alone in this, and that be amazing, and blah, 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 the implications of all the money. And he sat there almost and he goes, he looked at me, you got it all, John. You know, you got to see this through our lens. I was like, your lens? He goes, yeah, the military perspective. I was like, okay, tell me. And I never thought about this thing. You just mentioned this. He goes, okay, imagine this. We sit there and we say, you know, my fellow Americans, it's brought to our attention that there are crafts of unknown origins around computing in our airspace. They exhibit technology that's light years advanced than anything we have. We don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. Shall they try to be hostile? We have no reason to fight against them. Thank you and good night.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. It's like Trump to come along. I'll make a deal with the alien.
Folks go, why are you saying, duh?
Yeah, you have to have secrecy because you got to imagine the job of a politician in general, right? Like you have to pretend that you're going to be able to handle situations that you well know you're not going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
You know, if you're running for president, you know you're not going to fix this economy, all right? Stop. Just stop. You know you're not going to implement electric cars over there. Stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up. So enough that. So if you're lying about all that, you're probably going to lie about whether you're the alien threat. I will unite us. I will unite us as a planet so we can deal together with the aliens. Yeah. All I have to do is just say some bullshit like that. Yeah. A good speaker, like a J.D. Vance, like a guy like that, very bright, young, energetic speaker. That's people who can talk to the aliens. He can do that. I mean, no, I have not.
Okay,
so explain it to everyone. Okay, so the program basically, it's funny because the last time I was on the show, we were talking about a nice crash review case that took place in Virginia, Brazil.
Yes.
In 1996.
And your documentary.
Yeah, amazing. So we're talking about that, and I came off the heels of doing the phenomenon. She touched a little bit on the potential crash retrieval program, but then it was like, then it was the crash retrieval over in Virginia, Brazil. And then I got hyper focused on that. And then I had this personal journey for me was, okay, the elected officials, what do they know? And when do they know it? Do we have a crash retrieval program? That's what I set out to do. And then 3 months after I was on the show in April of 2023, the highest level intel officer, David Brush, testifies under oath that there is a crash retrieval program and that the government does have to prove that we're not alone. So he kind of opened the door for me. And a lot had happened since the release of the phenomenon. And moment of contact, it's all this legislation. There was the first congressional hearing. There was behind closed doors meetings with a number of intel officers and witnesses. And then you had the second congressional hearing, which was David Brush, which was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you saw that. Yeah. Right? And then just recently, a couple of months ago, we had the third congressional hearing, which I actually, funny enough, got to attend. This is the first time in 6 years investigating. I was actually sitting behind people while they were testifying under oath about the legitimacy of the phenomenon, as well as there's a crash retrieval program. I mean, people have to understand that feel like maybe things aren't happening fast enough. Just a couple of years ago, they didn't even get the phenomenon. Now there's under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. So things are happening. They're not competing.
Do you wonder at all that you're being mindful? Do you wonder at all that this is a massive psyop, that this is all just to cover up very advanced American technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, Russia, I've been to Australia, Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, the United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience to take it seriously, but the United States investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, right? During their official passage, Project Sign, people have to
haven't seen it, folks. Close encounters. Yeah. Probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Haley has a cameo appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I heard that. Yeah, I don't remember who was that, but wasn't a French guy? Didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. J.L. who is scientific advisor for Project Blue, all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance. Smoking a cigar during the encounter. And that's it. Right. That's right. Yeah. Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases right down to Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project files, even the description of what the entities look like. Close encounters, again, close encounters of the kind. This is the United States Air Force stuff.
Yeah.
And he took it directly out of Project files and made a movie out of it. And as a little wink, nudge, he has to kind of have a cameo appearance.
You know what? I should have know that. It's a fantastic movie too. It's a great movie. It's a movie that's filled with. It's not like standard UFOs. There's something playing on. there's some weirdness to the way they interact with us that sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience. Yeah, they experience interaction, very strange interaction. And when they have those little like things that were flying around, that's all straight out of yeah.
Oh, 100%. I remember I had a buddy of mine who was a pilot for Europe in the 70s. He used to come to family dinners and was always talking about it. I was like, yeah. And then later when I started getting into UFOs, I was like, oh, tell me about that UFO you had. Right on, he goes, just like it was on the Coast Guys with the third kind. It's like, they took those files, tried to watch it. That was right on the experience. That's what the Foo Fighters were. Yeah, Foo Fighters too.
Yeah, that's fighter pilots are flying around. They see these things.
Let me ask you, this is why that I don't think it's a psyop. I don't think it's a psyop either. The reason why I don't is because, okay, I don't just believe Rush because he testified on it. He's a high-level intelligence officer. That's very impressive. I believe Rush because his claims combined with personal research in the field. Remember, I investigated crash retrieval programs, crash retrieval cases, right? And so when I got into contact, when I went into put out the contact, people called James, you was drawing the biggest, most successful UFO in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with actually really not trying to technical genius at all? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? You've got access to Larry Reid,
What up?
Intel insiders. Now you want to do that. You're going to tarnish your reputation. It's a bad
I'm just working on a project. Feel free to do you.
You probably heard about when we contacted
I thought, I always think crash and contact sounds great.
I know.
But I would never told you.
Oh, okay.
I would never told you. So it's really good. You gotta, like, you're really good at, like, explaining.
But you look at half on films.
Okay. Yeah. It's an incredible story. It's phenomenal. It's one of those stories where you're like, everybody's been on this. This is crazy. Everybody's telling me, no one, there's not one contrarian that comes out and goes, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism. Oh, not one person. Come on. There's always something here. There's always something here. What's up with your gag?
I remember, you know what I mean? I remember when I was making Forward Contact, and I wasn't done with it yet. I was on this. He's like, James, call me up. I need a call. So the film's up. I don't care. You're a copy. Give me a rough guy. I was like, okay. See, you don't understand. So I was like, okay. So I gave the copies, and I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 million years I think we're going to be having months after the release of Forward Contact a congressional hearing under oath. That was a crash.
What year did
Biologics
Moment of Contact come out?
Yeah, it came out at the end of 2022.
You think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
He's been so dismissive of it all. Like Obama said a lot more about it.
Why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
He's like, go
he's in Obama right now. It's like Dr. Manhattan or something. Blast eyes.
Okay, let's say, Biden, if you're listening right now, you have nothing to lose.
The president of the United States has released the House.
He's never running ever again. Exactly. He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any president ever, other than Martin.
To the advice at the end of the program by Senator Harry Reid, now the late Secretary Reid, and I said to him, what advice would you give the president? It could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that. And I really hope that as an elected Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the blame. I think we're way beyond.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump, he was very cagey. He was very cagey. I've seen some things. He told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically, like, confirmed or denied. No, there's denies. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like, you're not.
Really?
Yeah. You got to do it to an actor or something. Shut up. You're
Really?
not going to just. Dan David Lewis told you that he just ate a baby. You fucking believe me. You know what I mean? Like, this idea that like what did his eyes tell you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends on the person. It depends on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a lie, like something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no-nonsense type of guy. This is why. You kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right? Yeah. He's always done that so good, right? Yeah. Managing, being on The Apprentice, while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right? So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with buddies, smoking a cigar, going, "What do you think, man?" I mean, if I was dead, man, I would do what they're doing. There's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
But you got objects of unacknowledged flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over nuclear silos.
Well, now I think it's much more interesting because
that's a matter of national security. I mean, what the hell is it? They're going, we don't know what they are. Everything's fine. He's addressed. There's no national security issue here. We don't know what they are, but you're fine. Don't worry. Remember, what was the Steven Spielberg movie? The shark, the big white shark. Jaws. Yeah. Everything's fine.
The bear's like, keep swimming.
Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. Everything's safe. People are getting
That's the perfect analogy. Dude, that is the perfect analogy. That is it.
And that's what you fine. Go about your lives.
They're definitely not using sniffing drones. Come on. Sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear material is just stolen off a cargo ship? Whatever. Guys.
All the alt-right conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get all part of it because obviously what I do, and people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second, sheep with boots on the ground, but no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that they don't, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is. And here's another really cool thing. I actually in the program that I did now, and I hope you get a chance to watch it because it's crazy. It's got tell people. Okay, so basically, I was talking about earlier.
Tell people the title.
The whole thing is called the program. It's going to be on Amazon. It just came out. It's number one right now. It's on Amazon yesterday. Oh, beautiful. I know. And so it came out yesterday. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple TV, and you can Google because the algorithm just started to catch up with it on Google right now. Everyone's like, I can't find it. Look up the program and then Google James Fox documentary the program. You will 100% find it. It's being also made available internationally. They're working as fast as they can to get it done. It just went up yesterday. It's the most independent film from start to finish that I've ever made. And it covers what happened. Everybody thinks the government suddenly had this epiphany to decide to be more transparent with the general public. That's not what happened. What happened was there were a couple of intelligence scientists in the Pentagon reviewing some of this classified data, so-called classified data, and resigned in protest of excessive secrecy. They found a loophole. This is Lou, probably Jay Stratton, I don't know for sure, definitely Chris Mellon, and they walked these evidence tapes out of the Pentagon through this loophole. They bent the rules a little bit and onto the front page of the New York Times. Right? So that happened, and it was exploded. And since then, there has been this unprecedented push by a bipartisan group of lawmakers to find out what the intelligence agencies know and went into it. And so that started happening behind the scenes, right? So it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then 2022, they were like, we're having a congressional hearing. Congressman Andre Carson, from Wisconsin, he spearheaded the first open congressional hearing, public open congressional hearing. And in that congressional hearing, they acknowledged the fact that the phenomenon was real, it was slowly introduced, and we were not getting told the facts. There was a document that came out called the Wilson Davis Memo, and that was about the discovery by a former DIA guy, Admiral Wilson, of the crash retrieval program maybe 20 plus years ago. And none of the names or anything that document were redacted. I covered that memo. And then 2023, another congressional hearing, David Rush, progression through the program, steady progression. And so a lot has gone on between 2017 and 2024, and that is what this film does. It covers behind the scenes effort, bipartisan, a group of lawmakers who find out what the intelligence agencies really know. Yeah, and people that were, and in one of them, there was an encounter I think you heard about. Because you wanted to get on David Russ, so you contacted me, and I actually had a drone up in the air. I know, and I had my phone attached to my drone thing because that's what I was using as a controller for the screen. And I'm flying the drone, and there was a huge windmill, and I saw this windmill, and I was like, that's gonna make a beautiful shot for the movie. Where is it? So I'm up there flying it, and the turbines went round and round. You can't quite tell how close my drone's to. So I'm paying really good attention, and I'm getting close to these big turbines, and all of a sudden my phone's ringing, and it's you. I'm like, oh my God, I can't not answer this. I got to answer, so I answered it while my drone is up there. Oh, no. And we talked briefly. He said, hey, can you get in touch with David Rush? I said, yeah, I got a guy who took the touch with. That's Jason Sands. And I guess you and Jason Sands talked about this alleged encounter in 1994. This entity, alien, in the desert. Yes. So that was a crazy story. But in any case, so when you watch the movie of the program, you'll see the drone flying dangerously close to these guys. Funny little insight thing. So, but also the motion was happening. But when you watch the movie, it's like, wow, that's just really close. Is that guy public with this story? So because otherwise I would discuss him. Yeah. It sounded so bad. No. So here's what happened. This is funny because when I was in Washington D.C. with Mellon and this gentleman, Jason Sands, I think he's his name now, and Mellon looked at me and he goes, "This guy's story is wild." It's like, what do you mean? Really wild. We sit down having dinner. This Mellon orders a drink. He had tequila, whatever. Anyway, and we were all having dinner. And Jason Sands was telling the story about this alleged encounter in 1994. It's one of the craziest stories. I've been doing this for 30 years. This story is nuts. Okay, you remember?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I went like this to my phone. He's telling this.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too. So I'll give this one. Insane. Yeah. So I will. We'll get to that in 1 second. This is the reason why. Well, the reason why I got it. I know. The reason why I got the public is because he was going to appear anonymously, and I was debating on exactly how to go about doing this because I was torn because you got a statement from an individual who don't have his identity. But I was in DC. I put the whole thing down. I said, look, he was worried about security. He was a whistleblower. He already testified to a number of Senate Intel committees, Senate Research committees, and all about the UFO. Yeah, about the UFO. But they did part of the UFO task force. They found him, and he was giving them information and reporting on things. And so he goes, I'm really fearful. I don't know if this protection program is going to be that helpful. I'm just worried. If you're concerned about the story getting out, I'm not getting that. If you want, I'm here. Come to our studio. We can film you on camera. Really happy to the community. It can be a little insurance policy for yourself. He goes, that sounds great. So I did a whole film. And then periodically posting clips or just still frames and updates on the movie I was making. I do on social media. And I posted this one scene. And it had a clipboard on it in the scene. And all that clipboard, if you zoomed right in, it had his name. So I posted it by accident. I posted the damn thing. And my phone was blown up 10 minutes later. This guy, what are you doing? Take it down, take it down. Too late, so it's out there. He's getting all kinds of heat. So as a result of giving the truncated version, he basically had to go through the adoption process, which is basically pre-publication of authorization of what you cannot say. Excuse me. So he basically talked about a number of cases that were in the film. We had to work out one particular word, which movie it's worked out. We had to do that. That was adoption. So it was winter of 1994. There was a unidentified flying object that was picked up on the base. Old school UFO. Oh, yes, sir. We'll show it was a UFO. It was picked up on the base and recorded by sensory data and picked up on camera. And then camera footage on different locations. It looked like the weird shape. It was like an unusual shape, and there's people talking about it in the movie. And the film is the film footage is leaked from the base is in the
It looks like flying.
kind of it's kind of blurry in some spots, and yeah, you'll see it. So
It's in the program.
it's in the program, yeah. And then you hear all the voices. I actually had the voices cleaned up. You hear people talking about what the hell is it?
Is there a clip of this going on?
Just so I can show you. Damn, sorry.
Could you maybe just say the actual name of the incident?
Try and find it. It's Nellis Test Range UFO 1994. See if you can find it.
People put
It's really bad. Yeah, true.
because it's on Amazon right now. People put clips in.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so in any case, so that video is that's terrible. There's much better. Yeah, there's much better in that movie. I had to clean it up. But yeah, that's it basically.
Can I see it again? So that's what
Wait, the footage I have is way better. Yeah, there's something.
So what did it look? Jesus Christ! You know what that looks like, Jay?
Very weird shape.
You know what that looks like? It looks like Terrence Howard's creation, doesn't it?
It's weird.
What is it? What is it called again?
But it was
Those things that lock together. Those, the flying drone thing that he created. Linchpin.
yeah.
Terrence Howard created this fascinating concept for like a drone. It's like propellers going all these different directions, and they sync up, they link together, and it looks like that.
Oh yeah. So anyway, so it's footage. Talking about it. What is it? I don't know. It's unidentified, and it flies around the base, and that leaked. And the names of the witnesses leaked. 3 days later,
Can you explain? I'm sorry to keep you off, but can you just say what it did, like how
it was like didn't have any visible means of propulsion, didn't have any wings, didn't have propellers. It just looked like an object, a round sort of object. It's weird shape, almost like a helmet or something. The things coming out, and it was just moving around the base.
How fast?
Slowly.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
That's it. That's exactly it. Yep.
It's definitely not a big one.
You hear everybody talking about it. The audio that goes along with it, and I had it cleaned up. They're all talking. Nobody knows what it is. And
So this is Zoom. Is this why it's moving around? They're trying to keep it in focus. And
it's all. Mr. Sands explains all of that in the film, the program we talked about it. So anyway, so this leaks. People's names, witnesses leaks, and 3 days later, he's in a convoy. Kazoo time. He's in a convoy, and it's early in the morning, and there's 3 jeeps, in convoy on a dirt road heading out of Nellis Test Range. And they see what looks like maybe somebody was involved in a plane crash. There's somebody that's struggling out in the desert. It was early in the morning, wintertime, and they're looking at this individual. God, is that a person? That individual needs some help. That individual looks like they need some help. They look cold. They again had a slight blue tint to it, and they're looking at this gentleman, and they're like, "Hey, stop the convoy. This person needs help, medical attention. Maybe they had a plane crash, and so we're going to help this person out." And they pull the convoy over. This individual comes up to the car. Jason Sands gets out the right side of the door. And as he's getting out, somebody in the truck screams, "He's got no epic ears." And Jason says he turns around and he looks at this guy, and he had the same kind of uniform that they had on, but the uniform was just immaculate. Like there wasn't any dust on the piece. Well, that's weird. This guy's got no ears. This guy's some kind of freak. And he looks at him and his eyes were bigger. It's all illustrated. And then he starts talking like he said it was like a snake biting. He was just paralyzed with fear. It was really scary. What am I looking at? Is this a human? Is this a mutant? Is this an alien? What is this? And he starts talking to him in gibberish. But he said he started to understand everything this person or entity, being, creature, whatever you want to call it, saying to him, he's looking for some kind of metal. And he didn't know Titanium, and Jason said, I don't know, I don't have any we titanium? He's like, no, titanium is that. And the conversation goes on for a bit, and then the guy just wanders back off and gets into that little craft, very similar to what you just saw there, and flies away. And so he sort of stair-stepped away, and everybody sort of came out of this comatose state, and off they went. And we have the names of the other military witnesses that were on duty during the encounter, the alleged encounter. People are going to criticize me because they're reporting the close account at the time. But this Jason Sands says he's willing to do a lie detector test, like public. He's willing to testify under oath that everything he's saying is true. We have a date, we have a location, we have the names of the other people on duty. So what I'm hoping is, despite the level of criticism I'm going to see for reporting on this, is that other individuals that have more information on this are going to be inclined to come forward. I also have people, Senate Armed Services Committee, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the House, and they said Jason Sands is who he says he is. He checks out. He's named previously classified programs. He's identified. The guy's legit. His credentials check out. And so I opted to go ahead and report on it with the hope that more information will come up.
Listen, man, there's nothing wrong with reporting on a story like that. There's been a bunch of them. It's not a small these things where people have experienced this. And imagine if it's true.
If it's true,
they're
yeah.
not all liars. I can't believe they're all liars.
Oh, yeah, it's
But imagine being that person who had that experience and not have anybody believe you. Not only that, but it can actually ruin your reputation and your career to talk about this experience, which is the reality. It's one of the things that stifle discourse on this until I think the New York Times really broke the ice. I think in 2017 they published that. All of a sudden, serious people who were unwilling to talk about UFOs before, just for the critic.
Yeah.
Now you've got the gimbal video, the Go Fast video, you've got fighter pilots, Commander David Fravor. You've got these people discussing these things openly. Okay, this seems like something that a serious person can discuss now. And so then it's over. But actually reading one, talking to, it's like the Varginha story. Like when I told people the cop picked it up and carried it in the car and the cop died from some horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure.
He was rubbing himself down with the according to his family. He was crazy stuff with my skin. And he was rubbing himself down and he had stench, smell, grease. Yeah. And then I interviewed the doctors. There's a couple of, actually going back to this whole next month, there were a couple of forensic pathologists that come forward and kind of update the So it's an ongoing.
Wouldn't that be the best protection from an alien planet's bacteria if you had the most vicious bacteria on the surface of your skin? Right? Like imagine, like if you go to another planet and the way to mitigate the effects of viruses and bacteria on the planet is to have skin fluid that's like unbelievable. Right. Anything that comes near you just gets cooked.
Yeah, like a skunk. Right. Have you ever had a skunk?
Oh yeah, I had a skunk got my dog once.
I checked out this guy's garbage one time. He's like, hey, I got somebody click up the thing and drop it in there. So I it's like kind of hungover. We had a party the night before, and I went out to the garbage can, and I heard like some rustling in the garbage can. I didn't really think anything of it. I lifted up the thing, and then I heard some rustling again. So I put my head down inside, and the skunk just turned and got me right in the face. Now, I held my breath, and I closed my eyes in the last second, and it went right through. It penetrated my auditory. It was so powerful, it was paralyzing. Absolutely paralyzing. Imagine just smell. That's their way of defense. Just the stench. It just goes through your body. It just paralyzes.
That's crazy.
Anyway,
you got it in the mug, huh?
I got it right in the face.
How long did it take for you to stink? Because you smoked
2 weeks. It was several weeks. Yeah, and I tried the tomato and baking soda.
I think they have special soap now. Yeah, just for skunks. But when my dog got zapped, she got zapped in like 1980. I think it was 1980 because I was living in Jamaica Plain, and she went out in the backyard. I think she thought that it was our cat because we had a cat that was black and white. And she just ran right up to that skunk, and it took her right in the side of her body. Like she tried to turn away, but it caught her all over her body. She was wet. with skunks bit.
Oh yeah,
It was so nasty. I had to take her inside, and I had to do it because she was my dog. I was 13. I had to like cover her with tomato juice and wash her down. She still stunk. The whole house stunk.
it's so funny because I was getting ready for a road trip just a couple years ago, and I told her, I was like, did we walk? It was like 9 o'clock at night. We were exhausted. Everybody up in a car ready to go the next morning. We walked in. I take our dog. So we thought I was like, oh, it's 9 o'clock. I'm outside. And I hear him like, run. Then he goes, and I thought, oh my God, somebody just ate her. I was like, oh my gosh. And I ran out there, looked for him, running in, just that gumpets go. The whole house, like, it was so strong. It's unbelievable. That smell is just like
So incredible. The way someone explains to me, you know, like animals, like bloodhounds and bears, they have the same sense of smell.
oh god, like 100,000 times stronger than ours.
Right? They can pick up parts per million the way we pick up skunk.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
So
God.
think about that. So if a skunk gets hit by a car like a mile away, you can smell it. Have you ever driven
Yes. I can drive over it and my car smells like it.
Yeah, if you're in the neighborhood where a skunk got something, you can smell it.
Yeah.
For some strange reason, it permeates. Like it carries more than any other smell. With dogs, that's how they smell everything. They're like, oh, you know, like they can smell things that you can't even imagine they can smell, especially like a bloodhound. Then a bear can smell like, what is a bear's like ability to smell above the bloodhound? It's something crazy. My friend was
Sharks in the ocean can sense blood from miles away.
miles, insane, miles away. They can smell blood miles away.
Guys, I remember.
Look at this, 300 times. Look at this. This is crazy.
Wow.
Bears is the best sense of smell of any animal on Earth. For example, average dog sense of smell is 100 times better than humans. A bloodhound is 300 times better. A bear's sense of smell is 70 times than a bloodhound, or 2,100 times better than a human's. Unbelievable.
That's why they say when you go camping, put your foot up in a tree or something.
Oh,
right?
100%. You have to.
You can't have the tent wall.
When I was a kid, we went camping, and the bear broke open our coop.
Wow.
Yeah, people just like regular coop.
You could have like a little cookie in your pocket to be in bed.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna have an issue.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I remember when I was a kid, I went camping. I wouldn't have any food. I was like, yeah, I don't have it like that. I'm like, no, that stuff. They were really adamant. These guys brings it to both computers not gonna smell like cookie. Like,
Yeah.
of course they will.
They'll look at that like a wonton. Like, look at that soft outer layer and just move inside of it. They're gonna look at that tent like, look, it's trapped in there. The meat is trapped in the tent. This is crazy.
What was that movie called where they got the grizzly man or something?
Yeah, grizzly.
And they came and got him. Really?
Well,
He
it's a
told
lot
he
more.
came one of the grizzlies and he got.
That's a very common movie. That's a Werner Herzog film.
Yeah, one of her songs.
Yes, it's a really
And
fun.
the camera was rolling, and they played it.
Sort of. The camera was rolling, but all the lens cap was on, so there's audio.
So it's just audio.
Yeah.
That's worse.
The audio, by the way, folks, audio you hear on the internet, that's
Audio.
that's not real. Real audio, Werner Herzog told the lady to destroy it. Destroy it. No one just
He heard it.
heard it. It's long. You know, because bears don't kill you. You know, like a salmon, they don't kill salmon. They just cut their paw down and start pulling chunks off of it. That's what they do with people, too.
That's terrifying.
Well, they don't have any predators, so you don't have to kill things and then, you know, worry about someone taking it from them. You're not taking shit from a bear, especially a grizzly bear. You're not taking shit from a bear unless you're a bigger bear. So, like, all the other animals have to worry. Like, mountain lions kill quick because wolves will steal from mountain lions. And apparently, in the areas where wolves have been introduced, it's actually become a problem because mountain lions are killing much more than they normally do. Because mountain lions would kill like a deer or 2 deer a week or something like that.
And he could live.
Yeah,
He
they
could
eat
eat a lot of meat.
a big mountain lion is 150 pounds. And it's a big cat. Their cats are they're obligate predators. All they eat is meat. You know, bears eat berries, a bunch of shit, not cats. So the cats are killing more because the wolves scare the cats off of the kill. So if the cat's on a kill and a bunch of wolves show up, the cat will just fucking fuck out of there. Like, fuck
Why?
this.
Because he feels they want to defend himself against the wolves.
Exactly. Because wolves hunt packs. So there might be 13, 14 wolves and one cat. The cat will just get the fuck out of it. Cats run from dogs, right? Like, they have a fear of, like, canines. And I think it's from wolves stealing them. So, like, that's how they hunt cats. The way they hunt them, you have to treat them. Because otherwise, you're not going to find them. If you find a mountain lion, you have to get the dogs to bark them up a tree. So they run up a tree and you shoot them on the tree. Yeah. It sounds cruel. But listen, they have to do that to manage the population. If they don't, they start eating dogs. That's what you get in San Francisco. California still kills mountain lions. They kill as many mountain lions as they would if they gave tags out to people to kill them. Because you have to kill certain numbers of them for depredation. Because they'll start killing livestock, they'll start killing dogs. In the Bay Area, the problem cats that they wound up killing in like San Francisco, half their diet was pets. Really? Half their diet was house cats, dogs and cats. That's half their diet. Half of their diet. So you manage, 100+ pound cat, and he's running around just eating dogs. You leave your dog in your backyard. It happens all the time. Wow. It happened to my dog. Really? Yeah, my dog. It happened.
My little guy.
It's terrible.
Not there to protect my little fella. One time I was hiking up this mountain, and I had my son with me. He was in that little pouch, that little pouch. But it was he was probably like 2 and a half. And I was hiking this mountain every day. Funny, actually, I went up there. I was like, well, this is why people put weights on. This was amazing. I can run up this. Anyway, I was going, and I had my dog, a little dude, and I had my son walking up this mountain, and coming on this left hand. It's a pretty exposed, left trees, some bushes, and it's a hot sunny day, and I see the leg of a deer, just fresh killed, walking the ground. I was like, dang, the hell was that? Wow, that's fresh. So I kind of keep going, and around the corner was a long straightaway that goes up like this. And I see what looks like a big, greyhound dog, kind of light brown, kind of walking kind of back and forth like this with a tail. And I was like, man, what the hell is greyhound is doing here? Like, what the hell is that? That's a mountain lion. I was like, holy shit. And the mountain lion turns around, looked at me, and I had my kid. I was like, shit. So I grabbed my dog, and I turned around.